Greetings, dear viewers. You're watching Revenger What If. We have prepared something special for you today. What if Gringotts healers found 100 dark blocks on Harry's core and declared him the Emperor of Magic? Your likes and subscriptions keep this channel alive. If you enjoy our content, please show your support. Now, sit back, relax, and enjoy the story. Chapter 1. The unbinding. Harry Potter stepped into the cool marble halls of Gringotts with the same sense of unease he always felt when entering the Wizarding Bank. Nearly a year had passed since the Battle of Hogwarts, yet the memories of breaking into the bank's deepest vaults, releasing a dragon, and escaping through the roof still made him nervously check for suspicious goblin guards. His fingers unconsciously brushed against his holly wand as he approached the nearest available teller. The goblin looked up from his ledger, eyes narrowing in recognition. "Mr. Potter. You're 3 minutes early for your appointment." Harry fought the urge to apologize. "I'm here to see Account Manager Blackclaw regarding the Potter estate." The goblin's quill scratched across parchment before he snapped his fingers. A younger goblin materialized beside the counter. "Griphook will escort you." Harry's stomach dropped. "Griphook? But I thought," the escort goblin sneered. "Different Griphook. This way, Wizard Potter." Following the goblin through labyrinthine corridors of polished stone, Harry reflected on how much had changed since Voldemort's fall. The wizarding world was rebuilding, but the process was messy. He had spent months testifying at Death Eater trials, attending memorial services, and hiding from reporters. Only recently had Hermione convinced him to take control of his inheritance and future. "You can't avoid it forever, Harry," she had insisted over breakfast at Grimmauld Place. "The Potter family has history, properties, investments, things you need to understand. You're not just Harry anymore. You're the last Potter." The last Potter. The word still felt hollow. What good was a family legacy when you'd never known your family? The goblin stopped before an ornate door bearing the Potter crest, a shield with a griffin rampant. "Account Manager Blackclaw awaits within." Harry entered a spacious office dominated by a massive desk of black wood. Behind it sat an elderly goblin with skin like weathered parchment and eyes sharp as obsidian. "Mr. Potter." "Finally." Blackclaw gestured to the chair opposite. "We have much to discuss." "Thank you for meeting me," Harry said, taking the seat. "I admit I don't know much about my families." Yes. "Your ignorance is well documented." Blackclaw shuffled papers with long-fingered hands. "Today we address 3 matters: your inheritance, your accounts, and your magical status." "My magical status?" "Standard procedure for wizards claiming their family inheritance," Blackclaw replied dismissively. "First, the Potter estate." The next hour dissolved into a blur of property deeds, investment portfolios, and heirloom inventories. Harry learned of a country manor in Yorkshire, a cottage in Godric's Hollow undergoing restoration, and various properties throughout Britain and Europe. The Potter family vault, separate from his trust vault, contained not only gold but centuries of magical artifacts, books, and family history. "Your total holdings make you one of Britain's wealthiest wizards," Blackclaw concluded. "Though the black inheritance you received from Sirius Black places you firmly in the top 5. Harry nodded numbly. "And I can access all of this now?" "Upon completion of today's proceedings, yes." The goblin produced a small wooden box. "Which brings us to the matter of family rings." Inside the box sat 2 signet rings, one gold with the Potter crest, the other silver bearing the Black family emblem. The rings recognized the rightful head of house. "Put them on." Harry slipped the Potter ring onto his right hand first. A warm sensation flowed through his fingers, up his arm, and settled comfortably in his chest. The black ring followed, cooler but no less powerful, joining the gentle pulse of magic. Both accepted without reservation, Blackclaw noted with mild surprise. "Unusual for the black ring, given your heritage." "Sirius named me his heir," Harry said simply. "Indeed." The goblin made a note. Now, for the final matter, a complete magical assessment. Gringotts policy requires it before granting full access to ancient family vaults. Harry frowned. What kind of assessment? Nothing invasive. A diagnostic ritual performed by our healers to confirm your magical identity and capacity. Blackclaw's smile revealed too many teeth. We've had imposters attempt to claim inheritances before. Messy business. The thought of more magical probing made Harry hesitate. After years of Voldemort invading his mind, of carrying a Horcrux, of death and resurrection, he'd grown protective of his magical autonomy. Is this really necessary? I've already been accepted by the family rings. Bank policy, Mr. Potter. Non-negotiable. Blackclaw stood. The procedure is brief. Follow me to the ritual chamber. Reluctantly, Harry followed the goblin deeper into the bank. They descended in a cart that plunged far below the vaults Harry had visited before, into older sections where the walls were raw stone rather than finished marble. How much longer? Harry asked as they entered a torchlit corridor. Patience, wizard. We approached the old halls. They passed through a massive stone archway covered in runes into a circular chamber. 5 goblin healers in crimson robes waited around a raised stone platform in the center, their expressions grim. Disrobe to your undergarments and lie on the altar, instructed the eldest healer, a female goblin with silver hair and eyes like burnished gold. Altar? Harry's unease deepened. A turn of phrase, Blackclaw assured him. The ritual stone is merely a focusing point. Against his better judgment, Harry removed his outer clothes and climbed onto the cold stone slab. The chamber's air felt heavy with ancient magic, pressing against his skin like invisible hands. The lead healer approached. I am Silverblood, Master Healer of Gringotts. This diagnostic will map your magical core and hereditary gifts. It is painless but may cause discomfort as we examine your magical pathways. She placed a crystal on Harry's chest, directly over his heart. The other 4 healers took positions around the platform, each holding similar crystals. Begin, Silverblood commanded. The goblins started chanting in their harsh native tongue. Their crystals glowed with inner light, connecting to the one on Harry's chest through beams of golden energy. The sensation wasn't painful, but peculiar, as though someone was riffling through the pages of a book inside him. Harry closed his eyes, trying to remain calm as the magic probed deeper. He felt it touch the familiar core of his power, the wellspring he drew from for every spell. But instead of moving on, the diagnostic magic seemed to catch on something, like a snag in fabric. The chanting intensified. The crystal on Harry's chest grew hot. Irregularities detected, Silverblood announced, her voice sharp with surprise. Initiating deeper scan. The magic pushed harder against the snag in Harry's core. Discomfort blossomed into pain as the diagnostic spell bore down with increasing pressure. Wait, Harry gasped. Something's not, a crack echoed through the chamber like breaking glass. Harry's back arched as white-hot agony lanced through his body. The crystal on his chest shattered, fragments embedding in his skin. Full containment protocol. Silverblood shouted. Lock the chamber. Harry barely heard her through the roaring in his ears. Something was breaking inside him, not physically, but magically, like a dam crumbling under impossible pressure. The goblin healers scrambled to contain whatever was happening, their chanting now frantic and discordant. What's happening to him? Blackclaw demanded from beyond the ritual circle. Magical blocks, Silverblood responded, her voice tight with concentration. Not 1 or 2, dozens upon dozens, layered throughout his core. Dark ones. Through pain-blurred vision, Harry saw the healers' faces transform from concentration to alarm. The magic inside him bucked and twisted, fighting to break free of constraints he hadn't known existed. How many? Blackclaw asked, stepping closer despite the danger. Silverblood's golden eyes widened. Nearly 100 separate bindings. It's unprecedented. Another block shattered within Harry, sending a shockwave of raw magic across the chamber. The goblins were thrown back against the walls, their protective circle broken. We must stabilize him. Silverblood struggled to her feet. If all blocks release at once, the warning came too late. The remaining blocks began collapsing in cascade, each failure triggering the next. Harry screamed as his magic, constrained for his entire life, finally broke free. His body lifted from the stone platform, suspended in air by a maelstrom of wild, unfettered power. Every moment of unexplained magical strength in his life flashed before him, surviving the killing curse, inflating Aunt Marge, producing a corporeal Patronus at 13, fighting off 100 Dementors, surviving the graveyard duel with Voldemort. Not luck or circumstance but glimpses of his true potential breaking through the bindings. The chamber filled with blinding light as Harry's unbound magic manifested visibly, a swirling aurora of color and energy that expanded to fill every corner of the room. The ancient stone walls groaned under the magical pressure. Deep in the foundation of Gringotts, something answered, the bank's oldest wards recognizing a power they hadn't encountered in centuries. After what felt like hours but might have been minutes, the magical storm began to subside. Harry floated gently back to the platform, his body tingling with energy. The pain had vanished, replaced by an extraordinary sense of vitality and clarity. He felt simultaneously exhausted and more awake than he'd ever been. Silverblood approached cautiously, her robes torn and singed. "Mr. Potter? Can you hear me?" Harry sat up slowly, aware that something fundamental had changed. His vision was sharper, he didn't need his glasses, which lay shattered on the floor. He could feel the magic flowing through the goblin bank, sense the wards and enchantments like a complex tapestry surrounding him. What just happened? His voice resonated with new depth, carrying an undertone that made the air vibrate. The goblins exchanged glances before Silverblood stepped forward. "Someone placed extensive magical bindings on your core, Mr. Potter. Bindings that should never have been placed on any living being, much less a child." "Who would do that?" Harry asked, though a sickening suspicion formed in his mind. The magical signature was familiar, Silverblood said carefully. "Albus Dumbledore's work, primarily. Others contributed over the years, lesser bindings layered over his foundation." The betrayal hit Harry like a physical blow. Dumbledore, his mentor, his guide, had deliberately crippled his magic. For what? Protection? Control? The room trembled as his emotions stirred the newly freed magic around him. "Easy, Mr. Potter," Blackclaw cautioned. "Your control will take time to develop." Harry took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. These blocks, what would have happened if they'd remained? "Magical deterioration by your 30s, Silverblood stated flatly. Followed by premature death. No core can survive such constraint indefinitely." Another goblin entered the chamber, whispered urgently to Blackclaw, then departed. The account manager's expression shifted from concern to something approaching reverence. "The bank's ancient recognition wards have activated," he announced to the healers. "They've identified Mr. Potter's magical signature." Silverblood's eyes widened. "Impossible. Those wards haven't responded in, over 6 centuries, Blackclaw finished. Director Ragnarok is coming personally." Harry pulled his scattered clothes toward him, dressing quickly. "I don't understand what's happening." Before anyone could explain, the chamber doors swung open. A goblin unlike any Harry had seen before entered, taller, adorned in gold-embossed armor and a crimson cape. A crown of twisted silver rested on his head, set with gems that caught the torchlight. The other goblins immediately dropped to one knee. "Director Ragnarok," Blackclaw said, head bowed. The wards were correct. "It's happening." Ragnarok approached Harry, studying him with ancient eyes. "So the Emperor returns to us at last." "Emperor?" Harry repeated, bewildered. "The Emperor of Magic," Ragnarok clarified. "A title not claimed in 20 generations of wizard kind. The bank's oldest magics recognize you, Harry Potter. They bow to you as they have bowed to none since Merlin himself. Merlin, you mean Merlin? Harry's voice cracked. This is mad. I'm not an emperor of anything. The magic decides, wizard, not you or I. Ragnarok gestured to the walls, where the stone itself seemed to pulse with golden light in time with Harry's heartbeat. Your unbound core has awakened capabilities dormant since the Founder's time. Magic itself acknowledges your sovereignty. Harry stumbled backward, overwhelmed. I need to sit down. A chair materialized behind him, not conjured, but created from raw magic at his unconscious wish. The casual display of impossible magic silenced the room. The blocks did more than constrain your power, Silverblood explained gently. They prevented your magical inheritance from manifesting. What flows through you is the legacy of the Potter line, yes, but something far older. Something primal. I can't be what you're suggesting, Harry insisted. I'm just Harry. Ragnarok barked a laugh. Just Harry, who survived the killing curse. Just Harry, who died and returned. Just Harry, whose magic even now reshapes these ancient chambers without effort or incantation. Harry looked around and realized with a jolt that the room had indeed changed. The ceiling had raised and vaulted, the walls were now inlaid with precious metals that formed patterns matching the flow of his magic. He hadn't intended any of it. The wizarding world will know soon enough, Ragnarok continued. Your magical unbinding created a pulse felt throughout Britain. Already, representatives arrive at our doors seeking answers. I need time, Harry said firmly. I need to understand what this means before anyone else does. Ragnarok inclined his crowned head. The nation respects your wish, Emperor. We shall provide sanctuary while you adjust to your new reality. And my friends? They'll worry. Messages can be sent, Blackclaw offered. Discreetly. Harry nodded, grateful. He needed Hermione's research skills, Ron's strategic mind, and the support of those he trusted while he processed this revelation. Emperor of Magic, the title still sounded absurd to his ears. I want to see these blocks, he said suddenly. Is there a way to examine what was done to me? Silverblood gestured, and a three-dimensional model of swirling magical energy appeared above her palm. This is a simplified representation of your magical core as it exists now, unbound, but still bearing the scars of constraint. The model expanded, filling the space between them. Harry recognized it intuitively as himself, his magical signature, as unique as a fingerprint. Darker areas marred the otherwise brilliant light, like shadows or bruises. Each shadow marks where a block once existed, Silverblood explained. Some are recent, perhaps 5 to 7 years old. Others date to your infancy. Since the night my parents died, Harry whispered, realization dawning. Dumbledore began binding my magic the night he left me with the Dursleys. The first bindings, yes, Silverblood agreed. But not the most severe. Those came later, after your first year at Hogwarts, then again after your fourth. After the graveyard, we suspect. After each major confrontation with Voldemort. After each display of extraordinary power. Dumbledore had been systematically containing him, limiting his growth, keeping him weak enough to, the thought struck with terrible clarity. Weak enough to die when the time came. Dumbledore had never expected him to survive the Horcrux in his scar. Had planned, perhaps, for Harry to be just strong enough to reach the final confrontation and no more. I need parchment, Harry said, his voice hard. And a quill. The items appeared on a table beside him, another unconscious manifestation. Who shall receive your first messages? Emperor? Ragnarok asked, testing the title. Harry didn't correct him this time. Hermione Granger, Ron Weasley, Neville Longbottom, Luna Lovegood. My closest friends. He paused. And Minerva McGonagall. She should know what her predecessor did. As he wrote brief notes asking his friends to come to Gringotts immediately for an urgent matter, Harry felt the magic flowing through his quill. The words shimmered on the parchment, imbued with his unconscious power. "These will find them regardless of wards or protections," Blackclaw observed. "The Emperors will making reality bend." Harry finished the last note and watched as the parchments folded themselves into birds, not origami, but living creations of paper and magic that flew from the chamber with purpose. "How long before the Ministry realizes something's happened?" Harry asked. "They already know something occurred," Ragnarok replied. "But they do not yet understand what. The Department of Mysteries will have detected the magical surge. The unspeakables will be investigating. Then we need to move quickly." Harry stood, finding his balance in this new reality. "I need to understand what being this emperor actually means before I face them." "The historical archives can be brought," Ragnarok offered. "Though much was lost in the purge of 1412. "The what?" "After the last emperor's passing, those who feared such power conspired to erase much knowledge of the position from wizarding records," Ragnarok explained. "The goblin nation preserved what we could, as did the centaurs and certain other magical races. So the Ministry might not even know what's happening," Harry mused. "Some will know. The oldest families. Those with access to private libraries untouched by the purge." Ragnarok's expression darkened. "And they will either seek to control you or destroy you before your power fully stabilizes." "How long do I have?" "The unbinding process is complete, but your magic will continue integrating for approximately 7 days, Silverblood said. During this time, you are most vulnerable, and most dangerous. Your control will be unpredictable." A distant commotion reached them, voices, hurried footsteps. "Your friends arrive with impressive haste," Blackclaw noted. "Or my magic brought them more directly than intended," Harry realized, sensing the familiar magical signatures approaching. Hermione's orderly, brilliant pattern. Ron's steady, loyal pulse. Neville's earthy, resilient strength. Luna's swirling, unconventional flow. The chamber doors opened again. Hermione rushed in first, wand drawn, eyes wild with concern. She froze mid-step, her expression shifting from worry to awe as she beheld Harry surrounded by living magic. "Harry," she whispered. "What's happened to you?" Ron appeared behind her, followed by Neville and Luna. Unlike Hermione, Luna showed no surprise. She smiled serenely and curtsied. "Your Majesty," she said simply. "The Raxperts told me this day would come." Harry laughed despite himself. Trust Luna to accept the impossible without question. "Would someone explain what's going on?" Ron demanded. "First these weird flying message birds find us, then we're somehow instantly transported to Gringotts, and now Luna's curtsying and calling Harry, Your Majesty. It's a long story," Harry sighed. "One I'm still learning myself." Hermione approached cautiously, her analytical mind visibly working through what she was seeing. "Your magic is visible, Harry. It's surrounding you like an aura. And you're not wearing your glasses." "Apparently, I never needed them," Harry replied bitterly. "Just another consequence of having my magic bound." "Bound?" Neville stepped forward, his face darkening. "Who bound your magic?" "Dumbledore, primarily. Others helped over the years." The revelation hit his friends like a physical blow. Ron swore colorfully. Neville's fists clenched. Hermione's eyes filled with tears of rage. "How badly?" she asked, her voice tight. 100 separate bindings, Harry answered. "According to the goblins, I was using less than a quarter of my actual magical capacity. And slowly dying because of it." 100. Ron repeated incredulously. "That's not possible. No one could survive that many blocks." "No ordinary wizard could," Ragnarok interjected. "But your friend is the Emperor of Magic. The title is not ceremonial. The Emperor of, Hermione's eyes widened as connections formed in her brilliant mind. Oh my God! The Emery's Ascendant. I read about it in a restricted text at Hogwarts, Luna finished. Daddy has a copy. It's why the Rotfong conspiracy fears the Lightning Crown. While normally Harry might have dismissed Luna's talk of conspiracies, something about her words resonated with his new awareness. Lightning Crown? He asked. Luna pointed to Harry's forehead, where his scar had begun to glow with golden light. The mark of the Emperor. It's changing already. Harry conjured a mirror with a thought, startling himself with how effortlessly the magic responded. His scar was indeed transforming, the familiar lightning bolt extending into a more complex pattern that resembled a stylized crown across his forehead. Blimey, Ron breathed. You really are some kind of magical emperor. I don't know what I am, Harry admitted. But I know I've been lied to my entire life. Used. Constrained. Prepared for sacrifice. His voice hardened. No more. The chamber trembled with his declaration, magic responding to emotion. Control, Emperor, Silverblood cautioned. Intent shapes reality now more than ever. Harry nodded, focusing on calming his feelings. The trembling subsided. We need information, Hermione said, practical as always despite her obvious shock. Everything about this Emperor of Magic business. Historical records, magical theory, precedent cases. And we need security, Neville added. If Harry's as powerful as this seems, there will be people coming for him, to use him or eliminate him. The bank can provide both, Ragnarok assured them. The Emperor's suite has been maintained for centuries in anticipation of this day. It is warded beyond any other location in Europe. I have questions about my parents, Harry said suddenly. Did they know? Was I born this way, or did something make me the Emperor? An uncomfortable silence fell among the goblins. What aren't you telling me? Harry demanded. The Emperor's emergence is typically hereditary, Ragnarok finally explained. But can remain dormant for generations. The Potter line has carried the potential since it merged with the Peveril bloodline. Your circumstances, surviving the killing curse, hosting a Horcrux, dying and returning, may have activated what would have otherwise remained latent. So my parents might not have known, Harry concluded. Or they did, and that's why they were targeted, Hermione suggested quietly. Why Voldemort came for you specifically? The possibility landed like a stone in Harry's chest. Another layer to the prophecy, perhaps, not just a threat to Voldemort as a wizard, but as the potential Emperor of Magic. The historical archives will provide more answers, Ragnarok said. For now, we should move to the Emperor's suite. The bank grows restless with your unbridled magic permeating its stones. As if to illustrate his point, gold veins had begun spreading across the floor from where Harry stood, transforming the chamber's very substance. Lead on, Harry agreed, suddenly exhausted despite the energy thrumming through him. The Goblin King gestured, and a section of wall dissolved into a new passage. This way. The old paths remember their purpose. As Harry and his friends followed Ragnarok through corridors that seemed to form ahead of them and dissolve behind, Hermione moved to Harry's side. Are you okay? She whispered. Really? Harry considered the question. His entire understanding of himself had been shattered. His mentor had betrayed him more profoundly than he could have imagined. His magic was unbound but unpredictable, his future suddenly uncharted. No, he answered honestly. But I will be. We're with you, she promised. Whatever this means, whatever comes next. Ron, overhearing, clapped a hand on Harry's shoulder. All the way, mate. Emperor or not, you're still the bloke who can't fold his socks properly. Harry smiled gratefully at the attempt at normalcy. Thanks, Ron. Besides, Neville added, if anyone deserves incredible magical power after everything you've been through, it's you, Harry. Luna drifted alongside them, her eyes tracking things the others couldn't see. The bank is singing to you, she observed. The gold in the vaults recognizes its master. Harry realized she was right. He could feel a resonance in the metal surrounding them, a harmonic connection to his magic. The Goblin Bank wasn't just acknowledging him, it was responding to him on a fundamental level. Here we are, Ragnarok announced as they reached a massive set of doors inscribed with symbols unlike any Harry had seen before. The Emperor's Suite, untouched for 6 centuries. The doors recognized Harry's approach, glowing with inner light before swinging open silently. Beyond lay a suite of rooms that defied the underground nature of their location. Vaulted ceilings soared overhead, illuminated by magical light that mimicked the sky above London. The furnishings were elegant but not ostentatious, clearly designed for both comfort and function. The suite adapts to the Emperor's needs, Ragnarok explained. It will provide whatever you require. Including answers? Harry asked pointedly. The library through that archway contains what records we've preserved, Ragnarok gestured. Our historians will assist your researcher. He nodded toward Hermione, whose eyes had already locked onto the mentioned library with hungry intensity. I'll start immediately, she declared, already moving toward the books. Gringotts will send formal notification to the ministry that you are under our protection, Ragnarok continued. It will delay official inquiries, though not indefinitely. And unofficial ones? Neville asked shrewdly. Already underway, I suspect, Ragnarok acknowledged. But the bank's defenses are formidable. I should contact my family, Ron said, looking uncomfortable. Mom will go mental if she hears about whatever magical disturbance this caused and can't reach me. Use the communication room, Ragnarok pointed to another doorway. It allows secure contact without revealing your location. As his friends dispersed to various tasks, Harry found himself alone with Luna in the suite's main chamber. She was examining a tapestry on the wall that seemed to shift between depicting different historical scenes. You're not surprised by any of this, Harry noted. Luna turned, her silver eyes reflecting golden sparks from his aura. The signs have been there for anyone who knew to look. You've never been ordinary, Harry, no matter how much you wanted to be. I still want that, he admitted. A normal life. No, you don't, Luna replied with unusual directness. You want a life where you belong. Where your power makes sense. Where you aren't afraid of your own potential. She touched the tapestry, which settled on an image of a crowned figure with lightning at his fingertips. The Emperor doesn't rule because he desires power. He rules because magic itself desires balance. Harry stared at the image. I never asked for this. You never asked to be the boy who lived either, Luna pointed out. Yet you fulfilled that role when needed. She smiled serenely. The difference now is that you're not fighting someone else's war. You're finally free to decide what magic should be. Before Harry could respond, a goblin messenger entered, bowing low. Emperor, Director Ragnarok requests your presence. The ministry has sent representatives. Harry sighed. So much for time to adjust. Already? Who? Kingsley Shacklebolt, Minister for Magic. And Gawain Robards, Head Auror. The goblin hesitated. They are, insistent. Tell them I'll meet with Kingsley. Alone. Harry decided. In the neutral conference room, not here. The messenger bowed again and departed. That was very imperial, Luna observed with a small smile. Harry ran a hand through his hair self-consciously. Was it? I just don't want a crowd of officials gawking at me while I figure this out. Your magic is settling, Luna noted, changing subjects with her typical conversational agility. The colors are harmonizing. Harry realized she was right. The visible aura surrounding him had stabilized, becoming less erratic and more structured. He could feel his control improving minute by minute as his body and magic adjusted to their unbound state. I should change before meeting Kingsley, he decided, looking down at his rumpled clothes, still bearing scorch marks from the ritual. As the thought formed, his clothing transformed, replacing itself with formal robes of deep green with subtle gold embroidery. Not ostentatious, but unmistakably fine quality. "I need to stop doing that," Harry muttered. "Why?" Luna asked. "Your magic wants to serve you. Fighting it will only create discord." There was wisdom in her words, Harry realized. The more he resisted his changed status, the more chaotic his magic became. Acceptance might be the path to control. "Emperor?" Hermione called, emerging from the library with a massive tome. "I've found something important about your situation." Her eyes widened at his transformed appearance, but she pressed on. "This text describes the historical role of the Emperor of Magic. It's not just a title, it's a magical office that activates only when certain conditions align." "What conditions?" "A magical bloodline with the potential. A catalyst event that awakens the dormant power." And, she hesitated. "And?" Harry prompted. "And a fundamental imbalance in magic itself that requires intervention." Hermione opened the book to a marked page. "The Emperor emerges when magic as a force is threatened or distorted beyond natural correction." "You mean like Voldemort creating Horcruxes?" Ron asked, rejoining them. "Possibly," Hermione acknowledged. "But I think it's more than that. The book references systemic corruption of magical flow, and barriers between worthy vessels and their rightful power." "The binding of magical children," Luna stated. It wasn't just Harry. A chill ran down Harry's spine. "You think Dumbledore blocked others too? Or the Ministry? Or certain families?" Hermione's expression was grim. "The text suggests the Emperor's role includes restoration of magical birthright to all worthy vessels. Your awakening might be a response to widespread magical suppression." The implications were staggering. If magical children throughout Britain, perhaps throughout the world, had been systematically blocked from reaching their potential. "I need to speak with Kingsley," Harry decided. Now. The meeting room where Kingsley waited was deliberately neutral, a simple space with a round table and comfortable chairs. No power dynamics suggested by the furnishings. As Harry entered, the Minister for Magic rose to his feet, his expression a mixture of concern and confusion. "Harry," Kingsley greeted, his deep voice warm despite the circumstances. "You've caused quite a stir today." "It seems I've been causing stirs my entire life without knowing why," Harry replied, taking a seat across from the minister. "Though I'm beginning to understand now." Kingsley studied him carefully, noting the changed appearance, the missing glasses, the golden light that seemed to emanate from within. The Department of Mysteries registered a magical event unlike anything in their records. Centered here at Gringotts. He leaned forward. "What happened, Harry?" "The goblins found blocks on my magic during a standard inheritance ritual." 100 blocks, Kingsley. "Placed by Albus Dumbledore and others throughout my life." The minister's composure slipped, genuine shock crossing his features. 100. "That's not," he stopped, reassessing as he looked at Harry's transformed state. "Clearly it is possible, given the evidence before me. But why? To control me. To ensure I remain just powerful enough to face Voldemort but not enough to survive or threaten Dumbledore's plans." Harry kept his voice level, though the suite's furnishings trembled slightly with his suppressed emotions. "The removal of those blocks has awakened something the goblins call the Emperor of Magic." Kingsley went very still. "That title has not been spoken in official circles for centuries. So you know what it means." "Some of the old archives mention it," Kingsley admitted. "But much was deliberately obscured or destroyed long ago. The Ministry officially considers it a historical curiosity, not a current magical office." "Unofficially?" Kingsley's eyes met Harry's directly. "Unofficially, there are contingency plans in place should an emperor emerge. Plans I find deeply troubling as your friend, but which exist nonetheless as minister." "What kind of plans?" Containment protocols. Magical suppression measures. In the worst case, elimination strategies. Kingsley's expression was grim. The Ministry has long feared the return of a magical sovereign who might override its authority. "And where do you stand, Kingsley?" Harry asked quietly. The minister was silent for a long moment, weighing his response carefully. "I stand where I have always stood, Harry. For what is right rather than what is easy." He sighed heavily. "The question becomes, what does your emergence as Emperor mean for our world?" "I'm still figuring that out," Harry admitted. "But I know this, I won't allow anyone to bind my magic again. And if Hermione's research is correct, I may not be the only one who's been magically suppressed." Kingsley's expression confirmed Harry's suspicions. "You know something about this?" "Rumors. Whispers in the Department of Mysteries. Theories about magical potential being artificially limited in the general population." Kingsley looked troubled. "I dismissed them as conspiracy theories. Now I'm not so certain. I need information, Kingsley. Everything the Ministry has about the Emperor of Magic, about magical binding, about Dumbledore's activities in these areas." "What you're asking could be considered treason against the Ministry," Kingsley pointed out. "I'm not asking as Harry Potter," he replied, allowing his magic to flare visibly. "I'm asking as the Emperor of Magic. This isn't about politics or institutions. It's about the fundamental right of magical beings to access their full potential." The air between them seemed to thicken with tension. Then, surprisingly, Kingsley smiled. "You know, Harry, I always wondered why Fudge and Scrimgeour feared you so much, even as a teenager. Perhaps they sensed what was hidden within you." He straightened in his chair. "I can provide some information, discreetly. But you should know, the unspeakables are already mobilizing. They consider your emergence a Code Merlin event." "Meaning?" "Meaning they operate outside ministerial authority in such cases." Kingsley's expression was grave. "Be careful, Harry. Not everyone will welcome the Emperor's return." As if summoned by his warning, a magical alarm sounded throughout Gringotts. Harry felt the bank's defenses activating, wards strengthening against some external threat. "It appears my warning comes too late," Kingsley observed grimly. "The unspeakables move faster than anticipated." Harry stood, his magic swirling around him in response to the threat. "Get to safety, Kingsley. I won't hold you responsible for their actions." "Harry," Kingsley began, then stopped, correcting himself. "Emperor. Whatever happens, know that some of us still believe in doing what's right, not what's easy." The words, echoing Dumbledore's yet coming from a man Harry genuinely trusted, struck a chord. Harry nodded once, then turned toward the door, his magic already reaching out to locate his friends. The confrontation with the unspeakables would be his first test as Emperor of Magic. A test of power, certainly, but more importantly, a test of restraint. Of wisdom. Of the kind of magical sovereign he might become. As Harry strode through Gringotts corridors toward his friends, his magic flowing around him like a living cloak, he made a silent promise to himself and to the magical world. He would not become what Dumbledore feared enough to bind. Nor would he allow others to suffer as he had, their birthright stolen by those who feared what they might become. The Emperor of Magic had returned. And the wizarding world would never be the same. Chapter 2, Ascension. The Gringotts warning system pulsed like a heartbeat throughout the ancient bank. Harry sprinted through corridors that seemed to reshape themselves around him, his unbound magic intuitively guiding him back toward his friends. Goblins flattened themselves against walls as he passed, their expressions a mixture of awe and alarm. Harry burst into the Emperor's suite to find his friends already preparing for conflict. Neville stood guard by the main entrance, his face set in grim determination. Ron was helping Hermione protect the most valuable research materials, while Luna gazed serenely at the ceiling as though the answers to their predicament were written there. "Unspeakables," Harry announced. Kingsley warned me they're operating under Code Merlin protocols, whatever that means. It means they're authorized to act without ministry oversight, Hermione explained quickly. They consider you an Omega-level magical anomaly. Lovely, Harry muttered. Options? We can't stay here forever, Ron pointed out. No matter how fancy this place is. And we can't fight the Department of Mysteries, Neville added. Not without making you look like exactly what they fear, a magical tyrant. Harry nodded, weighing their counsel. The Emperor's suite trembled slightly as Gringotts' outer wards engaged with something powerful. Whatever the unspeakables had brought, it was testing even goblin defenses. Director Ragnarok is requesting your presence in the Grand Strategy Chamber, a goblin messenger announced, appearing through a side entrance. Harry exchanged glances with his friends. All of us? Yes, Emperor. The director believes your advisors should participate in defense planning. Advisors. The word hung in the air, formalizing what had previously been simply friendship. None of his friends objected, though, not even Ron, who might once have bristled at Harry's elevated status. They followed the messenger through passages that seemed to exist between ordinary reality, emerging into a vast chamber dominated by a three-dimensional map of Diagon Alley and the surrounding area. Goblin warriors in full battle regalia stood at attention around the perimeter, while Ragnarok and his commanders studied the map intently. Emperor, Ragnarok acknowledged without looking up. The situation has escalated beyond our initial estimates. The map showed a disturbing scene. Diagon Alley had been evacuated and sealed off. Figures in the distinctive hooded robes of unspeakables had established a perimeter around Gringotts, while others were systematically dismantling the bank's external wards with methodical precision. They're not just trying to get in, Harry observed. They're isolating the bank from the rest of magical Britain. Correct, Ragnarok confirmed. Standard containment protocol for what they classify as a reality-warping magical event. They intend to sever Gringotts from the world, then negotiate from a position of strength. Harry studied the map, understanding dawning. They're afraid I'll leave. With good reason, Ragnarok agreed. Your unbound magic makes you unpredictable. Potentially unstoppable if fully manifested. What are our options? Hermione asked, stepping forward to examine the map. Gringotts can maintain full isolation for approximately 72 hours, a goblin commander reported. After that, essential magical systems will begin to fail without external power sources. And my options as Emperor? Harry asked, still uncomfortable with the title. The goblins exchanged meaningful glances. Ragnarok gestured, and the map transformed, showing not just the physical layout of Diagon Alley but its magical structure, ley lines, power nodes, and mystical connections that Harry could now perceive with his enhanced senses. The Emperor of Magic is not merely a political title, Ragnarok explained. It is a fundamental magical office. These connections, he indicated the glowing magical pathways, respond to your will. You could, if you wished, simply redirect them. Redirect the ley lines? Hermione gasped. That's impossible. They're fixed magical geography. For ordinary wizards, yes, Ragnarok agreed. For the Emperor, they are negotiable. Harry approached the map, feeling a strange resonance between his core and the magical pathways displayed. He could sense them, not just visually but intuitively, as though they were extensions of his own body. If I did this, he asked carefully, what would happen to the unspeakables? To innocent bystanders? That depends entirely on your intent, Ragnarok replied. The Emperor can be surgical in his manipulations, or, catastrophically imprecise. Not an option then, Harry decided immediately. I won't risk hurting innocents. Neville stepped forward, studying the map from a tactical perspective. What about these tunnels? He pointed to pathways extending beyond the unspeakable's perimeter. Could we use them to evacuate if necessary? The old smugglers' routes, Ragnarok confirmed. Possible, but they would expect such a maneuver. What they won't expect, Harry said slowly, an idea forming, is for me to walk right out the front door. Everyone stared at him. Harry, that's exactly what they want, Ron objected. You, isolated and vulnerable. No, Harry corrected. They want the Emperor of Magic as an adversary they can justify containing. They want a threat. He turned to face his friends, his expression resolute. So I'll give them something else entirely. Within the hour, the plan was set. Harry stood in the bank's atrium, dressed not in the formal robes his magic had created, but in simple muggle jeans and a button-down shirt, deliberately ordinary, deliberately unthreatening. His friends flanked him, similarly dressed down. Ragnarok approached, looking skeptical. You understand the risk, Emperor. Once you leave Gringotts' protection, I understand, Harry confirmed. But hiding only confirms their fears. We need to change the narrative. The Goblin King nodded reluctantly. The nation honors your courage. Should you require sanctuary again, Gringotts will welcome the Emperor. Harry extended his hand. After a moment's hesitation, Ragnarok clasped it, an unprecedented gesture between goblin and wizard. One day, Harry said quietly, there will be no need for such distinctions between magical beings. Something shifted in Ragnarok's ancient eyes. Perhaps the prophecies were right about you after all, Emperor Potter. Before Harry could ask what prophecies the goblin meant, the massive doors of Gringotts began to open. Sunlight spilled into the atrium as the last physical barrier between Harry and the unspeakables disintegrated. Ready? Harry asked his friends. Born ready, mate, Ron replied with forced cheerfulness. Just remember, Hermione cautioned, this is about changing perceptions, not demonstrating power. Stay calm no matter what. Harry nodded, took a deep breath, and stepped into the sunlight. Diagon Alley had been transformed into a militarized zone. Unspeakables in their hooded grey robes formed a semicircle around Gringotts' entrance, wands raised in defensive positions. Behind them, Harry could see specialized magical equipment, containment fields, nullification arrays, and what appeared to be a portable banishment gate. At the center of the formation stood a tall figure whose hood was thrown back to reveal a sharp-featured woman with silver-streaked black hair and eyes that gleamed with unnatural intensity. Harry recognized her instantly, Saul Croker's successor as head unspeakable, Artemisia Blackwood. Harry Potter, she called, her voice magically amplified. By authority of the Department of Mysteries, you are required to submit to magical containment and assessment. Harry stepped forward, allowing his hands to remain visible and empty at his sides. No wand, no visible magic, just a young man facing overwhelming odds with calm dignity. Madam Blackwood, he replied, his own voice carrying naturally despite the distance. I understand your concern, but I assure you, containment isn't necessary. Our sensors detected a Class 1 magical restructuring event centered on your person, Blackwood responded. Protocol is absolute in such cases. Protocols can be flexible when circumstances warrant, Harry countered, taking another step forward. Some of the junior unspeakables tensed, their wands tracking his movement. I'm not a threat to the magical world. Quite the opposite. That remains to be determined, Blackwood replied coldly. Your cooperation now will be noted favorably in subsequent proceedings. Harry stopped, maintaining a respectful distance. I will cooperate with reasonable requests for information. I will not submit to containment, magical suppression, or any procedure resembling the blocks that were illegally placed on me as a child. Murmurs ran through the unspeakable ranks. This was clearly not common knowledge among them. Blocks? Blackwood's composure faltered momentarily. What blocks? 100 separate magical bindings, Harry stated, loud enough for all to hear. Placed on me beginning the night my parents died and continuing throughout my life. Placed by Albus Dumbledore and others, systematically crippling my magical development and endangering my life. The revelation sent visible shock through the assembled forces. Even Blackwood seemed taken aback. The event we detected, she began, was the removal of those blocks by Gringotts healers, Harry finished. Not some dark ritual or power grab. Just the restoration of what should have been mine by birth. Hermione stepped forward to stand beside Harry. We have documentation of the blocks and their removal. Medical evidence of the damage they caused. All available for independent verification. Blackwood hesitated, clearly reassessing the situation. The narrative was shifting beneath her feet, from containing a magical threat to confronting a victim of magical abuse. And not just any victim, but Harry Potter, whose public standing remained unmatched despite his recent reclusiveness. Such verification would need to occur in controlled conditions, Blackwood finally responded, though her tone had lost some of its edge. Neutral ground, Harry countered. With observers of my choosing present. The standoff lingered, tension crackling in the air. Harry maintained his calm demeanor, though he could feel his magic responding to his heightened emotions, eager to protect him from perceived threats. He focused on containment, on showing restraint rather than power. The stalemate broke unexpectedly. From behind the unspeakable lines, a familiar figure pushed forward, Minister Shacklebolt, looking thunderous. Madam Blackwood, Kingsley's deep voice resonated with authority. Why was the Minister for Magic not informed of an unspeakable deployment in the heart of Wizarding London? Blackwood turned, surprise evident in her expression. Minister, this falls under Code Merlin protocols, which explicitly bypass. I am well aware of the protocols, Kingsley interrupted. I am also aware that they require confirmation from at least 2 department heads before implementation. Who authorized this besides yourself? The question hung in the air. Blackwood's silence was damning. Stand down, Kingsley ordered. Immediately. Minister, with respect, if you understood the magnitude of the magical anomaly, I understand perfectly what has occurred here today, Kingsley cut her off. Harry Potter has had magical bindings removed, bindings placed without consent or oversight. If anyone should be facing containment and questioning, it's those responsible for such abuse. The unspeakables looked to Blackwood for guidance, their formation wavering with uncertainty. Harry seized the moment. I have no desire for conflict with the Ministry or the Department of Mysteries, he announced, addressing the unspeakables directly. My only wish is to understand what has happened to me and ensure it never happens to another magical child again. His words carried weight, not just from his fame or the moral authority of his position, but from the subtle resonance of his unbound magic. The unspeakables felt it, a gentle pressure encouraging trust rather than fear. Stand down, Blackwood finally ordered, recognizing the shifting dynamics. Containment teams withdraw. Observation teams remain in position. As the unspeakables began dismantling their more aggressive equipment, Kingsley approached Harry, maintaining a formal distance appropriate for the public setting. Mr. Potter, he acknowledged with a slight nod. Perhaps we could continue our discussion from earlier in more appropriate surroundings. Thank you, Minister, Harry replied, matching Kingsley's professional tone. I believe that would be beneficial for all parties. The performance was subtle but effective, establishing for any observers that Harry, despite his newly revealed status, respected ministerial authority. It was the first move in a longer political game, one Harry was only beginning to understand. As the standoff dissolved, Harry caught sight of movement along the rooftops, photographers and reporters who had somehow breached the unspeakables perimeter. By nightfall, the story would be spreading throughout Wizarding Britain. Harry Potter, magically constrained his entire life, now freed from mysterious blocks. The Emperor of Magic narrative might remain underground for now, but the foundation was being laid. Kingsley led them to a secure ministry conference room, bypassing the usual entry procedures through a private floor connection. As the green flames died down, Harry found himself in a comfortable but utilitarian space with a long table and chairs. Portraits lined the walls, though Harry noticed they appeared to be landscape paintings rather than the usual observant ancestors. Privacy paintings, Kingsley explained, noticing Harry's glance. They look outward, not inward. This room is genuinely secure. Harry nodded, appreciating the precaution. His friends spread out around the table, Hermione already retrieving notes and documents from her seemingly bottomless bag, Ron positioning himself near the door out of ingrained Auror training habits, Neville and Luna taking seats with clear views of the room. "I must say," Kingsley began once they were settled, "that was impressively handled, Harry. Turning a potential conflict into a public relations victory." "Not my intention," Harry replied honestly. "I just wanted to avoid violence. Regardless, you've changed the narrative. By tomorrow, the public won't be asking why Harry Potter is dangerously powerful, they'll be demanding to know who bound your magic and why." "Speaking of which," Hermione interjected, spreading out documentation on the table, "we've compiled evidence of the blocks. The goblin healers provided magical signatures for each binding, timestamps, and projected effects." Kingsley leaned forward, examining the parchments with growing concern. "These earliest ones, the night your parents died." "Dumbledore," Harry confirmed, the name still bitter on his tongue. "He began binding my magic before leaving me with the Dursleys. And continued throughout your Hogwarts years," Kingsley noted, turning pages. "After significant magical events, saving the Philosopher's Stone, the Chamber of Secrets, the Triwizard Tournament." He looked up, expression troubled. "Why would he do this?" "Control," Harry said simply. "He needed me powerful enough to face Voldemort eventually, but not so powerful that I might question his guidance or survive the final confrontation." The room fell silent as the implications settled heavily on everyone present. "There's more," Hermione added quietly. "We believe Harry isn't the only one." Kingsley's head snapped up. "What?" "The historical texts about the Emperor of Magic suggest the title emerges in response to systemic magical suppression," Hermione explained. "Not just one case, but a pattern of abuse." "That's a serious allegation," Kingsley warned. "You're suggesting a conspiracy to magically bind children." "I'm suggesting we need to investigate the possibility," Hermione clarified. "Starting with Harry's contemporaries at Hogwarts." "Neville," Harry said suddenly, turning to his friend. "Your grandmother always insisted you were nearly a squib as a child, despite being born to two powerful Aurors." Neville's expression darkened. "My magical manifestations were unusually late and weak. Given what we now know, we need a way to test for blocks," Ron concluded. "Something less dramatic than what Harry went through at Gringotts." "The goblins have developed a diagnostic," Harry informed them. "Non-invasive, detects magical constraints without removing them. Silverblood is preparing a portable version." "And you want the Ministry's permission to use it?" Kingsley asked. "No," Harry replied firmly. "I'm informing you as a courtesy. Whether the Ministry approves or not, we're going to offer testing to anyone who wants it. Starting with Hogwarts students." Kingsley studied Harry carefully. "You're moving quickly into political territory, Harry. The Wizengamot will see this as overstepping." "The Wizengamot has allowed magical children to be bound and suppressed for generations," Harry countered. "Their comfort isn't my priority." "And if they oppose you? If they declare these actions illegal?" Harry leaned forward, his eyes flashing with momentary golden light. "Then they'll find themselves opposing the Emperor of Magic." The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. It was the first time Harry had explicitly invoked his new title as a political statement, a clear line in the sand. After a tense moment, Kingsley nodded slowly. "I understand your position. I can't officially support it as minister, but..." He hesitated, then continued in a lower voice, "Privately, I believe this investigation is necessary. If children have been magically bound without consent, it represents a fundamental violation of wizarding ethics." "Thank you, Kingsley," Harry said, tension easing from his shoulders. "Your personal support matters, even if official backing isn't possible yet. What's your next step?" Kingsley asked. Harry glanced at Hermione, who took the cue. "Research, primarily," she explained. We need to understand exactly what the Emperor of Magic meant historically, what powers and responsibilities come with the position, and how it relates to modern magical governance. And a headquarters, Neville added. Somewhere defensible but accessible. We can't keep imposing on Gringotts. I've been thinking about that, Harry admitted. And I believe the answer is obvious, Hogwarts. Surprised looks met this suggestion. Hogwarts? Ron echoed. Mate, you can't just take over the school. Not take over, Harry clarified. Request sanctuary. The castle has historically been independent from ministry control. Headmistress McGonagall has the authority to grant us access and protection while we continue our research. And begin testing students for blocks, Hermione added, catching on to Harry's reasoning. Exactly. If this has been happening systematically, Hogwarts is the place to start looking. Nearly every young witch and wizard in Britain passes through its doors. Kingsley looked troubled. The Board of Governors won't approve. The Board of Governors doesn't need to approve, Luna spoke up for the first time. Hogwarts recognizes the Emperor of Magic as ranking above them in matters of magical education. It's in the original charter. Everyone turned to stare at her. What? She asked serenely. Daddy published an article about it years ago. No one believed him, of course. She's right, Hermione confirmed after a moment's thought. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history, extended edition. The founders included provisions for extraordinary magical authorities, including the Emperor. Then it's settled, Harry decided. We go to Hogwarts. As the meeting concluded, Harry pulled Kingsley aside for a private word. There's something else you should know, he said quietly. Something I sensed during the confrontation with the unspeakables. Kingsley raised an eyebrow. Go on. Not all of those grey robes were Department of Mysteries personnel, Harry revealed. Some were different. Their magical signatures were altered, masked somehow. I could feel it with my enhanced perception. Alarm flickered across Kingsley's face. Infiltrators? Among the unspeakables? Or a faction within the department itself, Harry suggested. Either way, be careful who you trust, Kingsley. Something bigger is happening here. I'll increase my security and watch for unusual activity, Kingsley promised. You do the same, Harry. Enemies will be gathering as word of your changed status spreads. Harry nodded grimly. I'm counting on it. Better to draw them out now than wait for them to organize properly. As Harry rejoined his friends to prepare for their journey to Hogwarts, he couldn't shake the feeling that they were being observed despite the room's protections. His newly enhanced senses detected something, not a physical presence, but a magical attention focused on their activities. Someone was watching. Someone powerful enough to pierce even ministerial wards. The game was just beginning. The journey to Hogwarts was deliberately public. Harry and his friends traveled by regular transportation, the night bus, visible to any who might be watching, rather than using more discreet methods. It was a calculated risk, designed to normalize Harry's movements rather than shroud them in secrecy. Are you sure about this? Hermione asked as they boarded the violently purple bus. We're practically announcing our destination to anyone watching. That's the point, Harry replied quietly. Transparency where possible, secrecy only when necessary. I won't begin my reign, for lack of a better word, by skulking in shadows. The bus ride was uncomfortable in more ways than one. Beyond the night bus's notorious violent movements, Harry found himself the subject of intense scrutiny from other passengers. News of the confrontation at Gringotts had spread quickly, though the details remained confused and contradictory in typical wizarding fashion. Did you really duel 50 unspeakables at once, Harry? Asked a wide-eyed third-year Ravenclaw traveling with his mother. No, Harry replied with a patient smile. There was no dueling at all, thankfully. But your magic is different now, the boy persisted. The prophet says you're more powerful than Merlin. The prophet, Harry responded carefully, has a history of exaggeration. I'm still just Harry. The boy's mother pulled him closer, eyeing Harry with a mixture of awe and apprehension. They're saying you broke away from the ministry. That you're starting some kind of movement. Harry met her concerned gaze directly. I'm investigating why my magic was bound without my knowledge or consent. If others have experienced the same, they deserve answers too. That's all. His deliberate calm seemed to reassure her somewhat, though the wariness didn't entirely leave her eyes. It was a reaction Harry would need to get used to, the inevitable fear that came with power, deserved or not. When they finally arrived at the Hogsmeade station, Harry was surprised to find Professor McGonagall herself waiting on the platform, looking as austere and dignified as ever despite the summer holiday. Mr. Potter, she greeted him with a slight incline of her head. Your message indicated this was urgent. It is, Headmistress, Harry confirmed. Thank you for meeting us personally. After the reports in this morning's Prophet, I thought it prudent. She surveyed the group with her characteristic assessing gaze. You all look well, despite apparently overthrowing the established magical order yesterday afternoon. Ron snorted with unexpected laughter. Good to see the papers are as reliable as ever. Indeed, Mr. Weasley. McGonagall's lips twitched in what might have been an almost smile. Now, shall we proceed to the castle? I suspect we'll have more privacy there for whatever revelation you're about to share. The walk to Hogwarts was peaceful, the summer air warm and sweet with the scent of wildflowers from the surrounding fields. Harry felt a strange resonance as they approached the ancient castle, a magical recognition that hadn't been present during his school years. Hogwarts itself seemed to be acknowledging him differently. The castle feels. He began, struggling to articulate the sensation. Aware of you, Luna finished. It's recognizing the Emperor. McGonagall stopped mid-stride, turning to face Harry with sudden intensity. What did you say, Miss Lovegood? The Emperor of Magic, Luna repeated calmly. That's what Harry is now. The goblins confirmed it after removing 100 magical blocks from his core. McGonagall's composure, legendary among generations of students, cracked visibly. 100 blocks. Emperor of, she took a steadying breath. Mr. Potter, I think we had better continue this discussion in my office immediately. The walk resumed at a brisker pace, McGonagall leading them through the main gates where, Harry noticed, the magical wards rippled and parted around him like water rather than enveloping him as they once had. When they finally settled in the headmistress's circular office, so familiar yet subtly different from Dumbledore's tenure, Harry felt the weight of dozens of painted eyes upon him, including the piercing blue gaze of Albus Dumbledore's portrait. Now, McGonagall said, taking her seat behind the massive desk, perhaps you could explain exactly what has happened, Mr. Potter. In detail, if you please. Harry recounted the events at Gringotts, the discovery of the blocks, and their dramatic removal. As he spoke, the portrait of Dumbledore grew increasingly agitated, though it remained silent. 100 separate bindings, McGonagall repeated when he finished, her Scottish accent thickening with emotion. Placed by Albus and others, you say? Yes, Harry confirmed. The goblins identified multiple magical signatures, though Dumbledore's was predominant. McGonagall turned to the portrait on the wall. Albus? What do you have to say to this? The painted Dumbledore regarded them solemnly. I did what was necessary to prepare Harry for his destiny. The prophecy demanded sacrifice. Sacrifice? Harry's voice hardened. You nearly killed me with those bindings. According to the goblin healers, I would have been dead by 30 as my core collapsed under the strain. A regrettable but calculated risk, the portrait replied. Your survival was never guaranteed, Harry. The greater good, don't, Harry interrupted, his magic flaring visibly around him in response to his anger. Don't you dare invoke the greater good to justify what you did. The office trembled slightly, magical artifacts on shelves vibrating with sympathetic resonance to Harry's emotions. McGonagall looked alarmed, but made no move to intervene. The Emperor of Magic, Dumbledore's portrait continued, seemingly unperturbed by Harry's display. So the ancient office returns at last. I had suspected the potential in your bloodline, of course. It's why such extreme measures were required. You knew. Hermione demanded, outrage clear in her voice. You knew Harry had this potential and deliberately suppressed it? Of course I knew, Miss Granger. The signs were unmistakable from his earliest magical manifestations. The portrait's expression was eerily calm. History teaches us that unchecked magical sovereignty leads inevitably to tyranny. I did not wish that burden for Harry, nor that danger for our world. It wasn't your choice to make, Harry stated flatly. No. Dumbledore's painted eyebrows rose. As your magical guardian, as the leader of the fight against Voldemort, as the protector of the wizarding world's best interests, who better to make such a choice? The casual admission of his manipulative reasoning struck Harry like a physical blow. Even now, even as a mere echo of the man, Dumbledore remained utterly convinced of his own rightness. Albus, McGonagall cut in, her voice tight with controlled fury, are there others? Other students whose magic you adjusted? The portrait's slight hesitation was answer enough. How many? McGonagall demanded. Those with concerning potential. Those whose abilities might develop in dangerous directions. Those who needed guidance rather than raw power. Dumbledore's portrait sighed. It was always for their own protection, Minerva. Names, Albus. I cannot recall all, liar, Harry interrupted coldly. Portraits retain the memories of their subjects. You know exactly who you bound. Dumbledore's painted face hardened. I am not obligated to assist in undoing my life's careful work, Harry. Some powers are best left dormant. That's not your decision anymore, Harry replied. His magic stretched out, connecting with the castle's ancient stones, drawing on Hogwarts itself rather than just his personal power. The portrait frame began to glow, bound by tendrils of golden light. Harry, Hermione cautioned. What are you doing? Something I suspect the Emperor of Magic has the right to do, Harry answered, his eyes fixed on Dumbledore's suddenly alarmed portrait. Demanding truth from the stewards of magical education. The office fell silent except for the soft hum of magic as Harry exerted his will. The portrait struggled briefly against the binding, then went still as Hogwarts itself enforced the Emperor's authority. The founders built safeguards into the castle, Harry said, understanding flowing into him from his connection with Hogwarts. Headmasters are bound by oaths to protect students and nurture their magical development. By systematically suppressing magical children, you violated those oaths, Professor. I maintained balance, Dumbledore's portrait insisted, though its voice had lost some conviction. You played God, Harry countered. Now answer the headmistress's question. Whom did you bind? The portrait's resistance crumbled under the combined weight of Harry's authority and Hogwarts' ancient magic. Names began to pour forth, dozens of students across decades of Dumbledore's tenure, some bound once, others repeatedly. Neville's name appeared early in the recitation, confirming their suspicions. So did Luna's. By the time the portrait fell silent, McGonagall was ashen-faced. Hundreds, she whispered. Over 50 years of teaching, hundreds of children. Many are dead now, Dumbledore's portrait noted dispassionately. Others have adapted to their reduced capacity. Removing blocks from adults can be dangerous, potentially fatal if the binding has been in place since childhood. So you just left them crippled, Harry said bitterly. Never knowing their true potential. I left them safe, Dumbledore corrected. From themselves and others. McGonagall rose from her chair, visibly shaking with rage. This portrait is to be removed from the headmaster's office immediately. Place it in storage in the deepest dungeons. The castle responded to her command. The frame containing Dumbledore's likeness detached from the wall and floated toward a door that materialized specifically for this purpose. You cannot undo a century of careful balance, Harry, Dumbledore called as the portrait was removed. The wizarding world is not ready for the return of the Emperor. The door sealed behind the portrait, leaving a tense silence in its wake. I had no idea, McGonagall finally said, sinking back into her chair. All those years at his side, and I never suspected. He was very good at keeping secrets, Harry said quietly. What do you intend to do now, Mr. Potter? Or should I say, Emperor? Harry winced slightly at the title. Just Harry is fine, Professor. And I intend to offer testing to any current or former Hogwarts student who wants it. Those with blocks should have the choice to remove them, with full understanding of the risks. And Hogwarts' role in this? We need a headquarters, Harry explained. Somewhere safe to continue our research and begin outreach. Somewhere with historical significance to legitimize what we're doing. McGonagall considered this carefully. The Board of Governors will object. They can be overruled in this instance, Hermione interjected. The Founders' Charter specifically acknowledges the Emperor of Magic's authority over Hogwarts in matters of magical education and student well-being. So it does, McGonagall agreed, surprising them with her immediate knowledge of the obscure provision. Though that clause hasn't been invoked in centuries. We don't intend to disrupt normal school operations, Harry assured her. Just to establish a base for our research and testing program. McGonagall studied him intently. You've changed, Mr. Potter. There's a certainty in you that wasn't there before. The blocks didn't just suppress my magic, Harry explained. They clouded my thinking, my confidence, my very sense of self. Removing them was like waking up after a lifetime of dreaming. I see that now. McGonagall straightened in her chair, decision made. Very well. As headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, I formally acknowledge Harry James Potter as the Emperor of Magic and grant him all rights and privileges accorded that office within these walls. The castle shuddered around them as the declaration took hold, ancient magic activating in response to the formal recognition. Warmth flowed through the stones, and Harry felt Hogwarts itself extend its awareness toward him more fully, offering access to deeper layers of the castle's magic. Thank you, Professor, Harry said sincerely. Don't thank me yet, Mr. Potter, McGonagall replied dryly. I've just made you responsible for centuries of magical education tradition. The hard part comes next. The next week passed in a blur of activity. The east wing of the castle was designated as the Emperor's headquarters, with classrooms converted to research spaces, testing facilities, and living quarters for Harry and his growing team. News of Harry's changed status spread rapidly, though the full extent of his power and position remained obscured from public knowledge. The Daily Prophet alternated between breathless speculation about Potter's magical awakening and dire warnings about unregulated power threatening ministry authority. Rita Skeeter produced a particularly vicious piece suggesting Harry had deliberately enhanced his magic through dark rituals, prompting Hermione to finally reveal her long-held blackmail material about the reporter's illegal animagus status. By the third day, former Hogwarts students began arriving, seeking testing for potential blocks. The trickle quickly became a flood as word spread. Gringotts provided healers to conduct the examinations, while Harry and his friends established a careful protocol for counseling those who discovered bindings. Not everyone wants them removed, Hermione observed during an evening briefing in what they'd come to call the War Room, a converted classroom featuring maps of Wizarding Britain and charts tracking their findings. Especially older witches and wizards. They're afraid of the adjustment. It has to remain a choice, Harry insisted. We're not replacing Dumbledore's paternalism with our own. Neville, who had undergone the removal of his own blocks the day after their arrival at Hogwarts, nodded in agreement. The transformation in him had been remarkable, his magic now flowing with a steady, earthy power that manifested particularly strongly in his affinity for herbology and defensive magic. The statistics are still disturbing, he noted, gesturing to Hermione's charts. So far we've tested just over 200 former students. 68% show evidence of at least one binding. 43% have 3 or more. And the pattern is clear, Luna added. She had taken charge of analyzing the data, revealing a surprisingly methodical mind beneath her dreamy exterior. The more powerful the family bloodline, the more likely and numerous the blocks. Except for certain families. Let me guess, Ron said grimly. Old pureblood families with Death Eater connections. Precisely, Luna confirmed. Not a single Malfoy, not Goyle, or Parkinson shows evidence of binding. But half-bloods and muggleborns with exceptional potential? Almost universally restricted. A systematic effort to shift magical power towards certain bloodlines, Harry concluded, the implications sickening him. Not just Dumbledore playing it safe, a deliberate stratification of magical society. But who could coordinate something so extensive? Hermione questioned. This goes beyond one headmaster, beyond even Hogwarts. We're finding patterns in students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang too. I think I might have an answer to that, said a new voice from the doorway. They turned to find Daphne Greengrass standing in the entrance, looking immaculate in formal robes despite the late hour. The former Slytherin maintained her composed poise, but Harry could sense the tension in her magical signature, a tightly controlled anxiety beneath her cool exterior. Greengrass, Ron acknowledged cautiously. Didn't expect to see you here. I imagine not, she replied smoothly. But circumstances change, priorities shift. Especially when one discovers one's magic has been artificially constrained since childhood. Harry studied her carefully. Daphne had been among the first wave of volunteers for testing, but had disappeared immediately afterward without undergoing removal. He had assumed she'd decided against the procedure. You found blocks, he stated rather than asked. 7 of them, she confirmed. Placed at regular intervals beginning at age 5. The pattern suggests systematic suppression every time my magic showed unusual strength. Have you had them removed? Hermione asked. Not yet. I wanted information first. Daphne stepped fully into the room, closing the door behind her. Information I believe you need more than I do right now. What kind of information? Harry asked, intrigued by her calculated approach. The kind that gets people killed for sharing it. Daphne withdrew a small crystal from her robes. My father left this for me before his death 2 years ago. I was instructed to view it only if the old power returns to Britain. Recent events suggest that time has come. The phrase sent a chill down Harry's spine. The old power, the Emperor of Magic. Daphne's eyebrows rose slightly. So you do know your title. I wasn't certain how much the goblins had revealed to you. Enough to understand I'm stepping into something ancient and complicated, Harry replied. Not enough to know who's really behind the bindings or why they were placed. This might answer both questions. Daphne placed the crystal on the central table. It's a memory cache, more stable than a pensive memory, designed to survive its creator's death. Harry glanced at Hermione, who nodded after examining the crystal from a safe distance. Standard aristocratic lineage preservation magic. Old families use them to pass secrets between generations. Exactly, Daphne confirmed. Though this one is protected against unauthorized viewing. She looked directly at Harry. It will only activate for the Emperor of Magic. The implications were clear. Daphne's father had somehow known the Emperor would return and prepared specifically for this moment. How do I access it? Harry asked. Your blood and magic combined, Daphne instructed. A drop of blood while channeling your intent into the crystal. Harry hesitated only briefly before producing a small cut on his finger with a thought, another example of his wandless capabilities that still occasionally startled his friends. He pressed the bleeding digit to the crystal's surface, simultaneously directing his magic into the object. The crystal flared with brilliant light, then projected a three-dimensional image above the table, a distinguished-looking man in his 50s with Daphne's same ice-blue eyes and aristocratic features. Emperor, the projection began, bowing formally. If you are viewing this message, then the Greengrass Gambit has succeeded. Was, Cyrus Greengrass, and I have dedicated my life to preserving the knowledge of your office against those who would erase it from history." The ghostly figure straightened, his expression grave. "You face an enemy more ancient and entrenched than you realize. They call themselves the Unseeable Council, 13 witches and wizards who have controlled the direction of magical Britain from the shadows for over 6 centuries. Murmurs of surprise ran through the room. Harry kept his focus on the projection as it continued. The council formed after the death of the last acknowledged emperor, Aurelius Pendragon, in 1412. They orchestrated what history records as a natural magical calamity but was in fact a calculated assassination. Since then, they have systematically suppressed any bloodline showing signs of imperial potential, using a network of agents within educational institutions worldwide. "Dumbledore," Hermione whispered. "He was their agent at Hogwarts." The projection seemed to hear her, though it was clearly pre-recorded. Albus Dumbledore was indeed their most effective operative in recent centuries, a true believer in their cause of managed magical development. But he was merely one node in a vast web. The council maintains influence in every major magical government, every school, every institution of significance. Cyrus Greengrass's image paced within its projected confines. The Greengrass family has opposed them in secret for generations, preserving knowledge of the Emperor's office and watching for signs of its return. My grandfather identified the Potter-Peveril line as carrying the dormant imperial potential, but the council moved quickly after your parents defied Voldemort, another of their pawns, though one who broke free of their control. Harry's breath caught at this revelation. Voldemort was connected to this council. Initially, yes, the projection confirmed, again seeming to anticipate questions. Tom Riddle was identified early as magically gifted but not carrying imperial markers. The council supported his rise as a controlled threat, a darkness against which they could position their chosen light champions. His later independence was an unfortunate miscalculation on their part. "This is mental," Ron muttered. "A secret council behind everything?" "Not everything, Mr. Weasley," the projection corrected. "But enough to shape the broad direction of magical society. Their fundamental goal is stability through careful management of magical potential, preventing the emergence of powers they cannot control, particularly the Emperor." The image of Cyrus Greengrass turned its attention back to Harry directly. "They will know of your awakening by now. They will be mobilizing resources against you. Their first approach will likely be diplomatic, offering alliance, knowledge, guidance. Do not trust them. Behind honeyed words comes binding magic more subtle but no less restrictive than what was placed on you as a child." "How do we identify them?" Harry asked, though he didn't expect an answer from a recording. Surprisingly, the projection responded, the council members shield their identities through layers of proxies. However, all bear a magical marker, a 7-pointed star beneath the left ear, visible only to those with imperial sight. Their known frontman in Britain for the past 2 decades has been Arcturus Knott, though he may have been replaced since this recording. Theodore's grandfather, Daphne added for clarification. A power in the Wizengamot despite rarely appearing in public. The projection began to flicker, its energy apparently limited. "My final warning, Emperor, beware the Nameless One. The council fears it above all else, even you. Some believe your emergence signals its awakening as well. The balance shifts. Ancient powers stir." Before more could be said, the projection collapsed, the crystal cracking in half as its stored magic depleted entirely. Silence fell over the room as they processed this overwhelming information. "Well," Ron finally said, "that certainly complicates things." "If it's true," Hermione cautioned. "We have no way to verify any of this independently." "It aligns with our findings," Luna pointed out. "The systematic nature of the blocks, their global distribution, the exception for certain families." Harry turned to Daphne, who had watched the projection with an unreadable expression. "You knew what this contained?" "Not specifically," she answered. "My father told me only that it held the truth about power in magical Britain and that I would know when the right time came to share it." She met Harry's gaze directly. When news broke about your confrontation with the unspeakables, when rumors began circulating about extraordinary magic at Gringotts. I knew. Why bring this to us now? Neville asked, his tone suggesting lingering Slytherin distrust. Self-interest, primarily, Daphne admitted without shame. If this council has been binding magical potential for centuries and the Emperor opposes them, our goals align. I want my full magic restored without finding myself on the losing side of a power struggle. Her honesty was refreshing, even if her motivations were largely self-serving. Harry appreciated the lack of pretense. What do you want in return? He asked directly. Protection during and after my blocks are removed. A position in your administration, or whatever you're calling this movement. And eventually, revenge against whoever authorized binding a 5-year-old child for showing too much magical promise. Harry considered her terms. They needed allies with political acumen, with connections to families that might otherwise oppose them. Daphne Greengrass, former Slytherin Ice Queen, offered both. The first two are guaranteed, he decided. The third depends on what we discover about who gave the orders in your case. Daphne nodded, accepting the terms. I have more to offer than just this information. The Greengrass family maintains extensive intelligence networks in both magical Britain and the continent. Business connections, political leverage, blackmail material on half the Wisengamot. Sounds like you've been preparing for something like this for a while, Ron observed skeptically. Generations, Daphne confirmed. My family has awaited the Emperor's return since the Great Purge. We've positioned ourselves accordingly. Harry exchanged glances with his friends, seeing varying degrees of suspicion and cautious acceptance. Finally, he extended his hand to Daphne. Welcome to the team, Miss Greengrass. Her cool hand clasped his briefly. Thank you, Emperor. Harry, he corrected automatically. A ghost of a smile touched her lips. Harry, then. Though you might want to grow accustomed to the title. You'll be hearing it more frequently as word spreads. The meeting broke up shortly afterward, with plans to incorporate Daphne's knowledge into their growing strategic framework. As the others filed out, Harry remained behind, studying the maps and charts with a troubled expression. Something wrong? Hermione asked, lingering in the doorway. Just processing, Harry replied. A secret council manipulating magical society for centuries. Voldemort as their pawn who broke free. Dumbledore as their willing agent. He ran a hand through his perpetually messy hair. It contextualizes everything, but raises more questions than it answers. Like what this nameless one might be. Hermione suggested. Exactly. Harry turned to face her. Greengrass's father seemed more concerned about that than even the council. And Luna mentioned something similar the day the blocks were removed, about ancient forces awakening. Hermione approached, resting a supportive hand on his arm. One world-altering conspiracy at a time, Harry. Let's focus on the council and the blocks for now. If this nameless one becomes relevant, we'll deal with it then. Harry nodded, grateful for her practical perspective. You're right. Tomorrow we need to. He broke off as a sudden, piercing magical alarm sounded throughout the castle. McGonagall's voice, amplified through Hogwarts' ancient communication system, followed immediately, security breach in the main courtyard. All staff to defensive positions. Harry was moving before the announcement finished, Hermione right behind him. They raced through corridors that seemed to shorten themselves to speed their journey, the castle actively assisting its emperor. They burst into the entrance hall to find McGonagall already there, wand drawn, facing the massive oak doors that stood partially open. Through the gap, Harry could see figures in black robes and silver masks, a sight he had hoped never to witness again. Death Eaters, he growled, his magic instinctively gathering around him. Impossible, McGonagall stated, though the evidence before them contradicted her. All known Death Eaters are dead or imprisoned. Then who are they? Hermione asked as Ron and Neville arrived, wands at the ready. Before anyone could answer, a magically amplified voice called from the courtyard, "Harry Potter. The Remnant demands audience with the so-called Emperor of Magic." The Remnant? Ron echoed. "Never heard of them." "New branding, same ideology, I'd wager," Harry muttered. He stepped forward, his own voice carrying naturally through the doorway without magical enhancement. "State your purpose or leave Hogwarts grounds immediately." A figure stepped forward from the group, taller than the others, with a mask of solid gold rather than silver. "Our purpose is clear, Potter. The natural order of magic has been disrupted. Pure bloodline subjugated while half-bloods claim imperial authority. We come to restore balance. By wearing Death Eater costumes and threatening a school." Harry's tone was deliberately dismissive. "Voldemort tried that. It didn't end well for him." The golden-masked figure bristled visibly. "Do not speak his name. The Dark Lord was merely a precursor. The Remnant rises from his ashes, purified of his human weaknesses." Harry studied the group, counting approximately 20 robed figures arranged in a semicircle across the courtyard. Their magical signatures were odd, resonating in unison as though linked by something beyond ordinary allegiance. "I'll give you one chance to leave peacefully," Harry offered, stepping through the doorway onto the castle steps. "After that, I cannot guarantee your safety." Laughter echoed from behind several of the masks. The leader raised a gloved hand, silencing them. "You misunderstand, Potter. We haven't come to fight. Not yet." The golden mask tilted slightly. "We've come to deliver a message and a demonstration." With a synchronized movement, the Remnant members raised their wands. Not toward Harry or the castle, but toward the sky. "Mors Mordre Novum," they chanted in unison. A bolt of sickly green light shot upward from each wand, converging above Hogwarts. For a moment, Harry expected to see the familiar dark mark form, the skull and serpent that had terrorized magical Britain during Voldemort's reign. Instead, something new took shape, a seven-pointed star surrounding a hooded figure, glowing with malevolent purpose against the darkening evening sky. "The mark of the Remnant," the leader proclaimed. "Remember it well, Potter. Where it appears, the old power fails." The symbol pulsed once, then shattered into fragments that rained down toward the courtyard. As each fragment touched the ground, it erupted into a pillar of black flame that coalesced into a humanoid shape, featureless shadows with glowing red eyes and long, claw-like hands. "Inferi." McGonagall gasped, now standing beside Harry. "No," Harry replied, his enhanced perception recognizing something far worse. "Manifested curses. Physical embodiments of dark magic." The shadow creatures began advancing toward the castle steps, their movements unnaturally fluid. Harry felt Hogwarts wards straining against the intrusion. These entities existed in a gray area the ancient protections weren't designed to counter. "Now for our demonstration," the golden-masked leader announced, stepping backward as the creatures advanced. "Let's see how the Emperor handles the Remnant's Shade Legion." Harry didn't hesitate. Stepping forward, he reached not just for his own magic but for Hogwarts itself, drawing on the castle's ancient power as its recognized sovereign. Golden light erupted around him, forming a barrier between the approaching shades and the castle entrance. "You'll find I'm not as easily intimidated as you might hope," Harry called to the retreating Remnant members. "Nor is Hogwarts defenseless against your parlor tricks." With a gesture, he sent the golden barrier surging forward. It washed over the shadow creatures like a wave of light, dissolving several immediately. The others shrieked, a sound like tearing metal, and began to evaporate under the assault. But Harry quickly realized the demonstration wasn't as simple as it appeared. As each shade dissolved, it released a pulse of dark magic that flowed back toward the Remnant members, who absorbed it through their raised wands. They were using the confrontation to harvest something, energy, information, or both. "They're testing your responses," Hermione called, having reached the same conclusion. "Analyzing your magical signature." Harry immediately shifted tactics, changing the nature of his magic from direct confrontation to something more subtle. Rather than destroying the remaining shades with raw power, he wove a containment spell that captured them in spheres of golden light. If they want to study imperial magic, he muttered, let's give them something unexpected to analyze. The captured shades writhed within their prisons as Harry carefully examined their construction. These weren't simple conjurations but complex magical entities, curse forms he'd never encountered, with multiple layers of dark enchantment woven into their very essence. With a sudden insight, Harry reversed the containment spell, turning it inward rather than outward. The spheres contracted rapidly, compressing the shadow creatures until, with a sound like distant thunder, they imploded. The dark energy they contained didn't disperse but was converted, transformed by Harry's will into pure magical force that rushed back into Hogwarts' foundation, strengthening the castle's wards. The remnant leader took a step back, clearly surprised by this development. Impossible, he muttered, the word just audible across the courtyard. The conversion matrix shouldn't. Your understanding of magic seems somewhat limited, Harry interrupted, advancing down the steps. His friends flanked him, though he had signaled them not to attack. Perhaps you should reconsider your opposition to the Emperor. The Golden Mask regarded him silently for a moment before responding. Perhaps you should reconsider who truly controls magical Britain, Potter. The remnant is merely one face of the coming storm. He gestured to his followers. We have what we came for. Before Harry could respond, the remnant members activated portkeys, disappearing in synchronized flashes of blue light. Only the golden masked leader remained momentarily. The seven-pointed star, he said cryptically. Look for it beneath the left ear. Then he too vanished, leaving Harry and his allies alone in the courtyard with the fading remnants of dark magic. That was. Ron began. A test, Harry finished grimly. And a message. He turned to face the others. The remnant isn't working alone. That seven-pointed star, it's the same Mark Greengrass's father mentioned. The Unseeable Council, Neville concluded. You think the remnant works for them? Or with them, Harry corrected. Either way, the connection is clear. They knew details about imperial magic they shouldn't have known. That reference to a conversion matrix wasn't coincidental. McGonagall surveyed the courtyard, her expression severe. The wards didn't even slow them down. They had access codes, knowledge of Hogwarts defenses that should be restricted to the headmistress and senior staff. Inside help, Hermione suggested. Or ancient knowledge, Luna countered, appearing seemingly from nowhere to join them. The council would have records dating back centuries. Perhaps including Hogwarts' original ward schemes. Harry nodded, finding Luna's explanation plausible. We need to accelerate our plans. The removal program, the research, establishing a proper headquarters, all of it needs to happen faster. They're mobilizing against you already, McGonagall observed. This remnant group is likely just the first wave, a deniable proxy to test your capabilities. Then we'll give them more to think about, Harry decided. Tomorrow, we make a public statement. No more working from the shadows. It's time the wizarding world knew exactly what's been happening to its children, and who's responsible. The determination in his voice sent a shiver through those assembled. The Emperor of Magic was done being reactive. The game was changing, and Harry Potter was ready to make his move. The following morning dawned clear and bright, a deceptively peaceful counterpoint to the tensions building throughout magical Britain. Harry stood at the window of his quarters in the East Wing, watching the sunrise paint Hogwarts grounds in hues of gold and amber. Behind him, his friends were gathered around a large table, finalizing plans for the day's momentous announcement. The press will arrive at 10, Hermione was saying, consulting her meticulously organized schedule. We've confirmed attendance from the Prophet, the Quibbler, Wizarding Wireless Network, and correspondence from major international publications. Any word from the Ministry? Harry asked without turning from the window. Kingsley is sending a representative, Ron reported. Not himself, too politically complicated, but Hestia Jones will attend as Ministry Observer. And the Wisengamot? No official representation, Daphne replied, looking up from her correspondence. Though my sources indicate at least 7 members will attend in personal capacities to assess the situation firsthand. Harry nodded, unsurprised. The governing body of Wizarding Britain was notoriously conservative, reluctant to acknowledge any power outside its traditional structure. Their absence was a political statement in itself. What about security? He asked, finally turning to face the room. After yesterday's demonstration, we should expect interference. Neville gestured to a map of the grounds. I've coordinated with Professor McGonagall. The announcement will take place in the Great Hall, with controlled access points and enhanced wards. Luna and I have added some creative security measures of our own. Luna smiled serenely. The Nargles are particularly cooperative this morning. They'll alert us to any hostile intentions. Harry had learned not to dismiss Luna's unconventional methods. Whatever her Nargles actually represented, probably some form of magical perception unique to her family line, her instincts were rarely wrong. Good, he acknowledged. And our demonstration? Hermione's expression tightened slightly. Are you certain about this part of the plan, Harry? It's provocative. It needs to be, he replied firmly. Words alone won't convince people of what's been happening. They need to see it. The kit in question was a carefully staged removal of magical blocks from a volunteer, a 7th-year Hogwarts student whose parents had consented to the procedure being performed publicly. Unlike Harry's dramatic unbinding, this would be controlled, methodical, and visibly transformative. The Goldstein family has reconfirmed their participation, Daphne noted. Anthony's younger sister is prepared. 5 distinct blocks have been identified, all placed during her Hogwarts years. Harry nodded grimly. Anthony Goldstein, their former DA member, had been among the first to bring his family in for testing after news spread about Harry's discovery. His sister's case was particularly egregious, clear evidence of systematic suppression of a Muggleborn which showing exceptional aptitude in multiple magical disciplines. Perfect, Harry said. Her case represents exactly what we're fighting against, talent deliberately constrained, potential denied based on birth and blood status. As his friends continued reviewing logistics, Harry found himself reflecting on the past week's discoveries. The pattern of blocks had revealed a disturbing truth: magical binding had been weaponized as a form of social control, preserving power imbalances between different segments of magical society. Muggleborns and half-bloods with exceptional potential were routinely suppressed, while certain pure bloodlines remained untouched, allowed to develop their full magical inheritance. It was eugenics by another name, a system designed to maintain the status quo while creating the illusion of natural magical hierarchies. And according to Cyrus Greengrass's testimony, it had been happening for centuries under the direction of the mysterious Unseeable Council. It's time, Hermione announced, interrupting Harry's thoughts. We should head down to greet the press. Harry straightened, unconsciously adjusting robes that had become increasingly regal over the past days. His magic had begun manifesting his status in subtle ways, enhancing his clothing, improving his posture, even altering his voice to carry more naturally across large spaces. It wasn't deliberate, but neither was it entirely unwelcome. The physical changes reflected an internal transformation as Harry gradually accepted his role as Emperor of Magic. Remember, he said as they prepared to leave, today isn't about me. It's about exposing a system that has betrayed generations of magical children. Keep the focus on the blocks, not the Emperor. His friends nodded in agreement, though Daphne added a practical caveat, while maintaining the clear understanding that you represent the solution to this crisis. Perception matters, Harry. You're not just exposing a problem, you're establishing yourself as the authority capable of fixing it. Her Slytherin political instincts were proving invaluable, Harry had to admit. Much as he disliked the spotlight, this wasn't a moment for false modesty. The wizarding world needed a decisive response to the revelations about magical binding, and the Emperor of Magic was uniquely positioned to provide it. The Great Hall had been transformed for the occasion. The usual house tables were gone, replaced by a central speaking platform and concentric rings of seating. Hogwarts' enchanted ceiling displayed a calm blue sky with occasional golden streaks, the castle itself seemingly expressing support for the proceedings. As Harry and his team entered through a side door, the assembled press fell silent. Dozens of eyes tracked their movement, expressions ranging from curiosity to skepticism to barely concealed awe. Harry recognized many familiar faces: Rita Skeeter, looking somewhat subdued after Hermione's recent legal threats, Xenophilius Lovegood beaming proudly beside his daughter, and correspondents from across Europe and beyond. More surprising were the other attendees scattered throughout the audience. Goblin representatives sat in a formal delegation, including Silverblood and another healer. Several members of the Old Order of the Phoenix had come, including Aberforth Dumbledore, whose presence spoke volumes. And at the back, partially obscured but unmistakable to Harry's enhanced perception, stood a tall figure in elegant dark robes, Arcturus Knott himself, the alleged frontman of the Unseeable Council. "Knott is here," Harry murmured to Daphne as they took their positions on the platform. Her eyes widened slightly, the only break in her composed demeanor. "Bold move. He's either very confident or very concerned. Or gathering intelligence," Hermione suggested quietly. "Like the remnant yesterday." Harry nodded almost imperceptibly. "Let him watch. Let them all watch." Stepping to the central podium, Harry allowed his magic to settle around him, not flaring dramatically, but present enough to be visible to those with magical sensitivity. A subtle demonstration of authenticity for what was to come. "Thank you all for coming," he began, his voice carrying effortlessly throughout the hall. "1 week ago, during a standard inheritance ritual at Gringotts Bank, goblin healers discovered that my magical core had been subjected to approximately 100 separate binding spells throughout my life, beginning the night my parents died." Gasps and murmurs rippled through the audience despite most having already heard this through news reports. Hearing it directly from Harry made it real in a way newspaper accounts couldn't match. "These bindings restricted my magical development, suppressed my abilities, and according to healer testimony, would have resulted in my premature death by age 30 as my core collapsed under the strain." Harry paused, letting the gravity of this sink in. The primary magical signature responsible for these bindings belonged to Albus Dumbledore. The hall erupted in shock. While rumors had circulated about Dumbledore's involvement, this direct accusation from Harry Potter himself, the wizarding world's designated hero and Dumbledore's presumed protégé, carried devastating weight. Harry waited for the commotion to subside before continuing. "Initially, I believed this was an isolated case, a unique circumstance connected to my role in the prophecy and the war against Voldemort." He deliberately used the name, noting how few now flinched at it. "However, subsequent investigation has revealed a disturbing truth: magical binding has been practiced systematically throughout Britain and beyond, targeting specific populations of magical children." He gestured to Hermione, who activated a large magical display above the platform. Charts, graphs, and statistical analyses appeared, documenting their findings from the past week's testing program. "To date, we have examined over 400 current and former Hogwarts students spanning the past 50 years, Harry continued. 68% show evidence of at least one binding spell placed without their knowledge or consent. 43% have 3 or more such bindings." He paused, scanning the audience. More disturbing is the pattern of who was targeted. Muggle-born students with exceptional magical potential were bound at rates approaching 90%. Half-bloods showing unusual abilities, 75%. Yet certain pure-blood families, primarily those associated with traditional power structures in Wizarding Britain, show virtually no evidence of binding. The implications hung in the air, stark and undeniable. This wasn't random or protective, it was systematic magical suppression based on blood status and family connections. "I stand before you today not just as Harry Potter, but as someone who has experienced firsthand the consequences of this abuse," Harry continued, his voice hardening. "When my bindings were removed, my magic returned to its natural state, a state that the Goblin Nation recognized as carrying the ancient designation Emperor of Magic. There it was, the first public acknowledgement of his title. A ripple of reaction passed through the audience, particularly strong among the older purebloods present. This title is not a claim to political power, Harry clarified, though not entirely truthfully. It is a recognition of a magical office that emerges in times of fundamental imbalance, when the natural flow of magic in our world has been disrupted beyond normal correction. At the back of the hall, Arcturus Knot shifted slightly, his magical signature flaring with what Harry perceived as controlled alarm. Today, I am announcing the formation of the Imperial Commission for Magical Liberation, Harry declared. This body will provide free testing for any witch or wizard who suspects they may have been magically bound. Those with confirmed bindings will receive counseling, support, and if they choose, safe removal procedures conducted by qualified healers. Hermione stepped forward, taking over the more procedural aspects of the announcement. As she detailed the logistics of the testing program, Harry observed the audience reactions. Most of the press were frantically taking notes, clearly sensing a historic moment. The goblin delegation appeared satisfied, having already aligned themselves with Harry's cause. Among the Wisingamot members present, expressions ranged from thoughtful consideration to barely concealed hostility. Arcturus Knot's face remained impassive, but his magical signature betrayed intense calculation, reassessing threats, reformulating plans. When Hermione concluded, Harry returned to the podium. Words alone cannot convey the reality of magical binding. Therefore, with full informed consent from all parties involved, we will now demonstrate the removal of binding spells from a volunteer. He gestured, and Silverblood led forward a teenage girl Harry recognized as Elizabeth Goldstein, Anthony's sister. At 16, she was a slender, serious-faced Ravenclaw with intelligent eyes and a determined expression. Her brother stood supportively at her side. Miss Goldstein has 5 magical bindings, Harry explained as they took positions at the center of the platform. Placed during her first, third, and fifth years at Hogwarts. Prior to these bindings, she demonstrated exceptional aptitude in charms, transfiguration, and particularly arithmancy, testing at Newt level in this subject by her second year. Anthony spoke up, his voice tight with controlled anger. After her second year, my sister's performance in arithmancy suddenly declined. We were told she had simply reached her natural plateau, that her early promise had been an anomaly. We accepted this explanation until last week, when testing revealed systematic suppression of her mathematical magic. Silverblood stepped forward, addressing the audience in her accented English. The removal process we will demonstrate is controlled and significantly less dramatic than what Emperor Potter experienced. The bindings on Miss Goldstein are fewer and less severe, allowing for gradual release rather than catastrophic unbinding. The goblin healer produced a crystal similar to the one used in Harry's diagnostic, though modified with additional safety features. This will first map the bindings visually so all may observe their nature and placement. She placed the crystal against Elizabeth's forehead. A three-dimensional projection appeared above them, a glowing representation of the girl's magical core. Unlike Harry's current unrestricted magic, Elizabeth's appeared constrained by dark bands at specific points, choking the natural flow of her power. Gasps rippled through the audience as the visual evidence made abstract concepts concrete. These weren't theoretical restrictions, they were visible magical shackles. Each binding has a specific magical signature, Silverblood explained, highlighting one of the dark bands. This oldest binding, placed when Miss Goldstein was 11, bears the signature of Albus Dumbledore. Another shock wave passed through the crowd. The later bindings, Silverblood continued, highlighting the others, were placed by different individuals, including 2 by the former Hogwarts arithmancy professor, and 1 by a ministry education evaluator during standard testing. Anthony Goldstein's expression hardened. My sister was systematically suppressed by the very institutions responsible for nurturing her development. With Miss Goldstein's permission, Harry said, we will now remove these bindings safely and allow her natural magic to restore itself. Elizabeth nodded firmly. I consent. Silverblood began the removal ritual, a much more controlled process than Harry had experienced. Golden light flowed from the crystal, surrounding each binding in turn, gradually dissolving the restrictions rather than shattering them explosively. As each binding dissolved, visible changes occurred in Elizabeth's magical projection. Energy flowed more freely, brightening and expanding. By the third binding, physical changes became apparent as well. Her posture straightened, her eyes brightened, and a soft golden aura began to form around her. The final binding's removal produced the most dramatic effect. As the restriction on her arithmetic abilities dissolved, equations and mathematical formulas briefly appeared in the air around Elizabeth, her liberated magic expressing itself in its natural form. Numbers and calculations swirled in golden light before settling into her expanded magical core. When the process completed, Elizabeth stood transformed, not physically larger, but somehow more substantial, more present in reality. Her magic had visibly expanded, filling the space around her with subtle golden light. "How do you feel, Miss Goldstein?" Harry asked. Elizabeth blinked, a smile of wonder spreading across her face. "Clear. Like I've been underwater for years and finally came up for air." She raised her hand, and complex arithmetic equations formed effortlessly in the air above her palm. "I can see the mathematical structures of magic again. They were there all along, but, muffled, distant." Her demonstration sent murmurs of amazement through the audience. This was no mere academic improvement, it was the restoration of a fundamental magical gift that had been deliberately suppressed. "This is the reality facing countless witches and wizards today," Harry addressed the audience. "Talents buried, potential denied, futures limited, not by natural ability but by deliberate magical suppression." He stepped forward, his own magic briefly flaring around him for emphasis. "As Emperor of Magic, I declare this practice anathema. The systematic binding of magical children without consent is henceforth recognized as a violation of fundamental magical rights. Those responsible will be identified. Those affected will be offered restoration." The great hall trembled slightly as Harry's declaration resonated with Hogwarts itself, the castle recognizing and amplifying the Emperor's proclamation. "The Imperial Commission offices are now open in Hogwarts East Wing, Diagon Alley, and Hogsmeade," Harry concluded. "Any witch or wizard wishing to be tested may come forward without fear of judgment or repercussion. Your magic is your birthright. It is time it was returned to you." As Harry stepped back from the podium, the hall erupted, not in applause, but in a cacophony of questions, exclamations, and intense discussion. The demonstration had achieved exactly what he'd hoped, irrefutable evidence that could not be dismissed or minimized. From the back of the room, Arcturus not watched for a moment longer before turning to leave. Harry tracked his departure through enhanced senses, noting how the elderly wizard's magic seemed to pulse with controlled fury. "He's reporting back," Daphne murmured beside Harry. "The council will be meeting within hours." "Good," Harry replied quietly. "Let them react. Every move they make reveals more about who they are and how they operate." As the press conference transitioned into a more chaotic question-and-answer session managed primarily by Hermione and Ron, Harry found himself approached by Hestia Jones, the ministry representative. "Impressive demonstration, Mr. Potter," she said, her tone carefully neutral. "The minister asked me to convey that while the ministry cannot officially endorse your commission, neither will it oppose legitimate medical treatment for affected witches and wizards." "A carefully balanced position," Harry noted. "Please tell Kingsley I understand the political realities he's navigating." Hestia nodded. "He also asked me to deliver this privately." She handed Harry a sealed parchment. "His eyes only," he said. Harry pocketed the message, intrigued. Kingsley was walking a difficult line, sympathetic to Harry's cause but constrained by his official position. As Hestia departed, Harry felt a subtle magical disturbance ripple through the hall's protective wards. Nothing overtly hostile, but a probing pressure that suggested someone testing defenses. Luna appeared at his side, her dreamy expression belied by the alertness in her eyes. "The Nargles are agitated near the northwest corner," she murmured. "Someone's trying to create a private entrance." Harry extended his senses in that direction, detecting the magical signature of the intrusion attempt. It wasn't aggressive enough to trigger Hogwarts' defensive responses, but definitely represented unauthorized access. Let them think they're succeeding, he decided after a moment's consideration. But monitor where they go and what they do. Luna nodded and drifted away, seemingly aimless but actually moving purposefully toward the detected disturbance. The press conference concluded shortly thereafter, with commitments from most major publications to cover the Imperial Commission's work and findings. As the Great Hall emptied, Harry and his inner circle regrouped in a side chamber to assess the event's impact. Overall, a success, Hermione evaluated. The demonstration with Elizabeth was particularly effective. Seeing is believing. The Quibbler will run a special edition tomorrow, Luna announced. Daddy's already calling it the Great Unbinding, how magic returns to the masses. A bit dramatic, Ron commented, but not actually wrong for once. The prophet will be more reserved but can't ignore the evidence, Daphne added. My sources say they're scrambling to determine their editorial position. The Knott family owns significant shares in the parent company. Speaking of Knott, Neville interjected, we tracked his departure. He fled directly to an unmarked location in London, probably a safe house or meeting point. Harry nodded, unsurprised. And our uninvited visitor? Successfully convinced they breached the wards, Luna reported. Currently in the library's restricted section, copying materials related to magical binding and imperial history. One of McGonagall's enchanted bookmarks is tracking everything they touch. Excellent, Harry approved. Let them gather information, just not accurate information. The strategy had been Hermione's idea, allowing controlled breaches of security to feed selected information to their opponents. The restricted section had been subtly modified, certain texts replaced with altered versions containing misleading details about imperial magic. What's our next move? Ron asked. Harry withdrew Kingsley's sealed message, breaking it open. His eyes widened slightly as he read its contents. Change of plans, he announced. The Wizengamot has called an emergency session for tomorrow. Kingsley says they're planning to vote on a resolution declaring the Emperor of Magic title legally invalid and any associated activities unsanctioned. They can't do that, Hermione objected. The Emperor's authority predates the Wizengamot itself. They can certainly try, Daphne countered pragmatically. Legal authority and magical authority aren't always aligned in our world. Kingsley's giving us advance notice so we can prepare, Harry continued. He suggests we consider making an appearance. The implications hung in the air. Addressing the Wizengamot would be dramatically different from managing a controlled press conference at Hogwarts. It meant entering the heart of traditional wizarding governance and directly challenging its authority. It's a trap, Neville warned. They want you in their territory, playing by their rules. Probably, Harry agreed. But it's also an opportunity. If the Unseeable Council operates through traditional power structures, confronting the Wizengamot means confronting them by proxy. You'd be walking into the dragon's den, Ron cautioned. With the advantage of knowing it's a dragon's den, Harry countered. They still don't understand what the Emperor of Magic truly is or what I'm capable of. That uncertainty works in our favor. Daphne was already thinking strategically. If you decide to appear, we'll need to prepare carefully. The Wizengamot operates on ancient procedures and magical protocols. There are specific ways to address them, specific rights you can invoke. Research time, Hermione sighed, though she didn't sound entirely disappointed at the prospect of diving into obscure wizarding legal precedents. As they began planning for this unexpected development, Luna's enchanted earrings suddenly glowed blue, the alert system she'd established to monitor their security network. Multiple apparition signatures at the edge of Hogwarts grounds, she reported. The wards are holding them back, but they're not trying to break through. They're establishing a perimeter. Harry frowned. How many? At least 20. Magical signatures matching yesterday's remnant group, plus others I don't recognize. They're not attacking, Neville noted. They're containing. Cutting off access to Hogwarts. Isolating us before the Wizengamot session, Harry concluded. Preventing more people from reaching us for testing or removal procedures. A blockade, Hermione realized. They're quarantining the Imperial threat, while the Wizengamot prepares legal measures against you. Harry considered their options. Direct confrontation would play into their opponent's hands, potentially validating fears about the Emperor's aggressive intentions. Remaining passive would allow the isolation to continue, cutting off their momentum. We need a third option, he decided. Something unexpected. His gaze fell on the Marauders map, which they'd been using to monitor Hogwarts security. The ancient parchment displayed not just the castle but the full extent of the grounds, including, Harry suddenly realized, several passages that extended beyond the current blockade points. The old supply tunnels, he said, tracing a route on the map. They predate even the founders. Hogwarts wasn't always just a school, it was a fortress, a community hub, a safe haven during magical conflicts. Neville caught on immediately. We could establish outposts beyond their perimeter. Continue operations even if they managed to isolate the castle itself. Better, Harry decided. We bring people in through the tunnels. Right under their blockade. Let them think they're containing us while we expand our reach. A reverse siege, Ron said admiringly. Pretty brilliant, mate. McGonagall will need to approve accessing the deep tunnels, Hermione cautioned. Some have been sealed for centuries. Hogwarts will open them for the Emperor, Luna stated with certainty. The castle remembers its original purpose, sanctuary for all magical beings, not just students. Harry nodded, feeling the truth of Luna's words through his connection with the ancient structure. Hogwarts had been built during another period of magical crisis, when persecution and fear had threatened magical communities. Its deepest foundations contained protections and passages designed specifically for times when magical beings needed sanctuary. Start organizing extraction teams, he instructed Neville and Ron. Small groups to slip through the blockade and bring back those seeking testing or removal. Prioritize families with children showing signs of binding. I'll coordinate with McGonagall to access the tunnel network, Hermione volunteered. And I'll prepare for tomorrow's Wizengamot confrontation, Daphne added. You'll need to understand the full protocol and potential legal maneuvers they might attempt. Harry nodded, grateful for his friend's immediate support and tactical thinking. One more thing, he added. Tonight, I want to try something experimental. That sounds ominous, Ron commented warily. Not dangerous, Harry assured him. But potentially significant. I want to attempt direct communication with the ley lines beneath Hogwarts. Hermione looked alarmed. Harry, manipulating ley lines is incredibly complex magic. Even theoretical texts warn about the dangers of disrupting natural magical flows. Not manipulation, Harry clarified. Communication. The Emperor of Magic isn't just a title, it's a connection to magic itself, to the fundamental forces that flow through our world. If I can establish that connection more directly, you might gain insights about the larger magical situation, Luna finished, understanding immediately. The imbalances that triggered your awakening. Exactly, Harry confirmed. And possibly about this nameless one that keeps being mentioned. The others exchanged concerned glances, but none voiced further objections. They had witnessed enough of Harry's transformed abilities to understand that normal magical limitations didn't necessarily apply to the Emperor. As they dispersed to their various tasks, Harry remained behind, studying the map of Hogwarts with its ancient tunnels and forgotten passages. The castle had stood for a millennium, witnessing countless conflicts, transitions of power, and magical discoveries. It had seen emperors before him. Tonight, he would ask it what it remembered. The chamber deep beneath Hogwarts predated even the castle's foundations. Carved directly into the bedrock of the hill, its walls bore symbols so ancient they belonged to no known magical language. A natural spring emerged from one wall, its waters glowing with faint blue luminescence as they collected in a circular pool at the chamber's center. Harry stood alone at the pool's edge, having insisted on conducting this experiment without observers. His friends had reluctantly agreed, though Hermione had extracted a promise that he would establish mental contact with her at regular intervals to confirm his safety. The heart of Hogwarts, McGonagall had called it when directing him to this place. The founders built the castle here specifically because of this chamber and the ley line confluence beneath it. Few headmasters ever visit, the magic is too primal, too direct for most to endure comfortably. Harry could feel why. The air thrummed with raw magical energy, raising goosebumps on his skin and making his newly unbridled power resonate in response. This was magic in its purest form, not shaped by wands or incantations, but flowing directly from the earth itself. Taking a deep breath, Harry stepped into the pool. The luminescent water swirled around his ankles, warm and somehow welcoming, as though recognizing his presence. He waded to the center where a small, flat stone platform rose just above the water's surface. Standing on this central point, Harry closed his eyes and extended his magical senses downward, seeking the ley lines McGonagall had described. Almost immediately, he felt them, massive currents of magical energy flowing deep beneath his feet, intersecting in complex patterns directly below the chamber. This was what the founders had discovered, a natural crossing point of magical power, a nexus where the world's mystical energies converged and could be accessed more directly than anywhere else in Britain. Harry knelt on the stone platform, placing his palms flat against its surface. "Show me," he whispered, directing his request not to any entity but to magic itself. "Show me what's happening to the flow of power in our world." For several moments, nothing happened. Then, gradually, the luminescence in the water intensified, spreading from the pool up the chamber walls, inscribing the ancient symbols with living light. The stone beneath Harry's hands warmed, then seemed to soften, not physically but magically, becoming permeable to his awareness. His consciousness plunged downward, following the connection his magic had established. Harry experienced a dizzying sensation of expansion, his perception stretching along the ley lines, racing outward from Hogwarts in all directions. He could feel the pulse of magic throughout Britain, could sense the bright nodes of magical communities and the flowing pathways between them. But he could also perceive disturbances in the natural flow, constrictions and blockages where magic should move freely. Some were small, individual points that he instinctively recognized as bound magical beings. Others were larger systematic disruptions, artificial barriers and diversion structures that had been placed within the ley network itself. The pattern became clear as his awareness expanded. The natural flow of magic throughout Britain had been deliberately altered, channeled away from certain communities and toward others. Muggle-born population centers received significantly less ambient magical energy than traditional pure-blood enclaves. Major magical institutions, particularly the ministry and certain private estates, sat atop engineered convergence points where diverted power had been concentrated. It wasn't just individual bindings, it was environmental manipulation on a massive scale, generations of systematic magical engineering designed to maintain certain power structures. Harry could see the magical signatures in these alterations, could recognize the sevenfold pattern that appeared repeatedly across centuries of modifications. The Unseeable Council's work was literally built into Britain's magical landscape. As this realization formed, Harry's consciousness expanded further, moving beyond Britain to continental Europe and beyond. Similar patterns existed worldwide, varying in implementation but sharing the same fundamental approach of containing and directing magical flows to benefit specific populations at the expense of others. But beneath these human manipulations, Harry sensed something else, a deeper disturbance in the global magical network. Not artificial like the Council's engineering, but organic. Something vast and ancient stirring deep within the Earth's magical core, responding to the accumulated disruptions above. Harry's awareness brushed against this presence momentarily, and recoiled instinctively as it turned its attention toward him. A consciousness far older and more alien than anything human, awakening from long dormancy. For the briefest moment, Harry perceived it clearly, the entity that must be the Nameless One, a primordial magical force that predated wizardkind itself. The contact lasted only seconds before Harry pulled back, instinctively protecting himself from longer exposure. But in that moment, he understood what the awakening meant. The Nameless One was responding to the imbalance in the world's magic, rising to correct the disruptions in ways potentially catastrophic for the magical communities that had created them. With tremendous effort, Harry withdrew his consciousness from the ley network, pulling his awareness back into his physical body. He found himself still kneeling on the stone platform, but the chamber had transformed around him. The ancient symbols glowed with permanent rather than temporary light, and the pool's water had changed from blue to gold, responding to the Emperor's communion with the magical foundation. Harry stood shakily, his mind still processing what he had witnessed. The situation was far more complex than they had imagined. Not just a conspiracy to bind individual magicals, but a millennia-long project to reshape the fundamental magical environment of the world itself. And now that project had awakened something that even the unseeable council feared, a correction mechanism built into magic itself, stirring in response to accumulated manipulation. As Harry made his way back through the ancient tunnels toward his friends, he knew tomorrow's Wizengamot appearance had taken on new significance. This wasn't just about individual liberations or political authority. The very foundations of magical society were at stake, and time was running out before the Nameless One fully awakened. The Emperor of Magic had been reborn not a moment too soon. The question remained whether even he could restore balance before nature imposed its own, far harsher correction. Chapter 3, Crucible Dawn broke over Hogwarts, painting the ancient stones in hues of amber and gold. Harry stood at the window of his quarters, watching as members of the Remnant maintained their blockade at the edges of the school grounds. They hadn't attempted to breach the wards overnight, content, for now, to simply contain what they perceived as the Imperial threat. What they didn't realize was that throughout the night, Neville and Ron had led extraction teams through Hogwarts' ancient tunnels, bypassing the blockade entirely. Dozens of families with magically suppressed children had been brought to the castle for testing and treatment. The Imperial Commission was growing stronger even as their opponents believed they were being isolated. Harry turned from the window as Hermione entered, carrying a stack of parchments and looking both exhausted and exhilarated. "Did you sleep at all?" he asked, though he already knew the answer. "Sleep is for people who don't have centuries of magical legal precedents to review before a Wizengamot confrontation," she replied, dropping the documents onto his desk. "I found something you need to see." Harry joined her at the desk, examining the yellowed parchment she indicated. It contained ancient legal text, the language formal and archaic. "The Accord of 1352, Hermione explained. "It formally acknowledges the Emperor of Magic's authority over all matters relating to the fundamental nature and expression of magical power within beings and creatures of Britain." She tapped the document emphatically. "This was never repealed, Harry. It was deliberately buried, but it remains legally binding. So the Wizengamot's attempt to invalidate my title contradicts their own foundational law," Hermione finished. "They're hoping no one remembers these provisions or has access to the original documents." "Which you found where, exactly?" "The Chamber of Imperial Records," she replied with a hint of smugness. "A section of the Hogwarts library that apparently only reveals itself to those researching on behalf of the Emperor. The castle has been cooperating with our efforts." Harry nodded, unsurprised. Since his communion with the ley lines, his connection to Hogwarts had strengthened dramatically. The ancient castle responded to his needs almost before he articulated them, creating new spaces, revealing forgotten chambers, adjusting itself to accommodate the Imperial Commission's growing operations. "Any word from Kingsley this morning?" he asked, skimming the documents Hermione had prepared. "Nothing direct, but Hestia sent a message. The Wizengamot session is set for noon. They're expecting you to request an audience, following traditional protocols." Harry smiled grimly. "Then we'll need to disappoint them. The Emperor doesn't request permission to address magical governance." Hermione looked uncertain. "Harry, there are procedures that have been in place for centuries. If you simply barge in, I don't plan to barge, he clarified. But neither will I pretend that the Emperor of Magic is subject to the Wisengamot's authority. Not when their own records confirm the opposite hierarchy. A knock at the door interrupted their discussion. Daphne entered, already dressed in formal robes of deep emerald trimmed with silver. Since having her own magical blocks removed 3 days earlier, she carried herself with even greater confidence, her natural political acumen enhanced by fully accessible magic. The advance team is ready, she announced. And I've received confirmation that my sources in the ministry have secured the necessary access. We'll have exactly 7 minutes between security rotation shifts. Harry nodded. Perfect. Is everyone else prepared? Luna and Neville will remain here to oversee the commission and maintain Hogwarts security. Ron insists on accompanying us as part of your protective detail. Daphne's expression suggested she found this arrangement less than optimal, but had accepted it as a political necessity. The Goldsteins have also volunteered to testify about Elizabeth's case if needed. Excellent. Harry turned back to the window, watching as the morning light strengthened across the grounds. And our special project? Completed late last night, Hermione confirmed. We verified its accuracy with 3 independent sources. Then I believe we're ready. Harry straightened, his magic responding to his resolved intention. His casual clothing transformed, replaced by formal robes of deep midnight blue with subtle golden embroidery, regal without being ostentatious. At his throat, a simple pendant materialized, bearing a symbol combining the Peveril and Potter family crests. Daphne nodded approvingly. Dignified but understated. It conveys authority without arrogance. The perfect balance for today's confrontation, Hermione agreed. Harry accepted their assessment with a nod, though inwardly he remained conflicted about the increasing formality of his appearance. His magic seemed determined to manifest his imperial status visually, regardless of his personal preference for simplicity. It's time to inform the others, he decided. Let's gather in the war room for final preparations. The Wisengamot chamber hummed with tense energy as the oldest governing body in Wizarding Britain convened for its emergency session. Tiered seating arranged in a semicircle faced a central speaking platform, with the chief warlock's ornate chair positioned at the highest point. Members in their traditional plum robes filled nearly every seat, their expressions ranging from concern to outright hostility. In a visitor's gallery above, press representatives jostled for position, including Rita Skeeter, whose acid green quill hovered eagerly above her notebook. Ministry officials occupied reserved seating to one side, with Kingsley Shacklebolt's position conspicuously empty. The minister had recused himself from this session, citing a need for impartiality in what he termed a constitutional matter of unprecedented complexity. Lord Arcturus Knott sat in a prominent position among the oldest Wisengamot families, his aged face a mask of dignified concern. Beside him, his grandson Theodore Knott maintained a similarly grave expression, though his eyes moved constantly, assessing the chamber with calculating precision. Chief Warlock Tiberius Ogden called the session to order with 3 sharp raps of his ceremonial wand. The sound reverberated through the chamber, enhanced by magic to command attention. Esteemed members of the Wisengamot, Ogden began, his voice magically amplified. We convene today to address a matter of urgent significance to magical governance in Britain. Recent claims regarding an ancient magical office known as Emperor of Magic have created confusion regarding the proper hierarchies of authority within our society. Murmurs swept through the assembly at the direct reference to Harry's title. The purpose of this extraordinary session is to clarify the legal status of such claims and establish the Wisengamot's position regarding this purported authority, Ogden continued. Lord Knott has prepared a resolution for our consideration. Arcturus Knott rose slowly, assisted by a cane that Harry would have recognized as concealing a wand of unusual power. Honored colleagues, Knott began, his voice thin but carrying effortlessly across the chamber. For over 6 centuries, magical Britain has been governed through a carefully balanced system of shared authorities, the Wisengamot, the ministry, and the educational institutions that shape our youth. This balance has ensured stability and prosperity for generations of witches and wizards. He paused, scanning the chamber with pale blue eyes that belied his apparent frailty. Now, we face a challenge to this balanced system. Harry Potter, a young wizard of undoubted courage but questionable judgment, has declared himself Emperor of Magic, a title of dubious historicity and dangerous implications. He claims authority not derived from law or democratic process, but from raw magical power alone. Nods of agreement rippled through the conservative faction of the Wizengamot. Such claims harken back to darker ages, when might determined right, when the strongest wizard could impose his will without accountability or restraint, not continued, his voice strengthening with practiced oratory. Is this the future we envision for our children? A return to magical feudalism, where one wizard's interpretation of balance overrides centuries of carefully crafted magical law. Before Nott could continue his carefully constructed argument, the enormous doors to the Wizengamot chamber swung open. Not violently or dramatically, but with deliberate, controlled purpose, as though the ancient magic that secured them had simply decided they should no longer remain closed. Harry Potter stood in the doorway, flanked by Hermione, Ron, and Daphne. His presence seemed to fill more space than his physical form should occupy, an effect of his unbound magic creating a subtle aura of authority that even non-sensitive wizards could perceive. The chamber fell silent as Harry strode forward, moving not toward the visitors' podium where petitioners traditionally addressed the Wizengamot, but directly to the center of the chamber, a space reserved for those with recognized authority to address the governing body as equals. Chief Warlock Ogden recovered first. "Mr. Potter, this is most irregular. You have not been recognized or invited to address this body." "I come not as a petitioner requiring invitation, Chief Warlock," Harry replied, his voice carrying naturally without magical enhancement. "But as the Emperor of Magic, acknowledging the Wizengamot's historical role while correcting misunderstandings about the relationship between our offices." Outraged exclamations erupted from multiple members. Lord Nott remained seated, watching the interruption with calculating eyes rather than the indignation displayed by his colleagues. "This is precisely the arrogance I was addressing," Nott observed when the clamor subsided somewhat. "The presumption that ancient titles convey authority over established governance." Harry turned to face the elderly wizard directly. "Not presumption, Lord Nott. Legal fact, as recorded in the Wizengamot's own founding documents." At this, Hermione stepped forward, producing several ancient parchments protected by preservation charms. "The Accord of 1352, she announced, her voice clear and confident. "Signed by the full Wizengamot of that time, acknowledging the Emperor of Magic's sovereign authority in matters concerning the fundamental nature and expression of magical power." She levitated the document so all could see its official seals and signatures. "This accord was never repealed or amended. It remains binding magical law." Gasps and whispers spread through the chamber. Several of the oldest members leaned forward, recognizing the document from historical records they had presumed lost or destroyed. Lord Nott's composed facade cracked slightly. "Convenient that you should discover such documents now, when they serve your purpose." "Not discovered," Harry corrected. "Retrieved from the Chamber of Imperial Records at Hogwarts, where they were deliberately hidden, but preserved, following what history records as the Great Purge of 1412. At the mention of this date, Lord Nott's expression tightened perceptibly. Other elder members of the Wizengamot exchanged concerned glances. "A purge," Harry continued, addressing the full chamber now, orchestrated by a group calling themselves the Unseeable Council, following the suspicious death of the last acknowledged emperor, Aurelius Pendragon. The reaction to this name was immediate and dramatic. Several of the oldest Wizengamot members half rose from their seats, expressions ranging from shock to fear. Lord Nott's hand tightened on his cane until his knuckles whitened. Wild fantasies and conspiracy theories, not dismissed, though his voice had lost some of its conviction. "There is no evidence of any such council." Harry's expression remained calm, but his eyes fixed on Nott with uncomfortable intensity. "Isn't there, Lord Nott? Or perhaps I should address you by your other title, Voice of the Seven." The chamber fell utterly silent. Then, from the public gallery, a camera flashed, capturing the moment when Arcturus Knott's carefully maintained composure completely collapsed. "You know nothing of what you speak," Knott hissed, all pretense of the frail elder statesman vanishing. "Nothing of the balance we maintain, the chaos we prevent." "I know enough," Harry replied evenly. "I know about the systematic binding of magical children. I know about the manipulation of ley lines to direct magical energy away from certain communities and toward others. I know about 6 centuries of engineered magical suppression designed to prevent the emergence of powers your council cannot control." With each statement, Harry's magic flared slightly, creating a visible golden aura that pulsed with controlled power. It wasn't an aggressive display, but a demonstration of the very authority being discussed, the Emperor's connection to magic itself. "The Wisengamot must decide today," Harry continued, addressing the full chamber again, "whether it stands with its own founding principles or with those who have secretly manipulated magical society for personal advantage. Whether it supports the right of every magical being to their full, unbound potential, or a system that deliberately suppresses some for the benefit of others." Murmurs spread through the chamber as the implications of this choice became clear. Many members appeared genuinely conflicted, caught between long-established loyalties and the undeniable evidence before them. Chief Warlock Ogden cleared his throat, attempting to reassert procedural control. "These are serious allegations, Mr. Potter. Evidence should be presented through proper channels, not through dramatic interruptions of scheduled proceedings." "I agree completely, Chief Warlock," Harry replied with unexpected deference. "Which is why we have prepared comprehensive documentation for every member of this body." At his gesture, Daphne and Ron began distributing bound portfolios to each Wisengamot member. As the documents circulated, Harry continued. "These materials contain verified evidence of the systematic binding of magical children over the past century. Magical signatures, timestamps, and effects are documented for over 500 cases, along with testimonials from those who have had their bindings removed through the Imperial Commission's work." The chamber grew increasingly tense as members began examining the contents of the portfolios. Faces paled as they recognized names, children, grandchildren, family members whose limited magical potential suddenly had a very different explanation. "This is merely the beginning," Harry stated. "Our investigation continues to uncover cases throughout Britain and beyond. The pattern reveals a deliberate strategy targeting specific populations, particularly Muggleborn and half-blood children showing exceptional promise." Lord Knott abruptly stood. "I move that this session be adjourned immediately." "These unsubstantiated accusations are fully substantiated, as the documentation shows," Harry interrupted firmly. "Including cases directly linked to your own magical signature, Lord Knott." The elderly wizard froze, his face contorting with barely contained fury. "For centuries," Harry continued, addressing the chamber at large, "the Unseeable Council has operated on the principle that magical power must be carefully managed, concentrated in certain bloodlines while limited in others. They believed this necessary for stability, for the greater good of magical society." The phrase, "greater good," hung in the air, unavoidably echoing Dumbledore's familiar justification. "But this management has created dangerous imbalance in the magical world. It has diverted natural flows of power, suppressed gifted individuals, and engineered artificial hierarchies based not on merit but on manipulation." Harry paused, his expression grave. "And now, that imbalance has awakened something ancient and dangerous, something even the Council fears." This cryptic warning sent a ripple of unease through the chamber. Even those skeptical of Harry's claims could feel something had changed in the world's magic, subtle disruptions in familiar spells, unusual magical phenomena reported throughout Britain, the strange auroras that had appeared over certain locations with increasing frequency. "I did not seek the title of Emperor of Magic," Harry said, his voice softening. "But I accept the responsibility it entails. Not to rule or dominate, but to restore, to ensure that every witch, wizard, and magical being has access to their full, unbound potential." He gestured to the portfolios now being examined throughout the chamber. The documentation before you includes a proposed Magical Liberation Act, legislation that would criminalize non-consensual binding of magical cores, establish a comprehensive testing program for all magical citizens, and create therapeutic protocols for safe removal of existing bindings. Chief Warlock Ogden leafed through the proposal with increasing interest, his initial hostility visibly diminishing. This appears to be thoroughly researched and reasonably formulated, he acknowledged. Though the implementation would require significant resources. Resources the Imperial Commission is prepared to provide, Harry confirmed. We seek partnership with established institutions, not their replacement. The Wisingamoth's experience in governance remains valuable, provided it returns to its original purpose, serving the magical community's best interests rather than preserving artificial power structures. This diplomatic framing, offering cooperation rather than demanding submission, visibly shifted the mood in the chamber. Many members who had entered prepared to denounce Harry's claims now appeared thoughtful, reassessing their positions as they reviewed the evidence. Lord Knott, however, was not placated. This is nothing but a power grab disguised as liberation, he declared, abandoning his earlier pretense of reasoned discourse. Potter seeks to dismantle generations of careful magical stewardship, releasing powers beyond his comprehension or control. Is that your concern, Lord Knott? Harry asked quietly. Or is it that the Council fears powers beyond its control? Before Knott could respond, a commotion erupted in the public gallery. A hooded figure had risen suddenly, wand extended toward the chamber floor. Before anyone could react, a bolt of sickly purple light streaked directly toward Harry. The assassination attempt happened so quickly that most observers only registered it after Harry had already responded. Without drawing his wand or speaking an incantation, he created a shimmering golden shield that not only blocked the curse but seemed to absorb it entirely. In the same fluid motion, he extended his other hand toward the attacker, freezing them in place with wandless magic that immobilized but didn't harm. Security breach in the public gallery, Harry announced calmly, as though commenting on the weather. An agent using a modified killing curse, designed to bypass standard shields. Aurors stationed around the chamber perimeter moved immediately, surrounding the frozen assailant. As they removed the attacker's hood, gasps rippled through the chamber. The would-be assassin was Dolores Umbridge, former High Inquisitor of Hogwarts and Senior Undersecretary to the Minister. Impossible, someone murmured. She's in Azkaban. Polyjuice, Ron stated, having joined the Aurors to examine the attacker. The real question is who's wearing her face and why. As if in answer, the immobilized figure began to change, the Polyjuice potion wearing off to reveal a younger woman with nondescript features and the blank eyes of someone under the Imperious curse. An unwilling assassin, Harry observed grimly. Controlled by someone else. Lord Knott had gone very still, his expression unreadable. Without drawing attention to the movement, Harry subtly extended his magical senses toward the elderly wizard, detecting a faint magical connection between Knott and the assassin, recently severed but still leaving traces. Rather than exposing this discovery immediately, Harry turned to address the Wisingamoth once more. This attempt illustrates the desperation of those who fear the truth being revealed. They would rather eliminate the messenger than confront the message. The assassination attempt had dramatically shifted the chamber's dynamics. Members who had been skeptical of Harry's claims now looked at him with new consideration, his composed response to a deadly attack demonstrating both his extraordinary magical ability and his restraint. He had defended himself without harming his attacker, even recognizing her as a victim rather than true culprit. I believe we should recess briefly, Chief Warlock Ogden suggested, visibly shaken by the violence that had erupted in his chamber. To allow security to be reassessed and members to review the substantial documentation provided. A reasonable suggestion, Harry agreed. I would ask only that Lord Knott remain available for questions when we reconvene. His perspective on these matters is, uniquely informed. Knott's eyes narrowed at the implication, but he inclined his head in reluctant acknowledgement. I have nothing to hide from this body. Excellent, Harry replied, his gaze steady. Then perhaps you could explain the 7-pointed star birthmark beneath your left ear, the the mark carried by all full members of the Unseeable Council. Gasps and exclamations rippled through the chamber. Nott's hand instinctively moved toward his collar before he caught himself, but the damage was done. Several nearby members were already craning their necks, trying to glimpse what Harry had referenced. "This session is in recess for 30 minutes, Ogden declared, bringing down his ceremonial wand with finality. As the chamber began to empty, Hermione moved to Harry's side. "That was incredibly risky," she murmured. "Provoking not directly." "Calculated risk," Harry replied quietly. "He won't run, it would confirm everything we've alleged. But his composure is cracking. When we reconvene, he'll be more likely to reveal information inadvertently." Daphne joined them, her expression thoughtful. "My family has attended Wisengamot sessions for generations. I've never seen the chamber so destabilized, old alliances fracturing in real time as members reassess their positions." "That was the goal," Harry acknowledged. "Not to overthrow the Wisengamot, but to divide the council support base within it." Ron approached after conferring with the Aurors handling the would-be assassin. "They've confirmed she's under Imperius, and it's not a standard casting. Layered compulsions, memory modifications, professional work. The council doesn't employ amateurs," Harry noted grimly. "What's being done for her?" "She's been transferred to St. Mungo's secure ward. Mind healers are working to unravel the compulsions without causing further damage." Ron hesitated. "There's something else. She had a second mission if the assassination failed, deliver a message." "What message?" "The Nameless One rises. The Emperor falls. Balance will be restored." Ron frowned. "Mean anything to you?" Harry's expression darkened. "Unfortunately, yes. It confirms what I sensed in the ley lines beneath Hogwarts. The magical imbalance has awakened something ancient, something the council fears but thinks it can control." "This Nameless One the Greengrass memory mentioned?" Hermione asked. Harry nodded. "I believe so. A primordial magical entity or force that responds when natural magical flows are too severely disrupted. The Council's centuries of manipulation have triggered a correction mechanism, one potentially catastrophic for the world they've engineered." Before they could discuss this further, an Auror approached their group. "Mr. Potter. Minister Shacklebolt requests your presence immediately. There's been an incident." The minister's office reflected Kingsley's personality, functional but dignified, with minimal ornamentation beyond magical artifacts necessary for his duties. When Harry and his team arrived, they found Kingsley standing beside his desk, examining a three-dimensional magical projection of what appeared to be central London. "Harry," Kingsley acknowledged with a nod. "Thank you for coming so quickly. We have a situation developing that may be related to your imperial concerns." The projection zoomed in on Diagon Alley, where a swirling vortex of dark energy had formed directly above Gringotts Bank. As they watched, tendrils of magic extended from the vortex, reaching toward nearby buildings. "This manifestation appeared 20 minutes ago," Kingsley explained. "The Department of Mysteries reports it's unlike anything in their records, not a spell or ritual effect, but some kind of spontaneous magical phenomenon." Harry studied the projection intently, extending his enhanced magical senses. Even through the remote viewing, he could feel the distinctive resonance of the energy, the same primordial force he had briefly contacted beneath Hogwarts. "It's the Nameless One," he stated with certainty. "Or rather, a manifestation of its awakening. The magical disruption is centered on Gringotts because that's where the most severe imbalance was corrected, where my bindings were removed." "Can it be contained?" Kingsley asked, practical as always. "Not through standard ministry procedures," Harry replied honestly. "This is ancient magic responding to centuries of manipulation. Conventional containment spells would likely accelerate the destabilization." Hermione was already analyzing the projection with her characteristic methodical approach. "The pattern suggests it's seeking something, testing magical signatures in the vicinity. Looking for other bindings," Harry realized. The Nameless One is responding to the systemic suppression of magic. It's trying to locate and break constraints on natural magical flow. Which sounds positive in theory, Kingsley noted, but could be catastrophically destructive in practice. Uncontrolled mass unbinding would release enormous magical energy, potentially devastating London. Harry nodded grimly. The removal process needs to be gradual, controlled, exactly what we've been doing through the Imperial Commission. This is, nature taking a more direct approach. Then you need to intervene, Kingsley stated rather than asked. To communicate with this entity or force. Yes, Harry agreed. But I'll need access to Gringotts immediately. The manifestation is centered there for a reason, it's the nexus point where Imperial magic was first recognized in this era. Kingsley turned to an aide. Arrange immediate transportation to Diagon Alley for Emperor Potter and his team. Priority clearance through all security cordons. He looked back at Harry. I'm classifying this as a Code Merlin situation. Full authority to address the magical anomaly by whatever means necessary. I'll need Neville and Luna as well, Harry added. Their particular talents may be crucial in establishing communication with the Nameless One. As arrangements were being made, Harry pulled Kingsley aside. The Wisengamot session is postponed indefinitely due to the magical emergency, Kingsley assured him. Though I suspect that's convenient for Lord Knott and his allies. Keep watch on him, Harry advised. The assassination attempt was almost certainly council-ordered, though we may never prove it directly. Kingsley's expression darkened. I've stationed my most trusted Aurors to monitor key suspects. But Harry, if what you've discovered about this unseeable council is accurate, their influence extends throughout the ministry. Even my office may be compromised. Trust Hestia Jones and Arthur Weasley, Harry suggested. Both were tested by the Commission yesterday. No bindings, no external influences. They're clean. The minister nodded, accepting this assessment. Good luck with the anomaly. I fear this is only the beginning of whatever change your emergence has triggered. So do I, Harry admitted. But better to face it directly than allow the imbalance to continue growing. Within minutes, they were en route to Diagon Alley via secure ministry transportation, a network separate from the public flow system. As they prepared to face whatever awaited them at Gringotts, Harry found himself reflecting on how quickly events were accelerating. The Wisengamot confrontation, meant to be the day's central challenge, had been superseded by something far more immediately threatening. The true crucible was just beginning. Diagon Alley was barely recognizable when they arrived. The normally bustling shopping district had been evacuated, with Aurors and Unspeakables maintaining a perimeter around a 10-block radius centered on Gringotts. Above the white marble bank, the swirling vortex had grown substantially, now spanning nearly 50 meters in diameter. Dark energy pulsed within its depths, occasionally sending out probing tendrils that tested the magical containment barriers the ministry had hastily erected. Luna gazed up at the phenomenon with her characteristic dreamy expression, though her eyes were sharply focused. It's beautiful, in a terrifying sort of way. Like watching a thunderstorm from too close. Neville, who had joined them directly from Hogwarts along with Luna, looked considerably less entranced. Those energy patterns, they're similar to what happens during block removal, but on a massive scale. Exactly, Harry confirmed. The Nameless One is attempting to correct the magical imbalance all at once, breaking bindings indiscriminately without the controlled process we've developed. Hermione was already analyzing the magical barriers the ministry had established. These won't hold much longer. The containment spells are designed for known magical phenomena, this is operating on principles they can't properly address. Then we need to communicate with it, Harry decided. Establish understanding before it breaks through and begins a mass unbinding that could devastate the city. How do you communicate with a primordial magical force? Ron asked skeptically. Through the ley lines, Luna answered before Harry could respond. The same network the Emperor accessed beneath Hogwarts. The Nameless One exists primarily within that network, this vortex is just its surface expression. Harry nodded, unsurprised by Luna's intuitive understanding. Since having her own blocks removed, her natural affinity for unconventional magical perception had blossomed into something approaching true magical synesthesia, an ability to directly perceive magical currents and patterns others could only theorize about. "We'll need to reach the ritual chamber where my bindings were removed," Harry explained. "It sits at a junction point of 3 major ley lines. From there, I should be able to establish direct communication. Through a manifestation that's actively attempting to rip apart magical London." Ron clarified, his tactical mind already assessing the challenges. "We'll need a strategy to move through that safely." "I've been developing something that might help," Neville said, producing what appeared to be ordinary seeds from a pouch at his belt. "Channeling magic through living plants creates a buffer against chaotic energy, organic magical filtering." Since his own unbinding, Neville had focused his enhanced abilities on experimental magical herbology, creating plants that could interact with and modulate magical energies in unprecedented ways. These contain concentrated mandrake essence combined with modified gillyweed properties, he explained. They should create a pathway of stable magic through the disturbance, like stepping stones across turbulent water. Harry looked at his friend with newfound appreciation. "Brilliant, Neville. How long will the effect last once activated?" "About 7 minutes per seed. I have 12. So we'll have approximately 90 minutes to reach the chamber, establish communication, and stabilize the manifestation," Hermione calculated. "Assuming everything works perfectly." "Which it never does," Ron added dryly. "So let's call it 60 minutes of functional time." As they approached the Gringotts perimeter, they encountered Artemisia Blackwood directing a team of unspeakables in containment efforts. The head unspeakable looked harried, her usually immaculate appearance showing signs of strain. "Potter," she acknowledged tersely. "The minister informed me you'd be taking charge of this situation. I hope you have more effective methods than we've attempted." "Different approaches, not necessarily better," Harry replied diplomatically. "We need access to the ritual chamber beneath Gringotts where my bindings were removed." Blackwood frowned. "The goblins evacuated an hour ago when the manifestation began targeting their deeper vaults. The bank is empty." "Perfect," Harry said. "Less risk to bystanders. We'll proceed alone." "I cannot authorize." "You don't need to authorize anything, Madam Blackwood," Harry interrupted firmly. "Minister Shacklebolt has classified this as a Code Merlin situation under my authority. Your cooperation is appreciated but not required." The head unspeakable's expression tightened, but she stepped aside. "On your head be it, Emperor," she said, using his title with just enough inflection to convey skepticism. As they approached the bank's massive bronze doors, the vortex above seemed to sense their presence. The swirling energy shifted, concentrating directly overhead. Tendrils of dark purple magic reached downward, probing toward Harry specifically. "It recognizes you," Luna observed. "The Imperial signature. Or it recognizes the absence of bindings," Hermione suggested. "A pattern it's seeking to replicate." Harry extended his magical senses upward, tentatively testing the energy without directly engaging it. The response was immediate. The tendrils recoiled briefly, then reached out again more deliberately, almost curiously. "It's not hostile," Harry realized. "At least not toward us specifically. It's investigating." Neville had already prepared his specialized seeds, activating the first one with a touch of his wand. The seed instantly sprouted, growing into a translucent plant-like structure about 2 meters in diameter. Within this organic bubble, the chaotic energy of the vortex seemed unable to penetrate. "One path coming up," Neville said with quiet confidence. "Stay within the protection as we move." They entered Gringotts in this manner, Neville leading with his botanical shields, creating a tunnel of stable magic through the increasingly turbulent energy that now permeated the bank. The usually immaculate marble hall was in disarray, with papers scattered and furniture overturned from the hasty evacuation. More concerningly, the air itself seemed charged with volatile magic that crackled visibly where it encountered the protective boundary of Neville's plants. The ritual chamber is accessed through the cart system, Harry recalled, leading them toward the doors that separated the main hall from the vault passages. Will the carts still function with this level of magical disruption? Hermione wondered. They got their answer as the doors opened to reveal the vast network of tracks that serviced Gringotts' underground vaults. The metal rails were alive with crawling energy, magical currents flowing along them like liquid electricity. That's a definite no on the carts, Ron observed dryly. There should be maintenance walkways, Daphne suggested. The goblins wouldn't design a system without alternative access for repairs. Harry nodded, spotting narrow pathways running alongside the main tracks. There. It'll be slower going, but we can follow them down to the deep levels. As Neville activated another seed to extend their protective pathway, Luna suddenly froze, her head tilted as though listening to something only she could hear. "We're not alone," she announced. "Something's moving in the depths. Multiple somethings, actually. Goblins who stayed behind?" Ron suggested hopefully. Luna shook her head. "Not goblins. Not human either. The Nameless One has awakened guardians from the lower vaults." "What kind of guardians?" Hermione asked warily. Before Luna could answer, a blood-curdling shriek echoed up from the depths. The sound was followed by the distinctive scrape of claws on stone, many claws, moving rapidly closer. Ancient vault defenses, Harry realized. Constructs designed to activate if the bank was breached. The Nameless One's energy must have triggered them. How do we fight magical constructs while maintaining our protective bubble? Ron asked, already drawing his wand. We don't fight if we can avoid it, Harry decided. Neville, can you modify your next seed to mask our magical signatures? Make us less detectable to magically sensitive guardians. Neville considered for a moment, then nodded. I can incorporate muffling elements from the Mimbulus Mimbletonia. It won't make us invisible, but it should reduce our magical footprint. As Neville worked quickly to adjust his botanical creation, the sounds from below grew closer. Harry extended his senses downward, trying to identify what approached. What he detected sent a chill down his spine. Iron Maidens, he murmured. Goblin war constructs from the rebellion of 1612. They're supposed to be decommissioned. Clearly someone forgot to inform them of that, Ron replied grimly. The modified seed was ready moments before the first of the guardians came into view. It resembled a grotesque fusion of armor and creature, a vaguely humanoid shape composed of overlapping metal plates, with elongated limbs ending in wicked talons. Where a face should be, only a grill-like opening existed, from which emanated an eerie reddish glow. Nobody move, Harry instructed as Neville activated the modified seed. The masking effect needs a moment to fully engage. The Iron Maiden paused at the entrance to the upper tunnels, its featureless face swiveling as it scanned for intruders. Behind it, more constructs could be heard ascending. For an agonizing moment, the Guardians seemed to stare directly at their position despite the masking effect. Then, apparently detecting nothing of interest, it turned and proceeded toward the main hall, followed by 6 more identical constructs. They're heading for the unspeakables outside, Hermione realized. The containment team will be defenseless against goblin war machines. Harry made a split-second decision. Change of plans. Ron, Daphne, take half of Neville's seeds and warn Blackwood about the constructs. Help them establish a defensive perimeter. Ron nodded, immediately grasping the tactical necessity. What about you? The rest of us will continue to the ritual chamber. We need to address the source of the disturbance before more guardians awaken. Daphne accepted her portion of the seeds with practiced efficiency. Be careful, Potter. The Greengrass family has spent generations awaiting the Emperor's return. I'd rather not see your reign measured in days. Despite the tense situation, Harry found himself smiling at her characteristic blend of practicality and subtle concern. "We'll reconvene outside once the manifestation is stabilized." As Ron and Daphne departed with their protective flora, Harry led the remaining team, Hermione, Neville, and Luna, deeper into Gringotts. The maintenance paths grew narrower and steeper as they descended, occasionally requiring magical assistance to navigate particularly damaged sections where the vortex's energy had begun affecting the bank's physical structure. "The disturbance is getting stronger," Luna observed as they passed the 40th level. "We're approaching a nexus point." She was right. The ambient magic had become increasingly dense, manifesting as visible currents that flowed along walls and floor like luminescent water. Harry could feel the pressure of it against his magical senses, a constant push that would have overwhelmed less prepared minds. The ritual chamber should be 3 more levels down, he recalled, consulting his memory of the route the goblins had taken during his inheritance testing. "Assuming it still exists in its original form," Hermione cautioned. "This level of magical disruption could be physically altering the bank's architecture." Her concern proved prescient. As they descended to the next level, they found the passage ahead completely transformed. What should have been a straightforward tunnel had become a strange, non-Euclidean space where walls curved impossibly and gravity seemed to operate along multiple conflicting vectors. "Reality distortion," Hermione murmured. "The manifestation is affecting the fundamental properties of spacetime in this area. Can we bypass it?" Neville asked, eyeing the twisted passage with understandable concern. Harry extended his senses, seeking alternate routes. "There's another maintenance shaft 2 junctions back. It runs parallel to this one but deeper, might avoid the worst of the distortion." They backtracked quickly, locating the secondary passage Harry had sensed. This route was even narrower, clearly designed for goblin rather than human proportions, but remained blessedly normal in its spatial properties. "The ritual chamber should be directly ahead," Harry announced as they emerged into a broader tunnel after nearly 10 minutes of uncomfortable crawling. Before them stood an archway identical to the one Harry remembered from his unbinding, ancient stone covered in goblin runes that pulsed with inner light. Beyond it lay the circular chamber with its central platform. But unlike Harry's previous visit, the chamber now contained something new, a pillar of swirling dark energy that rose from the central stone, connecting to the vortex above through what appeared to be a tunnel in reality itself. "The heart of the manifestation," Luna whispered. "The Nameless One's primary conduit to our plane." Harry studied the phenomenon carefully, extending his enhanced perception. Unlike the chaotic energy throughout the rest of the bank, this pillar had structure, patterns of magic flowing in complex, deliberate configurations. "It's a translation matrix," he realized. "The Nameless One exists primarily in the deep lay network, beyond normal magical perception. This construct allows it to interact with our level of reality." "Can you communicate through it?" Neville asked. "I think so, but..." Harry hesitated. "It would require direct magical contact. Essentially merging my consciousness with the matrix temporarily." "That sounds incredibly dangerous," Hermione objected. "Your mind could be overwhelmed or trapped." "The Imperial magic should provide some protection," Harry reasoned. "And we don't have many alternatives. The manifestation is growing stronger by the minute." As if to emphasize his point, the bank shuddered around them, stone groaning as magical pressures continued to build. From somewhere above came the distant sounds of combat, Ron and the others engaging the Iron Maidens, buying them precious time. "I'll need anchoring," Harry decided. "A way back if I go too deep into the connection." Luna stepped forward without hesitation. "I can serve as your tether. My family's perceptual abilities let me track magical signatures across dimensional boundaries. And I can stabilize the ambient energy," Neville added, producing his remaining seeds. "Create a controlled environment for the contact." Hermione still looked deeply concerned but nodded reluctantly. "I'll monitor for any signs of magical feedback or contamination. At the first indication of danger, we pull you back, regardless of whether communication has been established." With their roles established, they moved into the chamber, carefully navigating around the central pillar of energy. Neville placed his specialized seeds in a circle, creating a stable zone within the chaotic magic. Luna positioned herself directly behind Harry, her hands lightly touching his shoulders to establish the magical tether. Hermione stood at the perimeter, wand ready to intervene if necessary. "Here goes," Harry murmured, stepping onto the central platform, the same stone where his bindings had been removed weeks earlier. The response was immediate and overwhelming. The pillar of energy surged toward him, enveloping his form before anyone could react. Harry felt his consciousness simultaneously expanded and compressed, stretched across vast magical distances while also focused to a singular point of contact. Within this altered state, communication occurred not through words but through direct conceptual transfer. The Nameless One, which Harry now perceived was neither nameless nor singular, but a collective consciousness existing within the world's magical foundation, conveyed entire paradigms of understanding in what subjectively felt like moments. Harry saw the history of magic on Earth, its origins, its evolution, its purposeful flow through all living things. He understood how the natural ley network had developed over millions of years, creating a balanced system that nourished magical development in all beings equally. Then came human intervention, first primitive and limited, then increasingly sophisticated. The earliest magical societies had worked in harmony with these natural flows, but as civilization developed, so did the desire to control and direct magical power. By medieval times, certain groups had begun actively manipulating the ley network, creating artificial constraints and redirections. The Unseeable Council represented the culmination of this approach, a systematic re-engineering of global magical flow to benefit specific bloodlines and traditions at the expense of others. Their methods had grown more sophisticated over centuries, evolving from crude bindings to subtle manipulations woven into the very fabric of magical society. What the Council called stability and management, the Nameless One perceived as strangulation and corruption. The natural magical ecology of the world had been so severely distorted that corrective mechanisms had finally activated, the emergence of both the Emperor and the Nameless One itself, twin responses to critical imbalance. But here their purposes diverged. Where Harry sought gradual correction through consensual unbinding and societal reform, the Nameless One pursued immediate, comprehensive restoration regardless of consequences. It would break all bindings simultaneously, reset all manipulated ley lines to their natural configurations, and effectively collapse the artificial magical hierarchy that had developed over centuries. The resulting magical shock would be catastrophic for the current wizarding world, like removing a dam that had reshaped a river valley for generations, flooding everything that had been built in reliance on the artificial structure. Harry conveyed his alternative approach, controlled, incremental restoration that would allow magical society to adapt rather than collapse. He showed the work of the Imperial Commission, the careful unbinding procedures, the educational reforms being implemented to help newly empowered witches and wizards manage their abilities responsibly. The Nameless One's response conveyed skepticism. Previous attempts at gradual correction had been subverted by the Council, their agents infiltrating reform movements and redirecting them toward reinforcing rather than dismantling the artificial hierarchies. Why would this time be different? Harry offered his unique position as evidence, the Emperor of Magic, unbound and uncompromised, with the authority to implement change at the fundamental level of magical governance. He requested time, not indefinite delay, but a specific timeframe to demonstrate meaningful progress before more dramatic intervention became necessary. There was a sense of evaluation, of ancient consciousness weighing options against an incomprehensibly vast context of magical history. Then, reluctantly, conditional agreement, the Nameless One would grant 1 year for Harry's approach to demonstrate significant correction of the most severe imbalances. During this period, it would remain active but contained, manifesting only to address direct threats to the restoration process. If sufficient progress was not achieved within the specified timeframe, it would proceed with comprehensive correction regardless of consequences. With this agreement established, Harry began withdrawing from the connection, only to discover the process was not as straightforward as entry had been. The Nameless One's consciousness clung to his, reluctant to relinquish the first direct communication it had established in centuries. Harry felt his identity beginning to blur, his individual perspective merging with the vast collective awareness. This was the danger Hermione had warned about, losing himself in the connection, becoming absorbed into the primordial magical consciousness. Harry focused on his anchors, Luna's tether connecting him to his physical form, Neville's stable environment maintaining the boundary between realities, Hermione's vigilant monitoring ensuring his magical integrity. With tremendous effort, he pulled back from the expanded awareness, condensing his consciousness back into human parameters. The separation was painful, like tearing apart fused materials, but necessary for maintaining his distinct identity and purpose. As Harry's awareness returned to his physical body, he found himself on his knees on the central stone, the energy pillar now transformed. What had been chaotic and threatening was now structured and contained, still present but no longer expanding. The agreement had been implemented at the fundamental magical level. Harry? Hermione's concerned voice reached him as through a fog. Can you hear me? He nodded shakily, still reintegrating his consciousness. It worked. We have an agreement. 1 year to demonstrate meaningful correction before the Nameless One intervenes directly. 1 year isn't much time, Neville observed, helping Harry to his feet. It's more than we might have had, Harry replied. And it's a defined timeline we can work with. Luna was studying him with unusual intensity, her normally dreamy expression replaced by sharp focus. You've changed, she observed. The connection left traces. Harry nodded, aware of the subtle alterations to his magical core. Side effect of direct communication with a primordial consciousness. Nothing dangerous, but I can perceive the ley network more clearly now. See the patterns of manipulation more directly. That could be tactically advantageous, Hermione noted practically. Identifying council interventions in the magical infrastructure. Exactly, Harry agreed. And it works both ways, the Nameless One now better understands human perspectives and constraints. It's still committed to full restoration, but appreciates the value of minimizing collateral damage. The chamber shuddered around them, though less violently than before. The agreement had stabilized the manifestation's most dangerous aspects, but the bank structure had been compromised during the event. We should return to the surface, Neville suggested. Check on Ron and Daphne, see how they handled the Iron Maidens. As they navigated back through Gringotts tunnels, they found the spatial distortions gradually normalizing. The worst reality warping had subsided, though certain areas remained twisted in ways that would likely require specialized magical restoration. When they finally emerged into the main hall, they found evidence of intense combat, scorch marks on marble walls, deep gouges in the floor, and the dismembered remains of several Iron Maidens scattered about. Following the trail of destruction, they exited the bank to find an unexpectedly large gathering in Diagon Alley. Ron and Daphne stood at the center of an improvised command post, coordinating efforts between Aurors, Unspeakables, and, most surprisingly, a contingent of goblins who had apparently returned once the worst of the danger passed. The vortex above had transformed into a contained spiral of energy that no longer sent out destructive tendrils. Harry! Ron called when he spotted them. About bloody time. These mechanical monstrosities nearly overwhelmed us before Ragnarok arrived with goblin deactivation codes. Director Ragnarok approached, looking battle-worn but dignified. Emperor. The bank's ancient defenses responded to primordial magic they were never designed to encounter. I offer the nation's apologies for the additional complication. No apology needed, Harry assured him. Your timely intervention protected many lives. The manifestation appears contained, Artemisia Blackwood observed, joining their conversation. The head Unspeakable looked simultaneously relieved and suspicious. What exactly did you do down there, Potter? Established diplomatic relations, Harry replied simply. The entity known as the Nameless One has agreed to a conditional non-intervention period of 1 year, during which we have the opportunity to address magical imbalances through controlled methods rather than catastrophic reset. Blackwood's eyes widened at the implications. You negotiated with a primordial magical force. That's precisely what the Emperor of Magic is equipped to do, Daphne interjected smoothly. Bridge communication between different orders of magical consciousness. The gathering crowd had grown as word spread of the contained threat. Ministry officials, shopkeepers returning to assess damage, and ordinary witches and wizards drawn by the spectacle, all watching and listening as Harry explained what had occurred. He kept the explanation simplified but honest, emphasizing the collaborative solution rather than apocalyptic threats. The Imperial Commission's work becomes even more important now, he concluded. We have a defined timeline to demonstrate that controlled unbinding and magical restoration can succeed without catastrophic disruption. Every witch and wizard who chooses to have their binding safely removed contributes to this effort. As Harry finished speaking, he became aware of a subtle shift in the crowd's energy, a focusing of attention toward a figure approaching from the ministry end of the alley. Lord Arcturus Knott walked slowly but purposefully toward their position, his expression grave but composed. Emperor Potter, he acknowledged, using Harry's title without the skepticism others had displayed. It seems you've managed what the ministry's finest could not. With considerable help, Harry replied, gesturing to his friends and allies. The situation required cooperation rather than hierarchical authority. Knott nodded thoughtfully, studying the contained vortex above Gringotts. The nameless one. We had hoped it would remain dormant for at least another century. The casual admission of knowledge about the entity silenced those nearby. Knott had effectively acknowledged his connection to the Council without explicitly stating it. You knew this would happen eventually, Harry observed. That continued manipulation of natural magical flows would trigger a correction. It was a calculated risk, Knott confirmed, his voice low enough that only those closest could hear. The benefits of managed magical development outweighed the potential consequences. Or so we believed. Managed development? Hermione repeated incredulously. You systematically suppressed gifted children based on their birth status. You diverted magical energy away from communities you deemed unworthy. You engineered artificial hierarchies that served your interests at the expense of magical society's natural evolution. Knott regarded her with the patient expression of someone explaining complex matters to a child. Miss Granger, imagine magical power distributed without guidance or constraint. 11-year-old muggleborns manifesting abilities beyond adult control. Half-blood children with raw talent but no cultural context to direct it responsibly. Magic requires tradition and structure to prevent chaos. Or perhaps, Harry countered, those traditions and structures simply serve to maintain the power of those who established them. A thin smile crossed Knott's aged face. Every system serves those who design it, Emperor. Including whatever new order you envision. The question is whether your system will provide the stability ours has maintained for centuries. Stability through suppression isn't stability at all, Harry replied. It's controlled stagnation. And it's created such fundamental imbalance that natural corrective forces have awakened. Knott's gaze returned to the contained vortex. Yes, well. You've bought us time with your negotiation. The Council will consider its position carefully in light of these developments. The Council no longer dictates magical policy, Harry stated firmly. The systematic binding of magical children ends now. The manipulation of ley lines for preferential distribution ends now. The artificial constraints on magical development end now. Rather than arguing, Knott simply inclined his head slightly. Bold declarations, Emperor. Implementation may prove more challenging than you anticipate. He glanced around at the gathered crowd, then lowered his voice further. We should continue this discussion in more private settings. There are aspects of the situation unknown even to you. Any communication with the Council will be transparent and on record, Harry countered. The era of shadow governance is over. Is it? Knott's eyes revealed nothing but calm certainty. Consider this, Emperor, the unseeable Council has guided magical Britain through wars, plagues, technological revolutions, and multiple Dark Lord emergences. We have preserved magical society through challenges you can scarcely imagine. Perhaps absolute transparency is not always in the common interest. Or perhaps secrecy simply conceals actions that wouldn't survive public scrutiny, Harry suggested. Before Nott could respond, a disturbance rippled through the crowd. A delegation was approaching from the leaky cauldron end of Diagon Alley, representatives from the International Confederation of Wizards, identifiable by their distinctive formal robes. At their head walked the supreme mugwump herself, Babajide Akingbade, the formidable Nigerian wizard who had succeeded Dumbledore in the position. "It seems our conversation must be postponed," Nott observed mildly. "International attention has arrived more quickly than anticipated." With a slight bow that somehow managed to convey both respect and reservation, the elderly wizard withdrew into the crowd, disappearing with remarkable efficiency for someone of his apparent frailty. The ICW delegation approached with formal precision, forming a semicircle before Harry. Supreme Mugwump Akingbade stepped forward, his commanding presence drawing all attention. "Emperor Potter," he acknowledged with a precise inclination of his head, neither a full bow nor a casual nod. "The International Confederation of Wizards recognizes the emergence of the Imperial Office and requests formal diplomatic engagement regarding its implications for international magical cooperation." The statement, delivered in the presence of dozens of witnesses, represented far more than a simple greeting. It was official recognition of Harry's status by the highest international magical authority, effectively bypassing the British Ministry's ambivalence and the Wisingamoth's attempted constraints. "Supreme Mugwump," Harry replied with matching formality. "The Imperial Office welcomes diplomatic engagement with the Confederation and looks forward to addressing shared concerns regarding magical balance and development." Akingbade nodded, satisfied with this initial exchange. "We have much to discuss, Emperor. Recent events in Britain have repercussions far beyond your shores. The manifestation above us has been mirrored at key magical sites worldwide." This revelation sent murmurs through the crowd. The Nameless One's awakening was truly global in scope. "Perhaps," Harry suggested, "we should convene a formal international conference. Not just Britain and the ICW, but representatives from all magical nations and beings affected by these developments." "An imperial conclave," Akingbade mused, considering the proposal. "Not seen in magical governance since 1411. Ambitious, Emperor Potter, but potentially appropriate given the scale of the situation." He glanced upward at the contained vortex. "I understand you've negotiated a temporary arrangement with the primordial force. The Confederation would value insight into those terms." "Of course," Harry agreed. "Complete transparency regarding the agreement is essential for coordinated response." As arrangements were made for immediate consultation with the ICW delegation, Harry found himself reflecting on the rapid escalation of events. What had begun as a personal discovery of magical binding had expanded into an international magical crisis with potentially world-altering implications. The Emperor's role was proving far more consequential than he had initially imagined. Daphne moved to his side as the crowd began dispersing into organized functional groups. "That was Arcturus not effectively declaring a ceasefire," she observed quietly. "The Council is reassessing, not surrendering." "I know," Harry acknowledged. His appearance wasn't coincidental. The Council wanted to send a message, that they're willing to negotiate rather than simply oppose. While the ICW's arrival changes the political landscape entirely, she continued thoughtfully. International recognition of your status undermines the Wisingamoth's authority to challenge it. Clever timing. Too clever, Harry agreed. I suspect Akingbade has his own agenda regarding the Imperial Office. The ICW has historically sought to constrain national magical sovereigns, not empower them. Daphne smiled slightly. You're thinking more politically these days, Potter. A welcome development. Necessity rather than preference, Harry admitted. But yes, I'm beginning to understand how these power structures interact. As they rejoined the others to prepare for the ICW consultation, Harry caught sight of a familiar blonde head moving through the crowd, Rita Skeeter, quill already busy capturing the scene. The media dimension of their work had just gained international significance, and controlling the narrative would become even more crucial. "We'll need a formal press statement," he murmured to Hermione. "Something that explains today's events without causing panic." She nodded, already mentally composing. "Focus on the constructive agreement, downplay apocalyptic aspects, emphasize international cooperation. And begin preparing documentation for the Imperial Conclave," he added. "If Akingbade agrees to convene one, we'll need comprehensive evidence of the binding system and its effects worldwide." As Harry issued these directives, he became aware of a subtle change in how his friends and allies were responding to him. There was a new level of deference in their manner, not subservience, but recognition of his growing comfort with command. The Emperor was no longer just a title but an identity he was gradually inhabiting. This realization triggered an uncomfortable awareness: power changed people, often in ways they didn't anticipate. How was it changing him? Was his increasing comfort with authority a natural development or a dangerous evolution? These questions would need to wait. The immediate crisis had been temporarily resolved, but the larger challenge remained: implementing worldwide magical liberation within the one-year timeframe negotiated with the Nameless One. The true test of the Emperor was just beginning. The diplomatic chaos that followed the Diagon Alley incident consumed the next 3 days. The Imperial Commission's headquarters at Hogwarts was transformed into an international coordination center, with representatives from magical governments worldwide arriving hourly for briefings on the Nameless One and the binding system the Commission had uncovered. Harry moved between endless meetings, providing the same information repeatedly to different delegations, each with their own concerns and agendas. Some nations immediately embraced the Unbinding Initiative, offering resources and expertise. Others responded with skepticism or outright resistance, particularly those whose governing structures mirrored Britain's in their concentration of power among certain bloodlines. Through it all, the Remnant maintained their blockade of Hogwarts, though its practical effect had been neutralized by the castle's ancient tunnel network. Their presence served primarily as a visible reminder of opposition to the imperial authority, a political statement rather than an effective containment strategy. On the morning of the 4th day, Harry retreated to the astronomy tower before dawn, seeking a rare moment of solitude. The eastern horizon was just beginning to lighten, promising another clear summer day. Below, he could see the Remnant's encampment at the edges of the grounds, their silver masks occasionally catching the emerging light as sentries moved about. "You're up early," came a familiar voice behind him. Harry turned to find Hermione approaching, carrying 2 steaming mugs of tea. She looked exhausted but determined, her hair pulled back in a practical bun that nonetheless failed to contain several rebellious curls. "Couldn't sleep," he admitted, accepting the offered tea gratefully. "Too many thoughts competing for attention." Hermione nodded, joining him at the tower's edge. "International magical politics will do that to you. Especially when you're simultaneously negotiating with primordial forces and planning global magical revolution." Her dry tone made him smile despite his fatigue. "When you put it that way, a little insomnia seems reasonable." They stood in comfortable silence for a moment, watching as the sun's first rays touched Hogwarts' highest towers. "The ICW delegation leaves today," Hermione noted eventually. "Supreme Mugwump Akingbade seemed satisfied with the documentation we provided." "Satisfied enough to convene the Imperial Conclave," Harry confirmed. "Though I suspect his primary motivation is containing imperial authority within an international framework rather than truly addressing magical binding." "Probably," Hermione agreed. "The ICW has its own power structures to protect. But having them legitimize your position internationally undermines the Wisengamot's opposition, so it's still advantageous." Harry nodded, though his expression remained troubled. "There's something we're missing, Hermione. Some piece of the puzzle that would explain why the Council is so committed to this system of binding and control. Not hinted at larger concerns beyond simple power preservation." "You think there might be legitimate reasons for some of their actions?" Hermione asked carefully. "Not legitimate enough to justify what they've done," Harry clarified quickly. But perhaps there are genuine threats or complications they were addressing through their methods, however misguided. Like what? I don't know exactly. Harry frowned, trying to articulate the nebulous concern that had been forming in his mind. But during my communion with the Nameless One, I glimpsed patterns in magical history that suggested periodic crises, times when unrestrained magical development created unforeseen consequences. The Atlantis hypothesis, Hermione murmured thoughtfully. Harry looked at her questioningly. It's a controversial magical theory, she explained. The idea that previous magical civilizations reached points of development where their abilities outpaced their wisdom, resulting in catastrophic collapse. Atlantis is just the most famous example from Muggle mythology, but magical historians have identified similar patterns in other lost magical societies. Could the Council's system have been implemented originally as a response to such concerns? Harry wondered. A flawed attempt to prevent magical development from exceeding safe parameters? Possibly, Hermione acknowledged. Though if that were the case, their method still reflected serious ethical failures. They could have established transparent regulatory systems rather than secret suppression and manipulation. Agreed. But understanding their original reasoning might help us develop better alternatives, ways to ensure safe magical development without oppressive constraints. Their philosophical discussion was interrupted by approaching footsteps on the tower stairs. Ron appeared, looking uncharacteristically formal in Auror-style robes adapted with subtle markers of imperial service. "Sorry to interrupt the sunrise chat," he said, "but we've got a situation developing. The remnant is making a move." Harry immediately shifted focus, his expression sharpening. "What kind of move?" "They're advancing toward the castle gates in formation. No aggressive magic yet, but they're carrying some kind of object at the center of their group, something large under a black cloth." "How many?" Harry asked, already moving toward the stairs. "About 50, Ron reported as they descended. More than before. They've been receiving reinforcements throughout the night. Alert Neville and the defense teams," Harry instructed. "Tell them to prepare but not engage unless the remnant initiates hostilities. And find Luna, we need her perceptual abilities to identify what they're bringing." Ron nodded and split off at the next landing, heading toward the east wing where Neville had established the castle's defensive coordination center. Harry and Hermione continued downward, making their way swiftly to the entrance hall where Daphne was already organizing staff to manage the potential confrontation. "The diplomatic representatives have been moved to the secure conference rooms in the North Tower," she reported as Harry approached. "McGonagall has implemented standard Hogwarts protection protocols, and the students remaining for summer sessions are confined to their common rooms." "Good," Harry approved. "Any communication from the remnant about their intentions?" "Nothing direct," Daphne replied. "But they're making no attempt at stealth or surprise. This appears to be a deliberate demonstration rather than an attack." Harry nodded, considering the implications. "They want an audience. Which means this is political theater, not military action." Luna arrived, slightly breathless, her radish earrings swinging wildly. "I've been monitoring them through the forest sprites," she announced. "The object they're carrying resonates with ancient magic, something that predates modern wizarding society." "Can you identify it?" Hermione asked. Luna shook her head. "It's shielded from direct magical perception. But its effect on the surrounding magical field suggests a validation device of some kind, something designed to test or measure magical legitimacy." This assessment sent a chill of recognition through Harry. "The mirror of rightful rule," he murmured. The others looked at him questioningly. "During my communion with the Nameless One, I glimpsed artifacts created to identify true magical sovereigns," Harry explained. "The mirror was the most powerful, designed to reflect only those with legitimate claim to magical governance. And the remnant believes you'll fail this test," Hermione concluded. "That the mirror won't recognize your imperial status. Or they know it will, and they have some way to manipulate the outcome," Daphne suggested pragmatically. "Either way, they're forcing a public demonstration they believe will undermine your authority." Neville joined them, looking battle-ready but controlled. Defense teams are in position but maintaining distance. The remnant has stopped about 50 meters from the main gates. They appear to be waiting for something. For me, Harry said simply. They want the Emperor to respond to their challenge. His friends exchanged concerned glances. It could be a trap, Ron warned. Get you isolated outside the castle's strongest protections. Or it could be an opportunity, Luna countered thoughtfully. If the mirror truly recognizes legitimate magical authority, having it confirm your status publicly would significantly strengthen your position. Harry considered both perspectives, weighing risks against potential benefits. I'll meet them, he decided. But not alone, and not on their terms entirely. We'll establish a neutral ground between the gates and their current position. I'll accompany you, Neville stated immediately. We all will, Hermione added firmly. Harry nodded, grateful for their support but conscious of strategic considerations. Daphne, I need you to remain in the castle coordinating with the international representatives. If this goes poorly, maintaining diplomatic continuity becomes critical. Though clearly reluctant, Daphne acknowledged the logic of this assignment. Understood. I'll ensure the diplomatic corps receives appropriate information regardless of outcome. With roles established, Harry led his core team toward Hogwarts' main gates. As they approached, the massive iron doors opened of their own accord, the castle itself acknowledging the Emperor's authority and intention. Beyond the gates, the remnant waited in ceremonial formation. Their silver masks caught the morning sunlight, creating an eerily beautiful display against their black robes. At their center stood the golden-masked figure who had spoken during their first appearance, beside a tall object covered in black velvet. Harry stopped at the threshold, allowing his magic to manifest visibly around him, not as an aggressive display, but as a statement of unashamed power. The golden light of his unbound magic formed a subtle aura that emphasized his position without threatening violence. You've come with a purpose, he called to the assembled remnant. State it clearly. The golden-masked leader stepped forward. Emperor Potter, he acknowledged, the title carrying a mixture of mockery and formality. We bring the Mirror of Rightful Rule, an artifact older than Hogwarts itself, designed to confirm legitimate magical sovereignty. I know what it is, Harry replied evenly. What I don't know is why you believe this demonstration serves your cause. If you are truly the Emperor of Magic, the mirror will confirm it, the leader stated. If not, your claim loses all legitimacy. We propose a simple test, before witnesses from both sides. Harry studied the shrouded artifact, extending his magical senses toward it. Despite heavy shielding, he could detect its ancient power, a complex enchantment designed specifically for validating magical authority. Very well, he agreed after a moment's consideration. A neutral testing ground, halfway between our positions. 5 representatives from each side to witness. The leader inclined his golden mask in agreement. Acceptable terms. Harry selected his witnesses carefully, Hermione for her analytical perspective, Ron for security assessment, Luna for magical perception, and Neville for his grounded judgment. The remnant chose their representatives with equal deliberation, including their golden-masked leader and 4 others distinguished by subtle variations in their otherwise identical attire. They met on a patch of level ground between Hogwarts gates and the remnant's line. The mirror was brought forward and placed on a conjured stone pedestal, its covering still in place. The procedure is simple, the golden-masked figure explained. The claimant stands before the mirror while it is unveiled. A true ruler will see their reflection crowned and affirmed. A false claimant will see their reflection as it truly is, without legitimacy or authority. And the reflection is visible to all witnesses? Hermione clarified. Indeed, Miss Granger. The mirror projects what it reveals for all present to observe. There can be no deception or misinterpretation. Harry nodded, taking position before the still-covered artifact. Proceed. The golden-masked leader grasped the black velvet covering. Let the mirror of rightful rule reveal the truth of magical sovereignty. With a dramatic flourish, he pulled away the covering, revealing an ornate mirror in a frame of ancient silver. The reflective surface wasn't ordinary glass but a swirling, mercurial substance that seemed to both reflect and penetrate whatever it faced. For a moment, nothing happened as the mirror oriented to Harry's magical signature. Then its surface rippled like disturbed water before clearing to show not just Harry's reflection, but a comprehensive magical representation of his status. In the mirror, Harry appeared as himself but surrounded by layers of significance. A crown of pure magical energy rested upon his head, formed not of metal but of living golden light that connected directly to the ley lines visible flowing beneath his feet. His robes in the reflection were inscribed with the history of his line, showing the connections through Potter and Peverell bloodlines to the ancient imperial magical heritage. Most significantly, the mirror displayed Harry's connection to magic itself, the direct link between his unbound core and the fundamental magical forces that sustained the wizarding world. This connection appeared as a golden cord extending from his heart into the depths of reality, pulsing with power that flowed both ways. The remnant members shifted uneasily, clearly not seeing what they had expected. Their golden-masked leader stepped closer to the mirror, examining the reflection with evident confusion. "This cannot be correct," he muttered. "The imperial line was severed centuries ago." "The bloodline was obscured but not destroyed," Luna observed, studying the reflection with fascination. "The mirror confirms what the goblins recognized: Harry Potter is the legitimate emperor of magic by both inheritance and magical affinity." The mirror's surface shifted again, now displaying not just Harry's current status but a progression of historical figures, previous emperors whose magical signatures shared fundamental patterns with his own. The lineage was not strictly familial but magical, souls that had carried the same essential connection to the world's fundamental powers. As the implications of this display became clear, the remnant's formation began to falter. Their plan had clearly been predicated on the mirror rejecting Harry's claim, not providing such comprehensive confirmation. The golden-masked leader made a subtle gesture toward his followers. 3 of them immediately drew wands, aiming not at Harry but at the mirror itself. "Reducto maxima," they cried in unison. Before their spells could connect, Harry reacted instinctively. His magic surged forward, creating a protective barrier around the ancient artifact. The destructive spells impacted his shield with tremendous force but dissipated harmlessly. "You would destroy an irreplaceable magical artifact rather than accept its judgment?" Harry asked, genuine disappointment in his voice. "Is your commitment to truth so fragile?" The leader's response was to signal a general attack. The entire remnant formation raised wands, unleashing a coordinated barrage of curses toward Harry and his companions. The sudden violence transformed what had been a ceremonial confrontation into open battle. Harry's response was measured but decisive. Rather than retaliating directly, he expanded his protective magic to create a dome over his entire group, including the mirror. Inside this golden barrier, the cacophony of impacts from outside became a distant rumble. "Neville," Harry directed calmly. "Signal the defense teams. Controlled response only, disarmament and containment, not injury." Neville nodded, sending red sparks high above their position. Immediately, defenders emerged from concealed positions around Hogwarts' perimeter, members of the Imperial Commission's security forces led by retired Aurors and volunteers from various magical combat disciplines. "Hermione, Ron, secure the mirror. It's too valuable to risk in open combat." They moved quickly to levitate the ancient artifact, preparing to transport it back to Hogwarts' protection. "Luna, can you identify their leader's magical signature? There's something familiar about it." Luna studied the golden-masked figure through the barrier, her head tilted in concentration. "It's masked by complex charms, but the underlying pattern suggests." She frowned. "Theodore Nott. The magical resonance shares fundamental characteristics with his grandfather, but younger, more volatile." Harry nodded, having suspected something similar. "The Council's next generation, testing their approach to opposing imperial authority." The battle around their protective dome was intensifying. The remnant forces had spread out, engaging Hogwarts defenders in scattered skirmishes across the grounds. Despite being outnumbered, they fought with coordinated precision that suggested professional training. "We need to end this quickly before someone is seriously injured," Harry decided. "I'm going to try something expansive." His friends recognized the tone. Harry was preparing to demonstrate imperial magic on a scale they hadn't yet witnessed publicly. They exchanged concerned glances but didn't object, trusting his judgment despite the risks of such a display. Harry closed his eyes briefly, connecting not just to his personal magic but to Hogwarts itself and the ley lines flowing beneath. When he reopened them, golden light shone from within, not just metaphorically but literally, as imperial magic infused his entire being. With a gesture that somehow conveyed both authority and compassion, Harry expanded the dome outward at tremendous speed. The golden barrier swept across the battlefield like a wave, passing through Hogwarts defenders harmlessly while affecting the remnant members in a very specific way. As it touched each black-robed figure, their offensive magic simply ceased functioning. Wands still worked for shields and neutral spells, but any attempt at harmful magic failed completely. It wasn't disarmament in the physical sense but a selective suppression of aggressive magical intent within a defined area, a demonstration of the Emperor's authority over the fundamental expression of magic. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The battle halted as remnant members found themselves unable to maintain their attack. Many surrendered immediately, recognizing the futility of resistance. Others attempted to flee, only to find themselves gently but firmly contained by perimeter wards that had activated in conjunction with Harry's magic. Only the Golden Masked leader maintained his defiance, drawing a secondary wand that somehow functioned despite the suppression effect. He fired a single curse, not at Harry but at the mirror of rightful rule as Hermione and Ron transported it. Harry moved faster than thought, interposing himself between the curse and its target. Instead of creating another shield, he did something far more impressive. He caught the spell physically, the destructive magic collecting in his palm like liquid light. With his other hand, he made a gentle pushing motion that sent the golden masked figure's wands flying from his grasp. "Enough, Theodore," Harry said quietly, approaching the now wandless leader. "Your grandfather's methods won't succeed here." With deliberate calm, Harry reached forward and removed the golden mask, revealing the face of Theodore, not older than Harry remembered from school, hardened by whatever experiences had led him to this role, but unmistakably the same person. "How did you know?" Not demanded, his composure finally cracking. "Your magical signature," Harry replied simply. The Imperial perception can't be fooled by conventional disguises. Around them, the conflict had fully subsided. Hogwarts defenders were securing remnant members, treating injuries, and establishing order. The morning sun now fully illuminated the scene, casting long shadows across grounds that gradually returned to peaceful stillness. "Your grandfather sent you to test me," Harry continued, maintaining a conversational tone despite the gravity of the situation. "To assess Imperial capabilities while providing him deniability if things went poorly. A practical approach, using family rather than more valuable council assets." Nott's expression confirmed the accuracy of this assessment. "You understand nothing about what's truly at stake, Potter." "Then enlighten me," Harry suggested. "Because so far, all I've seen are attempts to maintain an unjust system that benefits a select few at the expense of magical society's natural development." For a moment, it seemed Nott might actually provide the explanation Harry sought. Then his expression hardened again. "The Council has maintained magical stability for 6 centuries. Your liberation threatens catastrophe beyond your comprehension." "The true catastrophe," Harry countered, "is the wasted potential of countless magicals whose gifts were bound without their knowledge or consent. The stunted development of entire communities denied their magical birthright. The artificial hierarchies that preserve power through suppression rather than merit." Nott laughed bitterly. Noble sentiments from someone who's had imperial status for less than a month. "The Unseeable Council has navigated threats you can't imagine, Potter. There are worse things than binding children's magic." "Such as?" "Ask your new ally," Nott replied cryptically. The Nameless One isn't the benevolent correction force you believe. It has its own agenda, one that may make you reconsider the Council's methods. Before Harry could press for clarification, Ron approached. The perimeter is secure. 37 remnant members in custody, including this charming fellow. What do you want done with them? Harry considered for a moment. Process them through standard legal channels. No special treatment, but no punitive measures beyond what their actions legally warrant. He looked directly at Nott. We're not the Ministry under Fudge or Voldemort's regime. Justice will be fair, regardless of my personal feelings. Nott's expression revealed genuine surprise at this approach. Perhaps he had expected retribution or power-drunk vengeance from the new emperor. Harry's insistence on proper legal procedure clearly contradicted whatever narrative the Council had constructed about imperial governance. As Ron led Nott away, Hermione rejoined Harry, the mirror now safely within Hogwarts walls. That was an impressive display, she observed quietly. The selective magic suppression in particular. Too impressive? Harry asked, voicing the concern that had been growing within him. The line between demonstration and intimidation isn't always clear. Hermione considered this thoughtfully. You used minimum necessary force, prioritized safety on both sides, and processed captives through proper legal channels. That suggests restraint rather than intimidation. Harry nodded, somewhat reassured. Still, the power can be intoxicating. When I connect to the ley lines, when I feel the full potential of imperial magic, it would be easy to justify increasingly dramatic interventions. The fact that you're worried about it is probably the best safeguard, Hermione noted pragmatically. Tyrants rarely question their own righteousness. As they walked back toward the castle, Luna fell into step beside them, her expression unusually serious. There's something you should know, she said without preamble. When you suppress their offensive magic, that's not standard imperial procedure. That's something new. Something you created in the moment. Harry frowned. What do you mean? The historical records describe imperial interventions in magical conflicts, Luna explained. None mentioned the ability to selectively suppress magical categories across multiple individuals simultaneously. You're innovating, Harry. Expanding imperial capabilities beyond their traditional parameters. The implication sent an uneasy chill through him. Was he already beginning to exceed the proper boundaries of imperial authority? Developing capabilities that perhaps shouldn't exist. Innovation isn't inherently concerning, Hermione reasoned, sensing his discomfort. The circumstances are unprecedented, the first emperor in centuries, emerging during a time of fundamental magical imbalance. New approaches may be necessary. Perhaps, Harry acknowledged. But we should research historical precedents more thoroughly. Understand the traditional limits of imperial authority before pushing beyond them. As they passed through Hogwarts gates, Harry became aware of dozens of eyes watching from windows and doorways, international representatives, commission staff, and remaining students all witnessing the aftermath of the confrontation. The political implications would be significant, particularly with the imperial conclave approaching. The remnant miscalculated badly, Daphne observed, meeting them in the entrance hall. Their attempt to undermine you has instead provided a powerful demonstration of both your legitimacy and your restraint. Unless that was the actual purpose, Luna suggested dreamily. To force a public display that establishes specific parameters of imperial capability. Information gathering disguised as confrontation. Harry considered this perspective with growing concern. Had the entire incident been engineered by the Council not to defeat him but to assess him? To establish precisely what the Emperor could do before developing countermeasures? Either way, Neville said, joining them after overseeing the final security measures, we should expect the Council's next move to be more subtle. They've tested direct confrontation and found it ineffective. Which means political maneuvering, media manipulation, and probably infiltration attempts, Hermione predicted. Harry nodded grimly. We need to accelerate our outreach efforts. Every witch and wizard who chooses unbinding through the commission becomes a potential ally against council influence. Every successful case demonstrates the legitimacy of our approach. The mirror will help significantly, Luna noted. Its confirmation of your status carries weight with traditionalists who might otherwise resist imperial authority. Speaking of the mirror, Hermione interjected, I've placed it in the secure research room for preliminary examination. Its magical properties are remarkable. It appears to access historical records beyond anything preserved in conventional archives. It might provide insights into previous emperors' approaches to similar challenges, Harry realized. Perhaps even information about the Nameless One that could clarify Nott's cryptic warning. As they discussed next steps, McGonagall approached from the direction of her office, her expression a mixture of concern and resignation. Mr. Potter, she began, then corrected herself. Emperor. While I appreciate your defense of the castle, I must express concern about Hogwarts becoming a literal battleground. The school's primary purpose remains education, not imperial politics. You're absolutely right, Professor, Harry acknowledged immediately. The confrontation occurred outside the castle proper, but its proximity still risks student safety. We'll implement additional security measures to ensure future incidents remain well beyond school boundaries. McGonagall's stern expression softened slightly. See that you do. The Board of Governors is already demanding explanations, despite the precedence of imperial authority. Managing their concerns while supporting your commission stretches even my considerable diplomatic skills. Perhaps, Daphne suggested smoothly, a formal clarification of the relationship between Hogwarts' educational operations and the Imperial Commission's separate activities would reassure the governors. A document emphasizing the benefits to the school, including enhanced security, additional educational resources, and international prestige. McGonagall regarded the former Slytherin with newfound respect. A practical approach, Miss Greengrass. I would welcome such documentation for the next governor's meeting. As McGonagall departed, Harry found himself once again impressed by Daphne's political instincts. Her ability to identify leverage points and construct mutually beneficial arrangements had proven invaluable as the Commission navigated increasingly complex institutional relationships. The mirror examination will take several hours to complete properly, Hermione noted, returning to their earlier discussion. In the meantime, we should prepare for the media response to this morning's events. Rita Skeeter was spotted among the observers on the castle battlements. Harry groaned. Wonderful. By lunchtime, the Prophet will be running stories about Emperor Potter's army or some equally provocative headline. Actually, Daphne interjected with a small smile, I took the liberty of offering Ms. Skeeter an exclusive interview with you following the incident. Scheduled for this afternoon. Harry raised an eyebrow. Without consulting me? Strategic necessity, Daphne replied unapologetically. Controlling the initial narrative is critical. Rita's exclusive means other outlets will follow her framing rather than creating more sensationalized alternatives. And you think Rita won't sensationalize? Ron asked skeptically. Oh, she absolutely will, Daphne acknowledged. But within parameters we establish through the interview format. Better the sensationalism we can influence than the kind we can't. Harry sighed but nodded acceptance. Fine. But I want you and Hermione present during the interview. Between Hermione's history with Rita and your political acumen, we might manage something approaching accurate reporting. As they dispersed to their respective responsibilities, Neville overseeing security, Luna examining the mirror, Ron coordinating with legal authorities regarding the captured remnant members, Harry found himself momentarily alone in the entrance hall. The morning's events had unfolded with dizzying speed, from diplomatic preparations to ritual challenge to open combat in the span of hours. The pace of development since his unbinding had been relentless, allowing little time for reflection or adjustment. Each day brought new challenges requiring immediate response, each decision potentially setting precedents for imperial governance that might last centuries. Harry moved to a window overlooking the grounds, watching as ministry officials processed the captured remnant members. The magical suppression he had implemented during the conflict had already dissipated, a temporary intervention rather than permanent constraint, reflecting his instinctive preference for minimal necessary force. Yet Luna's observation troubled him. If he was already expanding imperial capabilities beyond historical parameters, where might that evolution lead? The power flowing through him continued to grow as his connection to the ley network strengthened. Without historical guidance or traditional constraints, how would he determine appropriate limitations? These questions would need to wait, as they had so many times before. The immediate demands of leadership took precedence over philosophical concerns. Rita Skeeter awaited, the imperial conclave approached, and somewhere the unseeable council was already planning their next move. The crucible of imperial authority continued to test not just Harry's magical capabilities but his moral compass and decision-making. Each challenge revealed more about the kind of emperor he might become, for better or worse. Chapter 4, Revelation. The silver gleam of Rita Skeeter's quick quotes quill caught the afternoon light as it danced across her parchment. Harry sat across from her in one of Hogwarts' smaller reception rooms, Hermione and Daphne flanking him like sentinels. Though the interview had barely begun, he already felt the familiar tension that came with managing Rita's particular brand of journalism. "So, Emperor Potter," Rita began, savoring the title with barely concealed skepticism, "this morning's confrontation certainly made an impression. The Remnant's forces defeated, their leader unmasked as Theodore Nott, and you personally displaying magical abilities not seen in Britain for centuries. Quite the spectacle." "It wasn't meant to be a spectacle," Harry replied evenly. "The Remnant brought the mirror of rightful rule to challenge imperial legitimacy. When that backfired, they resorted to violence." "Yes, this mysterious mirror." Rita leaned forward, her jeweled spectacles glinting. "Sources tell me it confirmed your status in rather dramatic fashion. Care to elaborate on what exactly it showed?" Harry exchanged a quick glance with Hermione before responding. "The mirror reveals magical truth beyond disguise or deception. It confirmed what the goblins recognized during my unbinding, that I carry the magical signature and bloodline connection of the Emperor of Magic." Rita's quill scratched furiously, though Harry noted with some satisfaction that Hermione's earlier threats seemed to be keeping it relatively honest. "And these remarkable abilities you displayed, suppressing offensive magic across dozens of opponents simultaneously. Is this standard imperial repertoire, or something uniquely Potterish?" Her smile didn't reach her eyes. "The Emperor's role has always included maintaining peace in magical conflicts," Harry replied carefully. "My approach prioritized minimizing harm on both sides." "How magnanimous," Rita commented. "And yet some might wonder if such power concentrated in one individual, without oversight or restriction, poses its own dangers." Daphne smoothly interjected before Harry could respond. "The Imperial Office has traditionally included advisory councils and established limitations. Emperor Potter has already begun implementing these historical checks and balances through the Imperial Commission's transparent governance structure." Rita's attention shifted to Daphne, her expression sharpening. "Speaking of governance, Miss Greengrass, your family's sudden prominence in the Emperor's inner circle has raised eyebrows. Particularly given your father's selective business associations before his untimely death." "My father recognized the damage being done by systematic magical binding long before it became public knowledge," Daphne replied with practiced composure. "The Greengrass family has opposed the Unseeable Council's methods for generations, often at great personal cost." Rita's quill paused momentarily. "The Unseeable Council. Yes, let's discuss this shadowy organization you've all been referencing. Skeptics suggest it's a convenient fiction, a bogeyman created to justify dramatic changes to magical governance. We've provided extensive documentation to international authorities," Hermione noted. "Including magical signatures, witness testimonies, and historical records dating back 6 centuries. The upcoming Imperial Conclave will present this evidence publicly." "Ah yes, the Conclave." Rita's smile widened. "The first in over 600 years, I'm told. Quite the achievement for someone who, until recently, was primarily known for surviving deadly situations through, how did you once put it, Mr. Potter, sheer dumb luck. Harry felt a flare of irritation but kept his expression neutral. The conclave was called by Supreme Mugwump Bade, not me. It recognizes that the issues we're addressing, systematic magical binding and the awakening of the Nameless One, have global implications requiring international cooperation. Rita's eyebrow arched at the mention of the Nameless One. This mysterious force that supposedly manifested above Gringotts. My sources at the Department of Mysteries describe it as an unprecedented magical anomaly, yet you speak of it almost as an entity with agency. Because it is, Harry confirmed. The Nameless One is a primordial magical consciousness that exists within the world's ley network. It's awakened in response to centuries of artificial manipulation of natural magical flows, essentially a correction mechanism triggered by extreme imbalance. How convenient that only you can communicate with this being, Rita observed. Makes verification rather difficult, doesn't it? The manifestations have been witnessed by hundreds across multiple countries, Hermione pointed out. The ICW has confirmed similar phenomena at major ley line intersections worldwide. Rita waved a dismissive hand. Magical disturbances, certainly. Attributing them to some sentient force with an agenda is quite another matter. Harry leaned forward slightly. Ms. Skeeter, I understand skepticism. For most of my life, I've been either glorified or vilified by the magical press based on whatever narrative served the moment. But what's happening now transcends personality or politics. The systematic binding of magical children and manipulation of ley lines are documented facts, regardless of who's addressing them. Something in his tone, a quiet authority that didn't need to demand attention, caused Rita to study him with genuine curiosity rather than her usual predatory assessment. You've changed, Mr. Potter, she observed. And not just in magical capacity. Having 100 magical bindings removed tends to have that effect, Harry replied dryly. Yes, these alleged bindings. Rita's professional mask returned. Placed by Albus Dumbledore himself, if your claims are to be believed. Many find it difficult to reconcile this with the Dumbledore they knew. The Dumbledore they thought they knew, Harry corrected. I've had to reconcile the mentor I trusted with the man who systematically crippled my magic from infancy. It hasn't been easy. For once, Rita seemed to recognize a genuine emotional moment, allowing brief silence before her next question. And what evidence convinced you beyond doubt that Dumbledore was responsible? His magical signature on the bindings themselves, Harry replied. Confirmed by multiple independent healers. His portrait's admission when confronted. And documents we've since discovered in his private archives, detailing his systematic approach to what he called magical management, in students showing exceptional potential. The interview continued for another 30 minutes, covering the Imperial Commission's unbinding program, the upcoming conclave, and the political opposition from traditional magical governance structures. Throughout, Harry maintained a careful balance, forthcoming without oversharing, authoritative without arrogance. When Rita finally departed, escorted by Hogwarts staff to the boundaries where she could safely apparate, Harry exhaled deeply. That went better than expected, he admitted. Though I'm sure she'll find some way to add dramatic flair to the actual article. She was surprisingly restrained, Hermione agreed. I think she's hedging her bets. If Imperial authority continues to strengthen, she wants to be positioned as one of the first journalists to treat it seriously. Daphne nodded. Classic Skeeter calculation. She's sensing which way the political winds are blowing. She checked her watch, a delicate silver instrument that displayed multiple rotating hands. The mirror examination team should have preliminary results by now. Shall we? Harry nodded, grateful to shift from public relations to substantive work. As they made their way toward the secure research room where Luna and her team were studying the Mirror of Rightful Rule, they passed through corridors busy with activity. The Imperial Commission had grown exponentially in recent weeks, now encompassing research teams, diplomatic staff, security personnel, and healing specialists coordinating the global unbinding initiative. Hogwarts itself had adapted to this evolution, the castle reconfiguring spaces to accommodate the Commission's expanding needs. New passages had appeared connecting previously separate wings, and rooms had enlarged or changed function based on imperial requirements. McGonagall had observed, with dry Scottish humor, that the castle seemed to be choosing sides quite definitively in current events. They found Luna in the research chamber, surrounded by floating diagrams and shimmering magical models. The mirror stood at the center of the room, its mercurial surface occasionally rippling as if responding to the magical analyses being performed. "Harry," Luna greeted, looking up from her notes. "Perfect timing. We've discovered something rather extraordinary." "About the mirror itself?" Hermione asked, already examining the nearest set of floating equations. "About its creators," Luna clarified. "And by extension, about the Imperial Office itself." She gestured to the mirror's ornate frame. "These markings aren't decorative. They're a form of proto-runic script that predates standardized magical writing systems. Our linguistic specialist just completed a preliminary translation." She handed Harry a parchment covered in careful annotations. "It's essentially a historical record of the mirror's creation and purpose." Harry scanned the document, his enhanced reading speed, another benefit of his unbound magic, allowing him to quickly process the dense text. "The Council of 12, he read aloud, looking up with surprise. "The mirror was created by a group calling themselves the Council of 12 in 537 CE. Luna nodded. "During the collapse of Romano-British Magical Society. A period of extreme instability following the withdrawal of Roman magical administration. And this Council of 12 established the Imperial Office as a solution to the chaos," Harry continued, reading further. "They created the mirror as an objective method of identifying suitable candidates with the necessary magical affinity and bloodline connections." "Keep reading," Luna encouraged. "The really interesting part comes next." Harry returned to the text, his expression growing increasingly troubled as he absorbed its implications. "The council members bound their own bloodlines to the imperial selection criteria, ensuring their descendants would carry the potential for imperial recognition." He looked up sharply. "They engineered a magical dynasty." "That's how I interpreted it initially," Luna agreed. "But the final passages suggest something more complex. The council didn't just create the imperial office, they were responding to something else. Something they referred to only as the Great Imbalance that threatened to destabilize magic itself." Hermione had joined them in examining the translation. "This references the Nameless One, doesn't it?" "Not by that name, but the description matches, a primordial force emerging when natural magical flows are severely disrupted. It appears the Imperial Office was created specifically to address such emergences," Luna confirmed. "To serve as an interface between human magical society and these deeper forces. The bloodline engineering wasn't about creating a dynasty so much as ensuring compatible magical vessels would exist when needed." "So the Emperor isn't just a political office," Harry realized. "It's a magical failsafe. A counterbalance to the Nameless One. Which explains why the Unseeable Council has worked so systematically to prevent Imperial emergence," Daphne observed. "They're not just protecting their power structure, they're preventing the natural correction mechanism from activating." Harry frowned, considering these revelations. "But why? If the Imperial Office exists to prevent catastrophic magical destabilization, suppressing it seems counterproductive even from the Council's perspective. Unless," Hermione suggested slowly, "the Council itself is somehow benefiting from the imbalance. Deriving power or advantage from the very distortions threatening magical stability." The room fell silent as they contemplated this possibility. The idea that the Unseeable Council might be deliberately sustaining magical imbalance for their own benefit shifted the nature of the conflict entirely, from political power struggle to something far more fundamentally threatening. "There's more," Luna added after a moment. "The mirror contains historical records of previous emperors, their reigns, major magical interventions, and eventual transitions. We've only accessed fragments so far, but they suggest a pattern. She activated a magical display showing a timeline spanning nearly 2,000 years. Points of light marked imperial emergences, with darker periods between them. The Imperial Office activates cyclically, Luna explained. Not at regular intervals, but in response to specific magical conditions. We've identified 17 confirmed emperors since the office's establishment, with an average of 86 years between emergences. What ended their reigns? Harry asked, studying the pattern with growing concern. Natural death. Assassination. Voluntary abdication. All of the above, depending on circumstances. Some ruled for decades, others for only a few years. But the most common transition. Luna hesitated. Was what? Harry prompted. Merging, she replied softly. A process whereby the Emperor's consciousness eventually joined with the magical network itself, essentially becoming one with the forces they were meant to balance. Harry felt a cold weight settle in his stomach. Are you saying the natural endpoint of the Imperial Office is dissolution of individual identity? Not necessarily, Luna clarified quickly. Many emperors maintained their distinct existence throughout their lives. The merging appears to have been a choice, typically made when magical stability had been restored and their personal continuation no longer served a necessary function. Still, Hermione interjected, looking troubled, it suggests the Imperial Office was designed with planned obsolescence. Create balance, then either step down or transcend. Harry found himself strangely relieved by this information. Not because he welcomed the prospect of losing his identity, but because it confirmed the office wasn't meant as a permanent power structure. It had specific purposes, with natural conclusion points once those purposes were fulfilled. What about the Unseeable Council? He asked. The Mirror's records must mention their emergence as opposition to imperial authority. Luna nodded, adjusting the display to highlight a particular period. The original Council of 12 eventually dissolved after establishing the imperial succession. But approximately 800 years later, during a prolonged absence of imperial emergence, a new group formed calling themselves the Seven Custodians. Their stated purpose was to maintain magical stability during imperial vacancies. Let me guess, Daphne interjected. Over time, these custodians decided they preferred managing magic themselves rather than facilitating imperial return. Precisely, Luna confirmed. They evolved into what historical records call the Conclave of Seven, then eventually the Unseeable Council. Each iteration became more secretive and controlling, developing increasingly sophisticated methods for manipulating magical flows and preventing imperial emergence. But they couldn't prevent it entirely, Harry noted. The mirror shows multiple emperors emerging despite their efforts. True, but with decreasing frequency, Luna pointed out. The last confirmed emperor before you was Aurelius Pendragon in 1412. His assassination by council agents marked the beginning of what magical historians call the Great Purge, a systematic effort to erase knowledge of the imperial office from public records. 600 years without an emperor, Hermione murmured. No wonder the magical imbalance has reached critical levels. Harry absorbed this information silently, understanding its implications for his own situation. He wasn't just the first emperor in centuries, he was emerging after the longest vacancy in imperial history, addressing accumulated distortions that had developed unchecked for generations. We need to access the mirror's complete historical archives, he decided. Especially records of how previous emperors addressed similar imbalances and interacted with the Nameless One. Already working on it, Luna assured him. The extraction is delicate, the information is stored in a quasi-dimensional matrix within the mirror's enchantment. But we should have more comprehensive data within days. Good. Harry turned to Daphne. What's the status of conclave preparations? On schedule, she reported. Supreme Mugwump Akingbade has secured commitments from all major magical governments. The neutral venue in Geneva has been prepared with appropriate security and translation enchantments. We're set to begin in 3 days. And our presentation materials? Hermione's research team has compiled compelling evidence packages for each delegation, Daphne continued, focusing on binding patterns specific to their regions. The universal nature of the suppression should help overcome individual political resistances. Harry nodded, momentarily satisfied with their progress. Yet something about Theodore Nott's cryptic warning during the remnant confrontation continued to trouble him, the implication that the Nameless One wasn't as straightforward as he'd assumed. Luna, he began cautiously, during your examination of the mirror's records, have you found anything suggesting the Nameless One might have its own agenda? Something beyond simply restoring natural magical balance. Luna paused, considering her response carefully. There are references to the dual nature of primordial forces. Passages suggesting that what manifests as restoration can sometimes bring destruction if improperly channeled. But nothing explicitly warning against the Nameless One itself. Theodore Nott seemed convinced we should fear it, Harry mused. That understanding its true nature would make us reconsider the Council's methods. Classic misdirection, Daphne suggested. Creating fear of the alternative to justify maintaining an oppressive status quo. Perhaps, Harry agreed, though without full conviction. But given what's at stake, we should investigate further before the conclave. I want comprehensive information about the Nameless One's previous manifestations and how former emperors managed them. There's one potential source we haven't fully explored, Hermione noted hesitantly. Dumbledore's personal archives. Not his official Hogwarts records, but his private research repository at Godric's Hollow. Harry's expression darkened at the mention. You think he studied the Imperial Office and the Nameless One? Given what we now know about his role in binding your magic and others, it seems likely he had extensive knowledge of what he was preventing, Hermione reasoned. As a council operative, he would have needed to understand exactly what forces he was manipulating. Despite his reluctance to engage further with Dumbledore's legacy, Harry recognized the practical value of this suggestion. Arrange an expedition, he decided. Secure team, magical archivist, appropriate containment equipment for anything sensitive we might find. I'll lead it personally, Hermione volunteered. I know what to look for, and my experience with magical libraries and hidden information systems will be useful. Harry nodded gratefully. Take Ron with you for security. And perhaps Luna for her perceptual abilities. As they finalized arrangements for this investigative mission, a house elf appeared with a soft pop, bowing deeply before addressing Harry. Emperor Potter, sir. Tilly is bringing urgent message from the Goblin delegation. Director Ragnarok is requesting immediate audience regarding developments at Gringotts. Harry exchanged concerned glances with his companions. Given recent events, any developments at Gringotts warranted serious attention. Please inform Director Ragnarok I'll meet him in the diplomatic reception chamber in 15 minutes, Harry instructed. After the elf departed, Daphne raised an eyebrow. Gringotts has been remarkably stable since your agreement with the Nameless One. What could prompt an urgent request from Ragnarok himself? I suspect we're about to find out, Harry replied. Let's finish here first. Luna, continue the mirror examination with particular focus on Nameless One references. Hermione, prepare for the Godric's Hollow expedition, depart as soon as reasonably possible. Daphne, you're with me for the Goblin meeting. The easy authority with which Harry now issued instructions reflected his growing comfort with the Imperial role. What had initially felt like an uncomfortable mantle now fit more naturally, not through power's corruption, but through genuine acceptance of responsibility. As they separated to their assigned tasks, Harry paused to study the mirror once more. His reflection showed not just his current self, but echoes of previous emperors, faces and forms overlaid upon his own, creating a visual representation of the magical lineage he had inherited. Their experiences, their triumphs and failures, their ultimate choices about how to wield and eventually relinquish imperial power, all were part of the legacy he now carried. I won't repeat their mistakes, he murmured to the reflection. Whatever they may have been. The mirror's surface rippled in response, as though acknowledging his commitment. Director Ragnarok awaited them in the diplomatic reception chamber, accompanied by 2 goblin advisors whose formal attire indicated high status within the nation's hierarchy. The Goblin King bowed slightly as Harry and Daphne entered, not the deep obeisance shown to wizarding officials out of necessity, but the measured acknowledgement of one sovereign to another. Emperor, Ragnarok greeted. Thank you for receiving us promptly. Director Ragnarok, Harry returned the formal acknowledgement. Hogwarts welcomes the Goblin delegation. How may the Imperial Office assist Gringotts today? The formal diplomatic exchange completed, Ragnarok's expression shifted to one of controlled concern. Our deepest vault systems have been experiencing anomalies since your interaction with the Nameless One. Initially minor, but increasing in frequency and intensity over the past 24 hours. What kind of anomalies? Harry asked. Ragnarok gestured to one of his advisors, who activated a complex 3-dimensional projection showing Gringotts' lowest levels. Areas throughout the diagram pulsed with different colored lights, concentrating particularly around certain vault clusters. Temporal fluctuations, the advisor explained in heavily accented English. Localized distortions in the flow of time. Maintenance crews entering affected areas report experiencing minutes while hours pass outside, or vice versa. The magical stabilization fields we've implemented contain the effects temporarily, Ragnarok continued. But conventional methods are proving increasingly ineffective. We believe these disturbances relate directly to the ley line manipulations performed by the Unseeable Council over centuries. Harry studied the projection carefully, recognizing patterns that corresponded to what he perceived during his communion with the ley network. The agreement I negotiated with the Nameless One was meant to prevent exactly these kinds of manifestations, he noted with concern. Indeed, Ragnarok agreed. Which suggests either the agreement is being circumvented, or these disturbances originate from another source altogether. The implication hung in the air, either the Nameless One wasn't honoring their arrangement, or another player had entered the game. What about the vaults themselves? Daphne inquired. Are their contents being affected? The second goblin advisor answered, her voice sharper than her colleagues. Most contents remain stable, protected by Gringotts standard enchantments. However, certain artifacts of significant age or magical potency have begun awakening. Awakening? Harry repeated. Activating autonomously, she clarified. Magical objects normally dormant without specific triggering conditions are spontaneously manifesting their enchantments. Most concerning are the Founder's reliquaries in the deepest heritage vaults. Ragnarok elaborated, his expression grave. When Hogwarts was established, each Founder created a reliquary containing magical essences and knowledge too dangerous or powerful for general access. These were entrusted to Gringotts for safekeeping, with specific awakening conditions tied to existential threats to magical Britain. And these reliquaries are now activating, Harry concluded. Without anyone triggering those conditions deliberately. Precisely, Ragnarok confirmed. The Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff reliquaries began manifestation cycles approximately 6 hours ago. Slytherins followed 2 hours later. We predict Gryffindors will activate within the next 12 hours based on the progression pattern. Harry processed this information quickly. You believe these activations are connected to the temporal anomalies? They appear to be both symptom and catalyst, Ragnarok explained. The initial disturbances triggered the reliquaries' awakening protocols, which in turn are amplifying the anomalies through their considerable magical emissions. A feedback loop, Daphne observed. Potentially self-reinforcing to catastrophic levels without intervention. Ragnarok nodded grimly. Hence our urgency in seeking Imperial assistance. These artifacts fall under your jurisdiction as Emperor of Magic, particularly given their connection to Hogwarts' founding. What do you propose? Harry asked. A joint expedition to the affected vaults, Ragnarok replied. Goblin experts to navigate the compromised security systems, and Imperial authority to address the reliquaries directly. Their awakening protocols may respond to the Emperor's magical signature in ways they won't to conventional interventions. Harry considered the request carefully. Entering Gringotts' deepest levels during magical disturbances carried significant risks. Yet the activation of the Founder's reliquaries, artifacts deliberately designed to respond to magical emergencies, couldn't be coincidental given current circumstances. "I'll lead the expedition personally," he decided. "How soon can it be arranged?" "Preparations are already underway," Ragnarok assured him. "We can depart within the hour if that suits your schedule, Emperor." "It does," Harry confirmed. "Though I'd like to bring a small team of my own specialists." "Of course," Ragnarok agreed. "Though I must caution that larger parties increase risks when navigating temporally unstable environments." "Understood. We'll keep the team essential only." After the goblin delegation departed to finalize arrangements, Daphne turned to Harry with a concerned expression. "You realize the timing is suspicious. 3 days before the Imperial Conclave, an emergency emerges requiring your personal attention deep under Gringotts, where communication and extraction would be challenging if complications arise." "The thought had occurred to me," Harry acknowledged. "But I've worked with Ragnarok directly since my unbinding. The Goblin Nation has consistently supported Imperial restoration." "The nation as a whole, yes," Daphne conceded. "But individual factions exist within Goblin politics just as in Wizarding society. Not all necessarily share Ragnarok's perspective." "A valid concern," Harry agreed. "Which is why I'll select the team carefully and establish regular communication protocols. If we miss a check-in, the Commission should implement emergency procedures." "Who will you take?" Daphne asked. Harry considered briefly. "Neville for his grounding influence on chaotic magic. Bill Weasley for his curse-breaking expertise with ancient artifacts. And you, if you're willing, for political acuity if we encounter anything with governance implications." Daphne looked momentarily surprised at her inclusion, then nodded. "A logical composition. Though I should note Hermione might be better suited for analyzing the reliquaries themselves." "She would be," Harry agreed. "But she's already committed to the Godric's Hollow expedition, which may prove equally important. And frankly, I trust your instincts for detecting deception or manipulation, which could be crucial if this is indeed some form of trap." The subtle compliment wasn't lost on Daphne, whose normally composed expression softened momentarily. "In that case, I accept. Though perhaps we should consider additional magical protection given the temporal distortions Ragnarok described." "Already planning to modify Neville's stabilization seeds for that specific purpose," Harry confirmed. "And I'll brief McGonagall about our departure, ensuring the Commission maintains full operational capacity during our absence." As they separated to prepare for their respective roles, Harry found himself reflecting on how rapidly and thoroughly his life had transformed. Just months ago, he had been focused on post-war recovery and determining his future career path. Now he was preparing to lead an expedition to address awakening Founder artifacts while simultaneously managing international magical politics and investigating primordial forces. Yet despite the enormity of these responsibilities, he felt more authentically himself than ever before. The removal of Dumbledore's bindings had freed not just his magic but his essential nature, allowing him to grow into capabilities that had been artificially constrained for decades. An hour later, their team assembled in Hogwarts entrance hall, equipped for the Gringotts expedition. Neville had modified his specialized botanical stabilizers to address temporal fluctuations, incorporating ingredients Harry had never heard of to create what he called chronological anchoring points. Bill Weasley, on temporary leave from his regular Gringotts duties, carried an impressive array of curse-breaking tools and analytical instruments designed specifically for ancient magical artifacts. Daphne, characteristically practical, had exchanged her formal robes for more functional attire that still managed to look elegantly appropriate. A small bag at her waist contained political reference materials and communication devices, including a modified two-way mirror linked to Hermione's team heading to Godric's Hollow. "All set?" Harry asked, completing his own final equipment check. They nodded, expressions reflecting appropriate seriousness for the mission ahead. "Remember," Harry emphasized, "regular communication checkpoints every 30 minutes. Temporal distortions mean time might flow differently for us than for those outside, so strict adherence to protocol is essential. Goblin escort approaching the gates, Neville reported, glancing out the massive oak doors. Looks like our ride is here. The transportation Ragnarok had arranged was not the familiar carts that serviced Gringotts' upper levels, but an enclosed carriage drawn by creatures resembling a cross between horses and something distinctly more reptilian. Their scaled bodies gleamed iridescently in the afternoon sunlight, while intelligent yellow eyes assessed the Hogwarts team with unmistakable sentience. "Kelps in," Bill explained, noticing Harry's curious examination of the creatures. Bred by goblins specifically for secure transport of high-value clients and materials. Nearly impossible to intercept or hijack due to their ability to shift between physical locations instantaneously when threatened. Expensive assignment, Daphne noted quietly. Another indication of how seriously Ragnarok is taking this situation. The goblin driver bowed formally as they approached. "Emperor Potter. Director Ragnarok awaits your party at Gringotts' diplomatic entrance. These mounts will transport you directly, bypassing conventional routes that might be monitored." The journey to London took a fraction of the time Harry expected. The Kelpsin-drawn carriage initially proceeded at a conventional pace but occasionally seemed to skip through sections of space, covering miles and moments through what Bill explained were controlled spatial foldings rather than conventional apparition. They arrived at an unremarkable building several blocks from Gringotts' main entrance. Inside, however, a goblin security detail awaited, led by a battle-scarred veteran who introduced himself as Commander Ironclaw. "The diplomatic tunnels will take us directly to the deep vaults," Ironclaw explained as they descended a hidden staircase. Director Ragnarok felt it prudent to avoid the main bank entirely, given increased surveillance from certain ministry departments since the temporal anomalies began. "The ministry is monitoring Gringotts?" Harry asked, concerned about this development. "Unspeakables primarily," Ironclaw confirmed. "Positioned around the perimeter with detection equipment. Officially investigating magical disturbances, but their interest seems specifically focused on vault activities." "Blackwood," Harry murmured to his companions. "Still pursuing her Code Merlin protocols despite Kingsley's interventions." The diplomatic tunnels were more refined than the rough-hewn passages Harry remembered from his previous venture into Gringotts' depths. Smooth stone walls bearing elegant carvings gave way to increasingly ancient architecture as they descended, transitioning from goblin construction to something that predated even their earliest settlements. These lower sections were not built by goblin hands, Ironclaw noted, following Harry's gaze to the massive monolithic structures they now passed between. "They existed before our nation claimed this territory. Before wizards walked these islands." The implication sent a shiver of recognition through Harry. The architectural style matched what he had glimpsed during his communion with the Nameless One, structures created during the earliest organization of magical ley lines by beings neither human nor goblin. "How much further to the affected vaults?" Neville asked, his expression suggesting he too recognized the significance of their surroundings. 3 more levels, Ironclaw replied. "Though I must warn you, conventional spatial relationships become increasingly unreliable as we approach the anomaly zones. Stay close and follow precisely in my footsteps. Deviation could result in temporal displacement." As if to emphasize his warning, they passed a section of corridor where reality itself seemed to ripple like heat waves rising from sun-baked stone. Through these distortions, Harry glimpsed alternate versions of the passage, sometimes empty, sometimes occupied by figures moving at impossible speeds, sometimes crumbling in advanced decay. "The temporal boundaries are thinning," Bill observed, his cursebreaker training evident in his analytical approach to the phenomenon. "Multiple potential timelines manifesting simultaneously in the same physical space. Precisely why conventional stabilization methods are failing," came Ragnarok's voice from ahead. The goblin director awaited them at a massive circular vault door inscribed with symbols representing the 4 Hogwarts houses. Unlike standard Gringotts vaults with their single keyhole, this entrance featured 4 separate locking mechanisms arranged in cardinal positions around its circumference. "The Founder's Repository," Ragnarok explained. Created during Hogwarts' establishment as a safeguard against magical catastrophes that might threaten the school or broader magical society. I've never heard of this vault, Harry noted, studying the ancient door with growing fascination. Few have, Ragnarok acknowledged. Knowledge of its existence was deliberately limited even within Gringotts. Only the director and Hogwarts headmaster are typically informed of its location and purpose. Then why wasn't McGonagall notified about these activations? Daphne asked, her political instincts immediately identifying the protocol breach. An excellent question, Ragnarok replied with obvious approval of her perception. We attempted standard notification but discovered the headmistress's magical signature has been temporarily blocked from our communication network. Further investigation revealed sophisticated interference originating from within the ministry itself. More unspeakable intervention, Harry concluded grimly. They're isolating potential response vectors while monitoring the situation. Our assessment as well, Ragnarok confirmed. Which expedited our decision to contact you directly through non-standard channels. As Emperor of Magic, you have hereditary access rights to the repository independent of your Hogwarts affiliation. Harry approached the vault door, examining the 4 locking mechanisms more closely. Each bore the crest of its respective founder, crafted in precious metals and gemstones that seemed to shift and move under observation. How do we open it? He asked. Conventional access requires physical keys held by designated bloodline descendants of each founder, Ragnarok explained. A deliberately fragmented security system to prevent unilateral access. But we don't have those keys, Neville pointed out. No, Ragnarok agreed. However, Imperial authority supersedes standard protocols in situations of confirmed magical emergency. The vault's deepest enchantments should recognize Emperor Potter's magical signature as having override privileges. Should? Daphne repeated skeptically. This specific circumstance hasn't arisen in the vault's recorded history, Ragnarok admitted. But the theoretical framework exists in the original governance documents. Harry considered their options. Waiting to locate legitimate keyholders would take valuable time they might not have, given the accelerating temporal anomalies. Yet attempting an override might trigger defensive measures designed to protect the repository from unauthorized access. What exactly is happening with the reliquaries that makes immediate intervention necessary? He asked. In response, Ragnarok produced a specialized viewing crystal that projected a 3-dimensional image of the vault's interior. Within the circular chamber, 4 pedestals supported distinctive containers, each reflecting its creator's magical aesthetic. 3 of these containers were emitting pulses of colored light in accelerating rhythm, while the 4th, bearing Gryffindor's lion insignia, remained dormant but showed signs of imminent activation. Each reliquary contains what the founders called contingency magic, spells, enchantments, and magical essences designed to activate only when specific existential threats emerge, Ragnarok explained. They're responding to current conditions as if recognizing a predefined emergency scenario. What happens when all 4 activate completely? Harry asked. Unknown, Ragnarok admitted. The documentation is deliberately vague, suggesting the founders themselves implemented multiple possible response patterns depending on the specific nature of the threat. Harry studied the projection carefully, noting how the pulses from the 3 active reliquaries were beginning to synchronize. The pattern seemed familiar somehow, resonating with his enhanced magical perception in a way that triggered recognition. They're establishing a communication frequency, he realized suddenly. Creating a magical channel to reach something, or someone, specific. The Emperor, Neville suggested. They could be designed to provide guidance or resources to the Imperial office during emergencies. Or to the Nameless One, Bill countered soberly. These were created during the early medieval period when boundaries between magical classifications were less rigid. The founders might have incorporated primordial interfaces we'd consider dangerous by modern standards. The urgency of their situation clarified in Harry's mind. Whatever the reliquaries were attempting to contact, allowing the process to complete without supervision seemed unnecessarily risky given current instabilities. I'll attempt the override, he decided. Neville, deploy your temporal stabilizers around the perimeter to minimize chronological distortion effects. Bill, prepare analytical containment fields in case we need to isolate individual reliquaries. Daphne, document everything precisely. If there are political or historical implications to what we find, we'll need accurate records. As his team moved to their assigned positions, Harry approached the vault door, centering himself before it. Rather than forcing his magic against the ancient defenses, he allowed his imperial signature to emerge naturally, the unique magical pattern that the Mirror of Rightful Rule had confirmed as legitimate. The response was immediate but subtle. The 4 house crests began to glow, each with its characteristic color: emerald for Slytherin, sapphire for Ravenclaw, ruby for Gryffindor, and amber for Hufflepuff. The light spread along previously invisible seams in the door's surface, revealing intricate patterns that hadn't been apparent initially. "It's recognizing you," Ragnarok observed quietly. "Proceed with the formal address." Harry nodded, recalling the traditional phrasing the goblin had briefed him on during their preparations. "I, Harry James Potter, Emperor of Magic by right of blood and magical affirmation, request access to the Founder's repository in response to detected magical emergency." The glowing lines intensified, converging toward the center of the door where they formed a new symbol, a stylized crown intersected by a lightning bolt. The image was so similar to Harry's transformed scar that he instinctively reached up to touch the marking on his forehead, feeling it warm slightly in response to its counterpart on the vault. "Blood validation required," came a disembodied voice, speaking in a language Harry somehow understood despite recognizing it as an archaic form of English no longer spoken in modern Britain. "A small sacrifice is needed," Ragnarok explained. "A drop of imperial blood freely given to confirm your identity beyond magical signature." Harry nodded, understanding the security logic. With wandless magic, he created a small, precise cut on his palm, then pressed his bleeding hand against the central symbol on the vault door. The response was both immediate and dramatic. The door's surface appeared to liquefy, the solid metal flowing away from Harry's touch like quicksilver retreating from heat. Within moments, the entire massive structure had receded into the surrounding frame, revealing the circular chamber they had observed in Ragnarok's projection. Inside, the situation had progressed even in the brief time since their last update. All 4 reliquaries were now active, their magical emissions forming a complex interlocking pattern above the central floor area. Colors twisted and merged: Slytherin's green, Ravenclaw's blue, Hufflepuff's yellow, and Gryffindor's red, creating a swirling vortex of pure magical energy. "Full activation sequence," Bill reported, his cursebreaker instrument scanning the phenomenon. "Whatever they're attempting to communicate with, contact is imminent." "Temporal stability dropping rapidly," Neville added, monitoring his specialized detectors. "The combined magical output is accelerating chronological distortion throughout this level." Harry stepped forward cautiously, extending his magical senses toward the reliquaries. Unlike the chaotic energy he had encountered during the Gringotts manifestation of the Nameless One, this magic felt structured, intentional, a deliberate communication attempt rather than a natural emergence. "They're not just activating randomly," he realized. "They're responding specifically to imperial emergence after prolonged absence. This is a planned contingency, not an accident." "Can you interpret what they're trying to communicate?" Daphne asked, carefully documenting the phenomenon with both magical recording devices and traditional notes. Harry moved closer to the swirling vortex, allowing his magic to harmonize with the reliquary's emissions. The connection formed more easily than expected, suggesting the artifacts had indeed been designed with imperial interaction in mind. As his consciousness interfaced with the combined magical essences of the Founders, information flowed into his mind in a controlled but rapid sequence, not overwhelming like his communion with the Nameless One, but methodically organized for efficient transfer. The Founders had created the reliquaries as a safeguard against multiple potential threats, but primarily to address one specific scenario: the corruption of natural magical governance by artificial constraints. They had foreseen the possibility that future generations might attempt to control magical development through systematic suppression, and had created these contingency measures to preserve both knowledge and power that could restore proper balance. More surprisingly, they had specifically anticipated the formation of something like the Unseeable Council. Salazar Slytherin, often maligned in modern historical accounts, had been particularly adamant about establishing protections against what he called the tyranny of mediocrity, the suppression of exceptional magical potential by those who feared what they couldn't control. But most critically, the reliquaries contained warnings about the dual nature of the primordial forces they classified as the arbiters, entities that existed within the magical foundation to maintain balance, but which could implement that balance through either constructive or destructive means depending on how they were approached. The Nameless One was such an arbiter, ancient, powerful, and fundamentally aligned with natural magical law rather than human preference. Its current manifestation represented a response to centuries of accumulated distortion, but its methods would become increasingly destructive if proper mediation wasn't established. The founders had designed their reliquaries to activate when an emperor emerged during periods of severe imbalance, providing critical information and resources to help establish effective mediation with these primordial forces. The current synchronization process was attempting to transfer not just knowledge but actual magical tools created specifically for imperial use in such circumstances. As this understanding crystallized in Harry's mind, the swirling vortex above the reliquaries began to coalesce into a more defined form, a sphere of interwoven colored light approximately 1 meter in diameter. Within this sphere, objects began to materialize: a silver diadem set with sapphires, a golden cup, a locket bearing an ornate S, and a ruby-encrusted sword. "Are those?" Neville began. "Not the Horcruxes," Harry clarified immediately, recognizing his friend's concern. "Though they bear resemblance to objects Voldemort corrupted. These are the original founder artifacts in their true form, untainted by dark magic." The founder's legacy, Ragnarok breathed, awe evident in his normally composed voice. "Mentioned in our oldest records but believed lost centuries ago." The sphere descended slowly until it hovered directly before Harry. As it reached eye level, the 4 artifacts arranged themselves in a square pattern, and a 5th object materialized in the center, a simple golden ring bearing a black stone with a familiar symbol etched into its surface. "The Resurrection Stone," Harry whispered, immediately recognizing the Peveril coat of arms. "But it was lost in the Forbidden Forest." "Perhaps not lost but returned to its original purpose," Daphne suggested. "The Deathly Hallows were rumored to have functions beyond their commonly known properties." As if confirming her speculation, the 5 artifacts began to rotate slowly, generating a new pattern of magical energy that flowed directly toward Harry. Unlike the invasive sensation of foreign magic attempting to affect him, this energy felt complementary, designed to integrate with Imperial magic rather than override it. "They're offering you something," Bill observed, monitoring the energy patterns with his specialized equipment. "A magical enhancement or capability of some kind." Harry sensed the truth of this assessment. The combined essence of the founder's artifacts was presenting a specific magical tool, knowledge and power created explicitly for Imperial mediation with primordial forces like the Nameless One. This is what the Unseeable Council has feared, he realized. Not just the Emperor's return, but the Emperor accessing these specific resources that would allow effective communication with and potential control of the very forces the Council has been manipulating. The offering required acceptance, a conscious choice to integrate the presented magic rather than passive receipt. Harry considered carefully, wary of unknown enchantments despite the apparent legitimacy of their source. "What exactly are they offering?" Daphne asked, her natural caution evident. Harry focused his perception more precisely, analyzing the magical signature being presented. "It's a form of enhanced perception," he explained. "Similar to what I experienced connecting with the ley network, but more structured and controlled. Designed specifically for interpreting and influencing primordial magical communications." The Emperor's tongue, Ragnarok interjected unexpectedly. Referenced in ancient goblin records as the ability to speak directly to magic itself, without intermediaries or limitations. A foundational imperial power lost after Aurelius Pendragon's assassination. The name registered with Harry, the last confirmed emperor before his own emergence, killed by council agents during the Great Purge. This capability might have been precisely what made Aurelius dangerous enough to assassinate. If you accept, Bill cautioned, the magical integration could have unpredictable effects on your core. These enchantments are centuries old and designed for different magical conditions than exist today. But potentially essential for proper mediation with the Nameless One, Neville countered. Especially given the accelerating temporal anomalies and Harry's agreement to demonstrate meaningful correction within the year. The decision crystallized in Harry's mind. The risks were real but calculated, and the potential benefits to addressing the fundamental magical imbalance outweighed his personal concerns. I accept the Founder's offering, he stated formally, extending his hands toward the rotating artifacts. The response was immediate. The 5 objects dissolved into pure magical essence, flowing toward Harry in streams of their characteristic colors. Unlike his traumatic unbinding at Gringotts, this integration was gentle, almost elegant, enchantments designed to complement rather than overwhelm their recipient. The magic settled into Harry's core, not as foreign elements but as awakened capabilities that seemed to have always existed in potential. New perceptual dimensions opened in his awareness, allowing him to see, hear, and feel magical communications that had previously been only partially accessible. The temporal distortions throughout the vault suddenly became comprehensible not just as effects but as expressions, the magic itself attempting to communicate through the only channels available when conventional pathways had been constrained for centuries. Harry. Neville's voice seemed to come from both his physical friend and a magical echo that revealed Neville's connection to earth magic and growing things. Are you all right? Yes, Harry replied, his voice carrying subtle harmonics that hadn't been present before. The integration was successful. I can perceive magical communications more directly now. Your magical aura has changed, Daphne observed, her own aura appearing to Harry's enhanced perception as structured crystal lattices reflecting political and social connections. More defined, more intentional. Harry nodded, gradually adjusting to the enhanced perception. The Founders created this capability specifically for Imperial mediation. It allows direct translation between human magical understanding and primordial forces. Perfect timing, Bill interjected urgently, checking his monitoring equipment. Because whatever the reliquaries were communicating with has just responded. The air in the center of the vault shimmered, reality folding inward to create an aperture approximately 2 meters in diameter. Unlike the chaotic manifestation above Gringotts, this opening appeared precisely controlled, a deliberate doorway rather than a disruptive tear. Through this portal, a figure emerged, humanoid in general shape but composed of swirling darkness interspersed with points of light resembling stars. It stood silently for a moment, assessing those present with an awareness that seemed to extend beyond conventional perception. An avatar, Harry realized, his enhanced understanding immediately recognizing the nature of this manifestation. The Nameless One has created a physical representation to communicate directly. The figure inclined what approximated a head toward Harry, acknowledging his accurate assessment. When it spoke, the words formed not through sound but through direct magical impression translated by Harry's newly acquired capability. Emperor, it greeted, its communication carrying layers of meaning beyond the simple term. The Founder's legacy is awakened. The arbitration may proceed. Arbitration? Harry questioned, responding in kind, his words carrying magical harmonics that the entity could properly interpret. Between order imposed and chaos emerging, the Avatar explained. Between human design and natural flow. Between the Council's architecture and magic's true pattern. You're proposing formal negotiation, Harry realized. Not just the temporary agreement we established, but comprehensive resolution of the imbalance. The temporal fractures accelerate, the Avatar confirmed. Your year of grace diminishes more rapidly than anticipated. Alternative approaches must be considered. Harry processed this information quickly, understanding its implications. The temporal anomalies weren't just side effects but indicators of a more fundamental problem. The agreement he had negotiated was proving insufficient to address the cumulative damage of centuries of manipulation. What form would this arbitration take, he asked. The conclave you have initiated provides appropriate framework, the Avatar replied. But its scope must expand. Not merely human magical authorities, but representatives of all affected orders. The Goblin Nation. The Centaur herds. The Merfolk conclaves. The Elven cohorts. All who draw upon the network distorted. A truly comprehensive magical assembly, Harry mused, immediately recognizing both the revolutionary potential and enormous political challenges such an approach would present. And the unseeable council must participate directly, the Avatar continued. Not through proxies or agents, but in true presence. Their architects must face the consequences of their design. This stipulation presented the greatest obstacle. The council had operated from the shadows for centuries, their identities protected through layers of secrecy and misdirection. Forcing their direct participation would require leverage Harry wasn't certain he possessed. They will resist such exposure, he noted. They will, the Avatar agreed. Unless compelled by forces they cannot dismiss. The reliquaries have awakened. The legacy is transferred. You now possess means to identify council members beyond their ability to conceal. Harry's enhanced perception immediately grasped what the Avatar was referencing, a specific aspect of the magical capability he had just received from the Founder's artifacts. The ability to perceive not just the 7-pointed star marking council members, but the distinctive magical signature of their binding architecture itself. I can trace their work back to its source, he realized. Follow the bindings to those who created them. Precisely, the Avatar confirmed. The arbitration requires all architects present. Your new perception enables their identification regardless of concealment methods. The strategic implications were enormous. With this capability, Harry could potentially expose the entire council structure, not just Lord Nott and the public-facing members, but the hidden inner circle responsible for designing and implementing centuries of magical suppression. What assurance do we have that this arbitration will produce actual resolution rather than further conflict? Daphne asked, addressing the Avatar directly despite the communication challenges. The Avatar turned toward her, seeming to appreciate her forthright question. When it responded, the meaning transferred through Harry's translation capability. Balance requires representation of all interests, it explained. The Council's core concern, preventing catastrophic magical disruption, holds legitimacy despite their methods. The arbitration acknowledges this while requiring proportionate correction. You're saying they weren't entirely wrong about the risks, Harry interpreted. Just their approach to addressing them. Precisely, the Avatar confirmed. Unmanaged magical development has historically produced civilization-ending consequences. The Council's error was not in seeking stability, but in imposing artificial hierarchy rather than natural balance. This acknowledgement shifted Harry's understanding of the conflict significantly. The Council wasn't simply pursuing power for its own sake but responding, however imperfectly, to genuine historical patterns that had led to magical catastrophes in previous eras. The arbitration would establish new protocols, the Avatar continued. Transparent governance of magical development, elimination of binding without consent, restoration of natural flow patterns while maintaining necessary stability constraints. A complete restructuring of magical society, Neville observed, but without the chaos of immediate full correction. The Avatar inclined its head in agreement. The alternative remains implementation of natural correction patterns should arbitration fail. Such patterns prioritize magical balance above continuity of existing structures. The implicit warning was clear: achieve negotiated resolution through the expanded conclave, or face the Nameless One's direct intervention, with potentially devastating consequences for current magical civilization. I accept the proposed arbitration framework, Harry decided. And will expand the Imperial Conclave accordingly, including representatives from all magical beings affected by the imbalance. The Council's participation remains essential, the Avatar emphasized. Without their direct engagement, arbitration cannot succeed. I'll ensure their attendance, Harry promised, already considering how to leverage his new identification capabilities to apply appropriate pressure. The Avatar nodded once more, then began to dissolve back into the portal from which it had emerged. 3 days remain until your conclave begins. We will observe preparations and respond accordingly. As the manifestation disappeared and the portal closed, the vault fell silent. The reliquaries, having transferred their contents, had gone dormant, simple containers once again rather than active magical artifacts. Well, Bill said after a moment, that certainly exceeded standard vault inspection protocols. The understated humor broke the tension somewhat. Ragnarok, who had observed the entire exchange with remarkable composure, stepped forward. Emperor Potter, if I understand correctly, you have just negotiated expansion of the Imperial Conclave to include representatives from all magical races, while simultaneously acquiring the means to identify and compel attendance from the Unseeable Council itself. That's an accurate summary, Harry confirmed. Then the next 3 days promised to be extraordinarily busy, the Goblin director observed dryly. The Goblin nation will, of course, prepare an appropriate delegation for this expanded conclave. I would welcome your personal participation, Director, Harry replied. Your historical knowledge and diplomatic experience would be invaluable during these proceedings. Ragnarok inclined his head, acknowledging the invitation. The first joint magical governance assembly including goblins as equal participants rather than subordinate signatories. Historical indeed. If we survive the political explosion this will cause, Daphne noted pragmatically. The Wisingamot nearly collapsed over the mere recognition of imperial authority. Expanding the conclave to include beings they've historically classified as magical creatures will trigger unprecedented resistance. Then we'll need unprecedented support to counter it, Harry replied. Beginning with comprehensive documentation of the temporal anomalies and their connection to council activities. Concrete evidence that this isn't merely political restructuring but necessary magical stabilization. The reliquary's activation provides precisely such evidence, Neville pointed out. Artifacts created by the founders themselves, responding to magical emergency conditions exactly as designed. And your new perceptual capabilities offer strategic advantage, Daphne added thoughtfully. The ability to identify council members regardless of concealment changes the power dynamic substantially. Harry nodded, already considering how best to apply these new resources. We should return to Hogwarts immediately to begin preparations. The Commission needs to be briefed, diplomatic communications dispatched to additional magical communities, and security protocols established for an expanded conclave format. The temporal anomalies appear to have stabilized following your acceptance of the Founder's legacy, Bill reported, checking his monitoring equipment. Not resolved completely, but no longer accelerating. A temporary reprieve, Harry noted. Sufficient for organized arbitration but not indefinite delay. As they prepared to depart the vault, Harry paused to examine the now dormant reliquaries one final time. The founders had created these contingency measures centuries ago, anticipating potential threats to magical balance and preparing resources specifically for imperial intervention. How many other such safeguards existed throughout the magical world, he wondered, ancient protections established by previous generations who understood dangers their descendants had forgotten or ignored. And how had the Unseeable Council managed to suppress knowledge of these systems so thoroughly that even institutional memory of their existence had faded? These questions would need to wait for answers. The immediate priority was preparing for an expanded conclave that might represent the most significant gathering of magical beings since the Founders' era itself. Shall we, Emperor? Ragnarok prompted gently. Harry nodded, turning away from the reliquaries. Yes. We have much to accomplish in very little time. The return journey through Gringotts' ancient tunnels proceeded more smoothly than their descent, the previously unstable areas now showing only residual signs of temporal distortion. Harry's enhanced perception allowed him to see these anomalies more clearly, not just as magical disturbances but as expressions of underlying damage to the natural flow patterns of the ley network. With the Founder's legacy integrated into his magical core, his understanding of the fundamental issues had clarified significantly. The Unseeable Council's manipulations hadn't simply redirected magical energy for political advantage, they had imposed artificial constraints on a living system, creating pressure points and blockages throughout the natural network. The temporal anomalies represented that network attempting to compensate, stretching and folding linear time to accommodate energy that could no longer flow through intended channels. As they emerged from Gringotts' diplomatic entrance into the late afternoon sunlight, Harry immediately sensed they were being observed. His enhanced perception identified multiple monitoring enchantments focused on their location, sophisticated surveillance magic bearing the distinctive signature of unspeakable craftsmanship. "We're being watched," he murmured to his companions. "Department of Mysteries. Multiple detection arrays. Expected after the temporal anomalies," Bill noted quietly. "Though the specificity of their focus on our group suggests targeted surveillance rather than general monitoring." "Blackwood still pursuing her own agenda regardless of Kingsley's directives," Daphne observed. "We should assume anything discussed openly will reach Ministry ears." Harry nodded, making a subtle gesture that created a privacy field around their group, not obvious enough to signal awareness of surveillance, but sufficient to prevent casual eavesdropping. "Direct return to Hogwarts," he decided. "We need to contact Hermione's team immediately and coordinate our findings." "The Kelpsin transport awaits around the corner," Ragnarok informed them. "It will return you directly to Hogwarts grounds, bypassing conventional travel routes that might be monitored or intercepted." Harry extended his hand to the Goblin director. "Thank you for bringing this situation to my attention, Director Ragnarok. The activation of the Founder's reliquaries has provided critical information and resources for addressing current challenges." Ragnarok clasped Harry's hand firmly, a gesture of genuine respect rather than merely formal acknowledgement. "The Goblin Nation recognizes transformative moments in history, Emperor Potter. What transpires in the coming days may reshape magical society more fundamentally than any event since the Founder's era itself." "Let's hope we're equal to the responsibility," Harry replied honestly. As they parted ways with the Goblin delegation and boarded the waiting Kelpsin carriage, Neville gave voice to what they were all considering. 3 days to completely restructure the Imperial Conclave, identify and compel attendance from the Unseeable Council, and prepare for comprehensive magical arbitration, he summarized. Straightforward enough. "And all while Hermione's team investigates Dumbledore's archives and the mirror research continues at Hogwarts," Daphne added dryly. "Nothing like a manageable workload." Despite the enormity of the challenges ahead, Harry found himself surprisingly optimistic. The Founder's legacy had provided not just enhanced perception but historical context that clarified both the nature of the problems and potential approaches to resolution. "We'll manage," he assured them. "The Commission has grown beyond just our original team. We have international support, Goblin cooperation, and now the Founder's own resources to draw upon." The Kelpsin carriage accelerated, its enchanted beasts smoothly transitioning between physical movement and the space-folding jumps that characterized their unique locomotion. London fell away behind them as they headed north toward Scotland at supernatural speed. "I wonder how Hermione's expedition to Godric's Hollow is progressing," Neville mused as countryside blurred past their windows. "Hopefully with equally useful discoveries. We should be able to contact them as soon as we return to Hogwarts," Harry noted. "Though given our experiences with temporal anomalies today, we should be prepared for time discrepancies in their mission as well." The thought had barely left his lips when he felt a familiar magical resonance, the distinctive signature of a Patronus messenger approaching. A silver otter materialized within their carriage, speaking in Hermione's voice with evident urgency. "Harry, you need to come to Godric's Hollow immediately. We've found something critical about Dumbledore's involvement with the Council and your family specifically. Ron is injured, and we're facing opposition from sources we didn't anticipate. Coordinates follow." The Patronus dissolved after conveying a specific location, leaving the carriage in tense silence. "Change of plans," Harry declared immediately. "Driver. We need to divert to Godric's Hollow, coordinates to follow." The Kelpsin handler acknowledged the instruction, adjusting their course as Harry magically communicated the location Hermione had provided. The carriage swerved sharply, the enchanted beasts responding with immediacy that suggested they sensed the urgency of the situation. "Ron injured," Neville repeated grimly. And opposition from unanticipated sources. That doesn't sound like standard archival hazards. Dumbledore's personal repository would be heavily warded, Bill noted. But Hermione is more than capable of handling conventional magical protections. For her to send an emergency summons. It suggests active opposition rather than passive defenses, Daphne concluded. Someone else is interested in whatever they've discovered. Harry nodded, his enhanced perception already extending forward along their route, seeking Hermione's magical signature. The Founder's legacy had amplified his connection to those closest to him, allowing him to sense them across greater distances than previously possible. I can feel them, he reported. Approximately 20 kilometers ahead. 3 magical signatures, Hermione, Luna, and Ron, though his is fluctuating in a way that suggests injury. And, something else. Something old. Old? Neville questioned. Not human, Harry clarified, struggling to interpret what his enhanced senses were detecting. A magical presence that feels, archived somehow. Preserved intention rather than living consciousness. A magical imprint, Bill suggested. Similar to portraits or pensives, but more comprehensive. Dumbledore could have left a magical echo of himself to guard particularly sensitive information. The possibility sent a chill through Harry. Confronting a preserved aspect of Dumbledore's consciousness, one specifically designed to protect his most private research, would be very different from the relatively constrained portrait in the headmaster's office. The Kelpsin are at maximum speed, the driver called back to them. Estimated arrival in 7 minutes. Prepare for immediate engagement upon arrival, Harry instructed his team. Neville, your stabilization flora may be crucial if we're dealing with complex enchantments. Bill, your curse-breaking expertise will be essential if Dumbledore implemented specialized protections. Daphne. I'll identify political implications of whatever we find, she completed smoothly. And provide strategic assessment of how it might relate to council activities. Harry nodded appreciatively. In the relatively short time since his unbinding, they had developed into a remarkably effective team, each with distinct capabilities that complemented the others, operating with minimal need for explicit coordination. The carriage began to slow as they approached the outskirts of Godric's Hollow. Harry had visited the village several times since the war, both to connect with his family history and to assist with reconstruction following Death Eater attacks during Voldemort's reign. But the coordinates Hermione had provided led not to the village center or the rebuilt Potter Cottage, but to an area of dense woodland beyond the community's edge. There, Harry pointed as a flare of magical light briefly illuminated the trees ahead. The Kelpsin handler guided their conveyance to the edge of the woodland before bringing it to a complete stop. This is as close as we can approach, he explained. There are boundary wards ahead that would reject the Kelpsin. You'll need to proceed on foot. Harry thanked the goblin driver, instructing him to remain in position for potential rapid evacuation if needed. Then, with his team close behind, he moved swiftly into the forest, following the distinctive magical signature of his friends. They hadn't progressed far when the woodland gave way to a small clearing. At its center stood not a building but a massive oak tree, its trunk at least 4 meters in diameter. The tree appeared ancient yet vibrant, its bark gleaming with a silvery sheen that suggested magical enhancement. Around its base, complex runic patterns had been carved into the earth, forming concentric circles of protective enchantment. Within these circles, Harry found Hermione, Luna, and an injured Ron, who sat propped against a smaller tree, his right arm bandaged and his expression pained but alert. Surrounding them was a shimmering barrier of golden light, a protective field Hermione had evidently established against whatever threat they'd encountered. Harry! Hermione called with evident relief as they approached the outermost runic circle. Thank Merlin you received my message. What happened? Harry asked, carefully examining the magical barriers separating them. With his enhanced perception, he could now see the intricate layering of protections, some dating back centuries, others much more recent. Dumbledore's archive isn't a conventional repository, Hermione explained hurriedly. It's a magically expanded space within this ancient oak, reportedly planted by Godric Gryffindor himself during Hogwarts' founding era. We managed to gain access using the detection methods Luna developed, but triggered defensive measures we weren't prepared for. Dumbledore doesn't want anyone finding what's inside, Ron added grimly, wincing as he adjusted his position. Particularly you, Harry. The defenses specifically targeted me when I tried to remove certain documents mentioning the Potter family. What kind of defenses? Neville asked, already examining the runic patterns with professional interest. Animated guardians, Luna replied. Constructed from pure magic rather than physical materials. They disrupt magical flow in living tissue, essentially causing temporary magical hemorrhaging. That's what happened to Ron's arm. We managed to retreat and establish this containment perimeter, Hermione continued. But we can't exit the outer wards without risking another attack, and we can't send the documents out through conventional magical transmission methods. Dumbledore implemented specific countermeasures against remote copying or summoning. Harry studied the situation carefully, his enhanced perception revealing details that would have previously escaped notice. The tree itself was not merely ancient but actually maintained in a state of perpetual vitality through sophisticated magic that bore distinctively Dumbledorian characteristics. Yet beneath those more recent enchantments lay far older magic, founding-era spellwork that resonated with what he had encountered in the Gringotts reliquary vault. This isn't just Dumbledore's archive, he realized. He co-opted a much older magical repository, one created during Hogwarts' establishment. Potentially even by Gryffindor himself. Our assessment as well, Hermione confirmed. Which explains the disproportionate defensive capabilities. He's leveraging the site's original protections while modifying them for his specific purposes. What exactly did you find that warranted immediate attention? Daphne asked, always focused on the practical objective. Hermione and Luna exchanged meaningful glances before Hermione replied. Documentation of the Unseeable Council's true agenda, and Dumbledore's specific role regarding Harry and his family. Including. She hesitated, clearly struggling with how to convey particularly sensitive information. Evidence that the bindings placed on Harry weren't just about controlling his imperial potential. They were implementing a specific magical protocol developed centuries ago for managing what Dumbledore called arbiter vessels. Arbiter vessels? Harry repeated, the term resonating with what he had just learned from the Founder's legacy and the Nameless One's avatar. Human magicals with unique connection to primordial forces like the Nameless One, Luna explained. Individuals who can potentially serve as anchors for these forces to manifest directly in the physical world. The implication struck Harry with stunning force. You're saying I'm not just the Emperor of Magic by bloodline inheritance, but also a potential physical vessel for the Nameless One itself, Hermione completed gravely. According to Dumbledore's research, the Potter line has carried this capacity for generations, one reason they were so carefully monitored by the Council throughout history. This revelation recontextualized everything, from his parents' deaths to Dumbledore's intensive binding program throughout his life. Not just preventing imperial emergence, but specifically blocking potential manifestation of a primordial force through a human vessel. The Council feared not just an emperor who might oppose their governance, Daphne realized, but an emperor who could potentially embody the very force their entire system was designed to suppress. Which explains the escalating bindings after each major magical event in your life, Hermione continued. Surviving the killing curse, the graveyard ritual, exposure to prophecy magic, each instance increased your resonance with primordial forces, requiring stronger suppression to maintain separation. Harry processed this information with remarkable calm, his newly integrated Founder's legacy providing context that helped him understand the broader implications. The Arbiters were never meant to physically manifest, he concluded. They're supposed to remain within the ley network, maintaining balance from within the magical foundation itself. Direct embodiment would represent a fundamental breach of natural magical order. Exactly what Dumbledore feared, Hermione confirmed. His research suggests such manifestation could potentially collapse the boundary between conceptual and physical magic entirely, essentially destroying the structured magical system that allows controlled spellcasting and replacing it with raw intention-based reality manipulation. Magical apocalypse, Bill translated bluntly. The end of wizarding society as we understand it. But the Nameless One is already manifesting, Neville pointed out. We've seen its avatar, witnessed its effects on physical reality. Partial manifestation only, Luna clarified. Limited expression through construct the end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.